the only surprise was he was about 34 before that last qualifying run.
Unfortunately, Neil Watkins heading back to the pits because he was the next alternate if nobody could make it. So yeah, he heads back because this is the last pair. Kiwi taking on Nick Mugridge. So
Stu Thompson.
Yeah, we've got one Nostalgia Superstocker just gone through. Are we going to get the other one?
Nick Mugridge is going to do his best. Nick is damn good on the tree as well. The car not running right. Stu Thompson's actually already gone past him. So either Stu Thompson's on a flyer or Nick Mugridge isn't. Yeah, Stu Thompson backs off and does the right thing. Unfortunately, that pedal off the start line for Nick Mugridge. He was off the line first.
Yeah.
Uncharacteristic 0.11 light. But it's Stu Thompson moving through. Go on, Cole. Round two.
Right,
matchups.
round two. Brett Featherstone taking on John Bean. Kiwi, you just saw go through there, going alongside Alan Medley. And I want to trade now. Both Nostalgia Stockers.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Adrian Portelli, we're taking on Mason Griffiths. Amy Watkins taking on Dave Rudd. That's a good matchup. Mark Huxley and Will Clark. Mark Huxley and Will Clark, the two of the smaller cars in the class. Obviously, Mark being the smallest dual car, taking on the little dragster. That'd be a good one. Andy Garnett taking on Dan Holloway. Dave Fulton taking on Ronnie Mercer. And Simon Goff against Chloe.
They'll all be
good
fun.
matchups.
Well, we've got some big hitters out in round one. Surprising. I mean, Lee Huxley waited till the very last session to get in.
JT? Yeah.
The one-man burnout competition, he doesn't have anyone in the other lane, so he just decides to cloud all of us out. Encouragingly, those are the only clouds we've seen all weekend, aren't they? Actually. Yeah, I spoke to JT this morning. I don't think the word character is broad enough for JT, to be honest with you. It's not. It's not. It should always have a swear word in front or after it, you know. He came down and made an extra run because that's why they were checking the lights, because he went something like 8:34, which this car
that's
doesn't
right,
do.
yeah.
That's why he came down and had another run. He's got a bye run here in round one. He was number one qualifier. I said to him, I said to him, "Are you looking forward to get back in the pro mod?" And he said, "Oh yeah." He said, 42 grand on the blower. I'm looking forward to it, definitely. He said, definitely that. And I said, hang on a minute. A couple of years ago, you told me when you bought it that you wanted to run a 6.2 at 220, and then you were going to sell it. And he went, "No, I want a funny car now."
Oh boy.
I think he likes going fast. Like so many people, this is his happy place. Nine flat. Still refusing to go over 150. What an awesome matchup this is going to be. Scott Hauser with the Hauser Race Cars house car. Built by a Hauser, tuned by a Hauser, driven by a Hauser in the Kestrel Lane.
7:32 on the dial-in, his lowest dial-in in competition ever.
Impressive. I think the weather is, I mean, obviously they've stepped it up, but the weather is exceptional as well, isn't it? Now, Steve Johnson dials a 7 flat, even though yesterday he went 6.99. Will he keep it nailed all the way through? Or will he try and win? That all depends. I mean, even when he ran at 6.99 yesterday, he still had shake off the start line. If it doesn't shake, it will go quicker.
It looks like he did a slap of the pedal just to keep it all under control.
Well, I'm so happy for him as well. It finally all came together after a number of years trying, Steve Johnson, actually. So, unusually for Scotty, he's going to be going first. And Steve Johnson's not going to be far behind. Again, first to finish line wins, staggered start. Makes no difference. Unfortunately, Steve Johnson went red by 06. Scott Hauser, was he going to back off? Oh, he didn't much. 7:36 at 179. Yeah, Steve Johnson was 06 red. Well, unfortunately, after yesterday's 6-second run, Steve out early. Now, unusually the favourite in this pair is not the usual favourite.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. Normally you would shoehorn Joe as the favourite every time he comes out, but not this time.
Pell has been on rails this weekend, hasn't he? He's number 2 qualifier. He's number 1 for an awful long while. He's been good ever since they unloaded the car back on Friday morning. 771 for the Capri in the Kestrel lane, taking on the all-conquering dragster of the Kellett family. It's normally Dolly's car, normally Leah's car, I should say.
That our last phrases, if you like, come with a word of warning. Never ever discount Joe ever from any race, because if it might not be going the way his weekend wants to go, he can turn it around. So it's going to be a great race, whatever happens.
Well, unbelievably, Joe's going to take the tree first by a mere 700ths. Then it's up to Pell Norman to run him down.
Side by side.
Looks like Joe's in front. Joe takes the stripe on a whole shot. What was the never discount Joe comment? He was 07 on the tree, which is uncharacteristically late for him. 0.14 was Pell Norman's undoing. He went 774 and a 71, but Joe was a tenth of a second off and got there first by 0.18. At like 160 miles an hour.
And not only that, guess who gets the buy in round 2? Joe.
Like he needs any help.
Oh, real.
Yeah, that lad is very, very
blessed.
good indeed. Yeah, one of those. So, Andy Hadfield with Twister. Dials an uncharacteristic 8.12. Good to see Tom got dressed in the dark again. Either that or he hasn't bothered to change his socks for the last 3 days. And he's had all sorts of issues with the Twister. Street legal comp altered in the Kestrel lane. Yes, this car is street legal. He drives it around the hills where he lives. And it's one hell of a car, although he doesn't use this motor in it. He does have exhaust and stuff on it. Lots of winter upgrades. And now will be the time everything works and he breaks out, probably. Head honcho of the Supercharged Outlaws, who you will see at many events throughout the summer here at Sandsworld Raceway, taking on the one and only Billy Gain with the Vauxhall. Billy's going to go first, dials an 857. Billy is a tough customer. There you go. All of a sudden, Twister works properly. He's going to stay with him and try and beat him like that. Oh, and he breaks out. 859 and 857 for Billy. A 04 light and a win margin of over 04 as well. So great try from Andy Hadfield. That was the best the car's run all weekend.
Yeah.
It looked like it was on a really terrific run. Probably a bit unusual for Andy to have to back off. Although it might have saved him because it looked like it was smoking a bit through the finish line. He went through at 164. Just checking the track, making sure everything's A-OK. Still fantastic to see them out in Super Row. Hope it happens again sometime this year.
Well, it's not game over for the Fazda family. Obviously, we've still got Purdy and Junior Dragster.
Yeah, there'll be lots of, here, Dad, this is how you do it, going on later.
Yeah. This is a good one, actually. The Giles and Hartley Dragster taking on the Cortina Estate.
.849, the quickest race day dial we've ever seen for John Atkinson in the Auto Glim Lane. Like you said, gone back to foot brake launches after
after reaching for the sky with the trans brake launch.
That's the one.
Basically what's happened with this car, they've got a new engine in the car this year after, what can we describe, sterling service from the old engine. Been in there quite a few years at Scott Sharroff Lump. A few more cubes added. They reckon it's about 300 horsepower more to what they had before. So yeah, it was a total adjustment of everything.
The other thing is that what you have to mention is that they basically used to put it away at the end, drain the oil and the fluids, put it in the trailer or put it in the bus, then get it out again, dust it off, start it out, come back race. There's a lot more. Yeah, exactly. They made up for it over the last winter, didn't they? So John is going to go first by just over a second with the Cortina. Defending Super champion Barry Giles. I'm not sure what went on with John there. That is very odd. It's still going. Yeah, Barry doesn't break out. Backs out way before the finish line. 7:91. That was very unusual for John Atkinson. 21.21.
Yeah, shrug of the shoulders. Tom, can't quite understand it, but they're fine. So, Jack Brewster and Colin Morris up next.
One of the quickest cars in class against the, well, I don't want to say slowest because 899 isn't slow. 899 isn't slow, however, it's the slowest you can dial, isn't it?
Well, as Christine is actually down on the start line this time, it's a big shout out to the class of 72. Tuned in from the other side of the planet. They always do check in to see Colin race.
Will be before they go to bed tonight, actually, Time difference
is... very good evening.
Exactly. Time difference is in their favour this time. I like going on holiday to New Zealand because if anybody ever tries to email me or ring me, I'm in bed. It's great. And then when I reply, they're in bed, so I get them up. So Colin's going to go first by nearly, well, as good as 2 seconds. Jack Brewster hasn't been in the sevens yet again with the Just Mustard car. Number of wayward runs. Hope it all goes well this time. Well, Colin can hear the blown car coming. Well, Jack punches the finish line blocks. Colin takes the win with a 909. Oh, and Jack's got the chutes out. That's good. Jack Brewster trying to run him down with a 791. He probably thought he was catching him. He was actually aiming at him. That's happened before.
Yeah, both blocks at the stripe just been dislodged.
Well, that's his first 7-second run. And the chutes came out as well, which I'm sure Jack will be very, very happy about after last year's efforts. I don't know if you've ever done that. I don't think... I know I have. I remember... my first proper race in Top Fuel against Andy Carter, and I thought, I had my foot in it at the finish line. I thought, I'm catching him, and I thought, oh God, no, I'm not going to hit him, right? And I was actually aiming at him, and that was my perspective of catching him, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
It was
Were you trying to slip straight to do the overtake?
Something like that, yeah. I was just going to tuck him behind and then nip out at the last moment.
Oh dear.
It's all right. I didn't get over the centre line. I didn't get the blocks or anything like that, but yeah, it was a little bit odd. But good to see Jack Brewster and the team back once again. And back in the sevens too. Hopefully that nice shiny new paintwork isn't damaged too much of it all. There will be Colin Morris moving through. So what other matchups we got coming?
To come, Pete Walters taking on Ian Brown, Aaron Fensom, Brian Pateman, Mark Bailey taking on Callum Swinchat, Mark Turner against Phil Toppin, Paul Marsden taking on Bob Doyle. I forgot to put the surname on that one. Ash taking on Lee. Dave Russell taking on Ron Bartlett. That's your matchups.
Excellent, good stuff. So the run order for today. Let's have a quick look.
Well, we're sort of catching up from we did have them scheduled because obviously I've got E2 on here, so we're just letting them go through there at the moment.
So we're just running through some of our sportsman eliminations. Round one of Fuel Funny Car and the jets and everything else as well, including Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike, Top Fuel Dragster, and Nostalgia Funny Car, all due to be happening between 11 and 11:30.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be about
your one
right.
as well. Look.
Sorry. Oh, hang on. That's the right one. There we go. Yeah, it's still the same. Pro ET, Super Pro. There you go.
There, look at that.
Sorry. That's good. For once, I had the run order, and there it was gone. Never mind. Anyway, good morning, everybody on the bank and in the grandstand. How many of you all stayed on site overnight last night? Many of you? Hands up if you did. How'd you smell this morning? Fantastic, I should think. Isn't it nice waking up to beautiful sunny skies? It was crisp this morning, but it was absolutely lovely, wasn't it? And we really do hope that you had a great time here over the Easter weekend. It's been possibly the best weather Easter ever. We've had hotter ones, but this has just been perfect, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been about 19, 20 degrees every time. Go on, Carl.
Well, yeah, because we're looking at the backup monitor, if you like, Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, but I would imagine they're already there because we're a long way through Super Pro.
And they'll be the next class.
Yeah.
So that's working, but that's...
Yeah, that one isn't.
That's all right.
Also, got Rue from Lucas Oils. Going to have a chat with him when Junior Dragster come up. It's nice to see some of the class sponsors here this weekend. And yeah, Lucas Oils have been involved with drag racing, well, since forever, basically. And obviously they're title sponsor for Junior Dragster. They sponsor a lot of the cars and the bikes here. And we've got Rue, who's working. Yes, yeah, I'm in my my 9th season with Lucas, and very proud of that. Thank you very much indeed. And yeah, we're going to have a quick chat whilst Junior Dragster are on.
Excellent.
And it's his first time drag racing this weekend for Rue. And first time, yeah. He's working alongside Dan Morgan, who is the main sort of sponsorship coordinator for Lucas Oils. And Rue is here sort of just to observe and see everything that's going on and meet all the team drivers, see what the sport is all about, and he's thoroughly enjoying it. So but we'll find out more when he comes up and has a chat with us. So that'll be during Junior Dragster.
That's excellent news. And also, with Super Pro, have we got the sponsor list as well?
Indeed, we have, yes. They're racing for the Pete Nee Memorial Trophy. And this weekend, there was an award for number one qualifier, had a £100 trophy, sorry, £100 and a big trophy, as we know, went to John Tebenham. The main award is best reaction time during qualifying. Now, they'll have to go through all of the qualifying to find out who that was. I'm
sure that's easy to do.
But £400 and a big trophy for that one. Very nice. I'm
sure there's someone at the front of the queue going, me.
Yeah. The sponsors, though, we'll do it in reverse order this time round. Holly Walters Dental, P Lane Racing, Pragmatis Limited, The Boost Monkeys. Got Swinney and Son. You've got Copy Print Depot, Fenny Racing. Obviously, that's Aaron Fensom and Andy Fensom and the whole squad there from Fenny. You've got Premier Rosettes, Solo Precision, which is young Tom Atkinson, another small F Limited. Great to see Sid with Steve Johnson this weekend. Windscreen Wizards, Hauser Racing, obviously Jeff Hauser, and of course Nick Good, the two companies with Hauser Racing and Windscreen Wizards. Team Time is Money, Good Vibrations Motorsports, Ultra Plastics, Hydra Hose, HR Racing, Alders Automotive, Rusty Dog Racing, AJS Bodyworks, The Bath Bloke, which we know as Bob Doyle, Garage Thomas Haas, A Leak Roofing, Giles and Hartley Racing, RW Services, Pete Walters Race Design, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Joe Kellett Racing, BG Motors, and JK Farzak Technic. They are your Super Pro sponsors for 2022. So just a little bit more clearing up at the top end.
Yeah, the block obviously got shattered, unfortunately.
Yeah.
In the water box is Brian Pateman being pushed backwards and forwards by his family. Just to get him in the right place, I think. Both Julian and Steph down there helping out. Who's Brian supposed to be racing, Colin? Or has he got a bye run?
Brian Pateman is Aaron Fensom.
No, Aaron.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, yesterday when the car went through the finish line, we noticed the belt came off and it quit a little bit early, whatever it was, unfortunately. Kept him out of round one this morning.
Well, it was a brilliant day for Aaron. He ended up the number 5 qualifier. Car running in the 7.0s very, very nicely indeed. As you say, Darryl, it's a shame he threw the belt on the last run.
It might have been more than that, and the belt was just a result.
Yeah.
Alas, I know that does happen. So, right, Brian Prateman about to fire up the.
Just catch up.
I think I know why it's called that. Look at the screen in the same lane.
Right, yeah.
Took us a while to twig that. It just so happened. It's because obviously Jack Brewster's car is yellow, so it's called Just Mustard.
And they're both Firebirds.
And they're both Firebirds. So this is Just Catch Up, and that's Just Mustard.
The clues are always there sometimes. We just don't get them straight away.
I must admit, we figured it out in the first event, but I wouldn't have figured it out unless he was the car to run before and the name was still on the screen. Oh, nice sedate little tyre warmer for Brian. I wonder how many hundreds, possibly thousands of runs this car's made with Brian at the wheel. I think he's had it since the 80s, hasn't he? Yeah. At least 30 plus years. At least. I remember the 90s he went with the Super Gassers doing a tour of Sweden. So looking for 886, gets a tune-up run. Next up, Mark Turner. Going to be taking on Phil Topping.
When Mark Turner comes round, this is a message from Dave Turner. Big shout out to Ian and Harrison Brown, Jeff Howes and everyone else in Supro who helped us to replace a seal in the transmission. And they would not be out for round 1 without all the assistance and advice from everybody. And it's a massive thanks from Mark Turner, Dave Turner and everybody at M&M Racing. They all club together, don't they?
As always. When it comes to drag racing as well, everybody knows how hard it is to do. Everybody's got everything here. By that I mean no one's got a new kitchen because they've got new parts on the car. And even if it's the person you're racing against round 1, you'll do everything you can to help them. So Mark Turner vents the nitrous on the big block in the Supra. Phil Topping will be going first, 873.33 later. Mark will be running him down. Wow, 008 lights in both lanes. One was a red, one was a green. Well, Mark, don't go over the centre line. He doesn't. Yeah, he's getting close at the finish line. And 850 takes the win for Mark Turner. He's also going to like the look of that reaction time as well. Phil Topping was very, very close. Phil Topping was actually closer to his darling and got there first as well. But, oh, look at that. If you add those two reaction times together, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Don't work like that, though. Yeah, it's sort of.
They average out.
I know I went red, but I was 200ths off my dial. Can't you take one off the other?
Yeah.
No. Ian Brown, Pete Walters. Any idea when? Because Ian Brown has a collection of yellow Camaros, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Should be called
3 yellow, 1 blue.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah. Should be called even more mustard. Any idea when the other one will be?
No idea.
Yeah. It's a project.
Thing is, though, well, Harrison, very smart young lad, actually, been helping out Luke Buckridge, Nick Mugridge hugely this weekend because Harrison has got a great understanding of all these ECUs and electronics and everything.
Right.
So he's been trying to help there. But the trouble is that's sometimes can be a problem. Because you help so many other people, you tend to leave your own stuff alone.
Well, leaving it alone sometimes is not a bad thing. So, Ian Brown going to be going first by 0.23. 750 is the dial-in for Pete Waters. Now, that could be dangerous this weekend because he's been in the 7.4s more often than not. Well, Pete's already caught him. It's just whether he gets out. Oh, bang on the money. Pete was actually got left on that time by a couple of hundredths of a second. Ian Brown was off the line first. Ian Brown went 780 on a 73. Pretty good. Not as good as Pete Waters though. 751. Win margin of 0.3. Mr. Waters moves on to round 2. I think Mr. Waters is, if he runs the whole championship this year, it's going to be alright. He's going to be rather pesky to everyone else. So Ron Bartlett and Dave Russell, two sort of door cars. When I say sort of, one's a little door car, one's a van. Ron Bartlett did not have his normal, or has not had his normal clockwork weekend. First run went skyward. And then after that, he's just been kind of chasing the combination to get it to launch nice and flat and straight. Last run was much better, wasn't it? Nice and, like I said, nice and flat. Ron's a great driver. He was in the hunt for the championship last year. Dave Russell, with the van with no name, always a threat, always on the money. Well, that was a nice flat launch for Ron, no problems there. I think he's already caught Dave Russell. Actually, he's going to be shadowing him at the finish line. And he takes the win, 8.31. That's a whole shot win as well, actually. 0.13 reaction time for Ron, 0.18 for Dave. Difference to the finish line was 0.3. Did you see Dave Russell's van wobbling around the finish line? Yeah. I'm only guessing he was braking.
Right, Rue from Lucas Oils. If you can hear me out there, if you want to make your way up to the tower, please, from Bankside. Rue from Lucas Oils, if you can make your way up, please. We've only got a few more pairs to go in Super Pro, then it'll be on to Junior Dragster, and we'd love to have a chat.
So Lee Darby with the immaculate 31 pickup truck with DKM Construction on the side. Dials 8.40. Great to see Lee back here racing. Taking on Ashley Bell. Two very, very different cars. One great thing about bracket racing, or dial your own racing if you like, two cars with different specifications and everything else as well can be made to be evened out. So Ash is going to go first by 0.39 or thereabouts. Oh, Lee Darby goes 0-1 red. Bit of a shame really, because Ashley Bell wasn't exactly quick with a 0.23. Doesn't matter though. 890 takes the win for Ashley Bell. Lee Darby with an 876. 009 win margin. But it is, yeah. Ashley Bell moving on through. A couple of good mornings which I've completely missed. First of all, good morning to Chris Parker and Becky. I hope you tuned in this morning. Thank you very much indeed for the mention, Becky. Be great to see you both back here in a few weeks' time. Fingers crossed for the main event at the end of May. And also to Jenny and Matt, also up there in Yorkshire. Hope you're doing well this morning and enjoying all the action, all the on-screen action. Bob Doyle on a bye run, should have been against Paul Marston with Grumpy's Dodge. 881 for Bob. Well, Grumpy's Dodge is normally incredibly high. We have one more pair to go. So last pair will be Mark Bailey with the Silver Barracuda in the Kestrel Lane, looking for 872. Going to be taking on Callum Swinchat with the Topolino. I've been filling in your homework for you.
Thank you.
That's all right. 8.89 is what he will be looking for. So the Topolino is going to be going first by a small margin. Callum's a very, very good racer indeed. He always was in Junior Dragster, very much so in both Wild Bunch and in Super Pro as well. Not sure Mark Bailey's going to catch him. He hasn't caught him, and he hasn't won either. That will go down as a whole shot win. 8.93 of an 89 for Callum Swinchat. Takes out an 8.74 for Mark Bailey.
Okay then, well, we've got the two-seater dragster that's just about to put a run in, and I'm also joined with a guest from Lucas Oils. We've got Roo here this morning. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Colin. Very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
I'm not hearing you properly though.
Oh, okay.
Try that one. How about now?
Oh, that's much
better.
better. There we
That's
go.
better.
Yep.
So,
Morning, Colin.
your first experience of drag racing at Sandipod Raceway, what do you think of it so far?
Oh, it's been absolutely excellent. What a weekend to experience my first time at Sandipod. The weather's been absolutely gorgeous, and yeah, it's been really lovely. You know, everyone says what a big family it is up here, and it really has been. Everyone's been so welcoming. It's been really nice just to go around and meet all the teams and get a feel for the event. Really, yeah.
Well, the first thing I've got to say, I mean, thank you from me, as I'm part of the Lucas Oils family as well.
You are indeed.
But you've got a huge amount of teams that you support. You support the next class that comes around as well, which is actually Lucas Oils Junior Dragster. Just before we go further, we do have a two-seater out there. Charlie Wright is the passenger. Paul Brown is your driver. Fancy going the back of that?
Oh, I'm not sure, Colin. I'm not sure I have the bravery for that.
786, 170 mile an hour.
Wow.
Paul's a really good driver and it's a great experience. But Lucas Oils have been sponsoring Junior Dragster for many, many years now, and of course they are the future of the sport as well. Great publicity for the brand and everything, and you've actually got the two that I know of. You've got the Coopers that carry the Lucas Oils banner.
Yeah, Jake and Kai Cooper obviously directly sponsored by us, which is really great. Like you said, just being able to support the next generation of drag drivers. Lucas Oil has obviously a long history with working alongside Sandipod, so it's really nice to be able to support the juniors and help those that are sort of up and coming into the sport.
Yeah, I know all of the teams that run Lucas Oils really appreciate the support. How are you getting on meeting everybody? Because obviously it's the first time you've come drag race, it's the first time you've met all the drivers as well, isn't it?
It's been a busy weekend, Colin, trying to get round and see absolutely everyone and see what's on offer, but yeah, it's been really good.
Right, your first pair in eliminations then. Luke Fulton, he was your number 11 qualifier, taking on Lola Bell Kent. She's in the West End Motorsports Junior Dragster. Look at the dial-ins. 12 flat for Lola Bell. She'll be going first. The tree counts down. Oh, Lola Bell goes red. That is a shame. So it is going to be a win for Luke Fulton. So Luke goes through into round number 2. Lola Bell, unfortunately, that's her day over and done with. What a shame, but that's what happens with racing. One of them goes through, the other one is a spectator for the rest of the day. So obviously you're here yesterday watching all the racing. Blow your mind?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yesterday was the first time I caught the jet cars as well, which obviously quite an experience to stand next to those and the sheer power that comes off of them.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's really good.
Next up, Freddie Taylor and Teddy Howe. Teddy Howe, a new driver to us this year. But the company we know, actually, ML Howe Fencing, supported James Forster with his Pro ET racing for a couple of seasons, but now with their own junior dragster being driven by young Teddy alongside Freddie Taylor. Nice new colour scheme on the car, looking good. So Teddy 13.12, Freddie Taylor 7.9. Teddy's got a huge head start here, but Teddy not moving forward. Oh, he's done it now. So they're both into pre-stage. The top set of bulbs are lit. Who's going to inch forward into actual stage, which is the start of the measured race distance, and in this case it's 8th mile. Tree counts them down. Off goes Teddy. Freddie has to wait, and then off he goes. Past the first block, it's the next pair is where the finish line is for the juniors. And it's Freddie Taylor that takes that one. So well on to Freddie. He is through to round number 2. Now you can see how bracket racing works.
Yeah.
With the different dial-ins, you think, well, the 7-second car is always going to beat the 12-second car, but because you get the head starts and it's all about reaction times, and if you're way ahead of your opponent, back off a little bit. It's all a game, but a very good game. Right, here's one of yours.
Yes, that's it.
Kai Cooper. Well, they're all yours because you're the class sponsor.
Well, exactly. We look after championship, but Kai and Jake, as I said, are two drivers we look after directly.
Well, Kai Cooper is going to go through to round number 2. Unfortunately, Chevy Checkit pulls a cherry. In other words, a red light on the tree. So Kai Cooper goes through into round number 2. Next pair, Ada Cassisi and Harry Redshaw. Harry, the champion from Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster last year. He has got a nice big Lucas Oil's logo on the front of the car as well, so you're doing you proud.
Doing good, yeah.
So let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 8.52 for Harry Redshaw. He's in the Auto Glim lane. Ada Cassisi, 9.80. Her first season in junior modified. She's come out of junior stock, and she's going about 3 seconds quicker now. So Harry Redshaw, defending champion. Oh, and he's going to go through to round 2. Ada, that's a big red light, unfortunately, for Ada. So Harry Redshaw into the next round. He races Luke Fulton. Good matchup. Number 1 qualifier from yesterday, Mackenzie Love, going to be taking on the Odyssey battery car of Damien Redshaw. Mackenzie, with his reaction time yesterday, 0.03, right on it.
And new for this year, Colin, as well, is they've got cups now for the number 1 qualifier, so a trophy. So Max took that home yesterday, nice, bless him, which is the first ever one that we've done. So yeah, really good result for him.
All of us Lucas drivers are well pleased with our box of goodies we got. I mean, they're really good, and lots of publicity to follow with all of those.
Yeah, they've certainly gone down well.
They have. Trust me, they have. Green light for Damien. Green light for Mackenzie. So Mackenzie looking for 8.25. Damien 9.14. Looks like Mackenzie's drawn alongside, got his nose in front, and takes the win with an 8.31. Putting Damien on the trailer. So your number 1 qualifier is through to round 2, where he gets a bye into round 3. Jake Cooper from Fenny Racing going alongside Harry Peters.
So another Lucas driver there, Colin, and obviously Fenny's been in drag racing for almost as long as Lucas has been.
Yep. Let's have a look at the dial-ins. Oh, there's only 0.04 of a second between these two. Harry Peters, 8.95. Jake Cooper, 8.91. Well, Jake is ahead, heading towards the finish line, and takes that one. Whoa, that was a bit tight. A 0-2 light and an 891 with a 7 on 891 dialing. He had plenty of wiggle room there, but a very good win indeed.
So as both of the Fenny drivers through, they'll be very pleased with that result.
Yeah. Next up, Ted Sullivan and Jessica Bishop. 0.93 of a second between them as they leave the line. Assuming they pull greens at the same time. Yeah, they are both green, but unfortunately a problem there for Teddy. Thing is though, does Jessica know? Does she lift? Does she go take it all the way through? She's fine, 807. So Jessica Bishop taking the win. But what can happen if Jessica hadn't really spotted what had happened in the other lane and she storms all the way through, takes the win and goes too quick, the win would have gone to the other side.
Oh no. Yeah,
so it's not always getting to the top end first. You've got to get there without breaking out.
Yes.
And that's bracket racing.
Yeah, it all gets very technical, doesn't it, Colin?
Yeah.
They were explaining all the different regulations and how they have to add extra weights. They don't go too fast as well.
Yeah, if you break out, or if you go under index, now junior modified advance is 7.90, so these two, 801, 805, that's okay. If they go under 7.9, it's a big no-no.
Yeah.
Because they're juniors, we say you've got to go and see the headmaster.
Yeah.
So it's a play on words, but yeah.
No one likes being called to the headmaster's
No one
office.
likes to go see the headmaster. Mind you, detention at a drag strip is not a bad thing.
No.
So Ellie Brown with a Mystique, 801. Purdy Hadfield, 805. We have a green light drag race. So whoever gets to the finish line first without breaking out is going to win. And that is Purdy Hadfield, 809. She did have over a tenth of a second advantage off the line as well, but well done to Purdy. Next up, young Daniel Todd going alongside Grace Smith. One thing, Lou, that you must be blown away with was the sheer diversity of the machinery in the pits.
Yes.
It's outrageous, some of the stuff, isn't it?
And just, like you say, the sheer diversity and just the different, and the creativity as well for the looks for the cars, particularly obviously the funny cars that really add an extra element to drag racing, and rather than just, when you think of drag racing, you think of these kind of cars, but yeah, there's a real difference. And the bikes, I didn't know that drag bikes existed before I sort of came up here.
You certainly do now.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Right then, Grace Smith, Daniel Todd. Daniel will be leaving first. He dials in a 12.39. And then 3.39 seconds later, Grace's tree will run. And off she goes to try and catch and overtake, but not break out. And the win goes to Daniel Todd. He takes that one, 12.58. Grace a little bit off form there, 9.41. But Daniel Todd, he's through to round two.
As we said, Colin, it's so nice just to see so many young people getting involved in the sport as well. And when I go and chat to them after the race and you see them just come off the track, they've got the biggest smiles on their face, they're really happy with how they've done.
Well, as you can probably tell, this is one big family here, and we include the spectators in that as well. The drag racing family is very large, it's very diverse, but we all pull together, and that's what makes this sport so good. Katie Ellis was your number 3 qualifier. Liam McDonald, we haven't seen him for 2.5 years due to COVID restrictions. He hasn't been able to get over here from Ireland. He's certainly making amends for it this weekend. So he takes the win as well. 8.73 on an 8.70. Katie Ellis, 8.24 on an 8.21, but Liam with a brilliant light there, certainly helping his cause. Two pairs to go. Daniel Weir and Luke Mugridge. No, apologies, 3 pairs, I missed one out. Luke Mugridge was your number 2 qualifier with the Dinosaur Dragster in the Auto Glim Lane. Looking for a 790. Daniel Ware, he's in the Kestrel Beer Lane with the Flow X Injectors Dragster 792. There's only 200ths of a difference. Off the line, and Luke Mugridge goes 009 red. So the win goes to Daniel Ware.
I have to say, Colin, Luke's paint job is probably one of my favourites that I've seen, particularly in the junior series with the Jurassic Park theme.
Yeah,
it's very well
cool.
done.
It's very cool. Penultimate pair. Harley Coulsell with Bandit 1, that is the dragster in the Auto Glim Lane, going alongside Neve Deevy. Good morning, Matt. Good to see Matt back down on the start line, and of course Rich Deevy, that's the gentleman stood next to the dragster at the moment. And the young man stood out in front of Harley Coulsell. That's Thomas Cook Abbott. Thomas was racing in junior dragster last year. He was runner-up in the series.
Oh, nice.
But he's too old now.
Oh, that's
so
shame,
he's...
when you age out of a junior sport,
That's it, yeah. But he's got some ideas going forward, and look forward to seeing Thomas appear in a race car in the not too distant future.
Yes, of course, Colin, because they don't just go on to adult drag series as well either. A lot of the junior dragsters seem to go on to other sports like the BTCC and
all over the
circuits.
place.
Yeah,
They are all over the place. Good example of that, Brad Jackson.
Yes, yes.
He can turn his hand to anything.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the numbers. 1298. Oh, it's a cherry on the tree for Neve. What a shame. It's only a 0-4 as well. So Harley Coulsell gets a freebie into round 2. Right, last pair. And this is what you don't always want. And you'll see why in a moment. It's the teammates. It's the sisters.
Yeah.
It's all after all that qualifying. These two are going head-to-head in round 1. Lara Bartlett, she is in the yellow and black dragster. And no, I'm pulling a leg. Lara Bartlett, she is in the Auto Glim Lane. Jacqueline, sister, is in the Kestrel Beers Lane. The dial-ins, 797 for Jacqueline in the Kestrel Beer Lane, 793 for Lara in the Auto Glim Lane. Dad Keith looking on. Staying firmly in the middle. Look at that. He'll commiserate with one and he'll congratulate the other.
Ice creams all round either way.
Yeah. So your last pair in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster Eliminations round 1 here at the Festival of Power. Oh, staging duel. Nobody wants to go in. Psyching each other out. Oh, no, they're both going in. Green light drag race. That's what we wanted. Right, who is the bravest at the stripe? It is, oh, you heard them feathering the throttle. It's Lara that takes it. The win margin, 0.002 of a second. Oh, that was a great race, actually. A really good race.
Absolutely incredible, Colin. Great one to finish on.
Very, very good. Roo, fantastic. Thank you ever so much, Dee, for coming up and seeing us. Thank you so much for the support that Lucas Oils gives all of the drag racing community, and enjoy the rest of the day, mate.
I will do. Thank you very much,
All
Colin.
right, absolute pleasure.
Cheers.
Roo from the Lucas Oils. Thank you very much, Dee.
So we're about ready to go with round 1 of Supercomp. Your first pair is going to be Martin Kirbysley and Paul Hudson. So, Martin Kirbysley, fixed auto in the Auto Glim Lane, and Paul Hudson. Paul Hudson right down in the number 8 spot. I mean, Paul normally in the 890s, no issue whatsoever. But during qualifying, couldn't quite get it done, unfortunately. All sorts of Silly little niggles. That tends to happen at the first events of the year sometimes. However, when you're running for the National Championship, you don't have time to sort out niggles. So here we go, round 1. This is the 890 class. You can see the number on the board at the finish line. Heads up, meaning the tree comes down at the same time. First to finish line wins. Don't go quicker than 890. Well, Paul Hudson is way out in front as long as he doesn't break out, which he does. 9:04 takes the win for Martin Curbishley. Paul Hudson had a huge reaction time advantage, over a tenth of a second, which is almost unheard of in superclass racing. Well, Al Schofield is up next, out in round 1 Pro ET. However, one of the great things about being double entered is that you get to play in another class, which is what he's doing now. No Richard Tunstall, unfortunately, for round 1.
Had a good chat with Martin Curbishley last night, actually. Very pleased. Obviously, he had Ian Pugh from Fix Auto down. Had a great time and just had his first proper baptism of drag racing. So, yeah,
it's
really
always
good.
nice to bring first timers, generally because it's one of the more gobsmacking things you can do in motorsport, isn't it? I think that's probably the polite way of putting it. 901 but he's still in, going to the semis. So, Dolly Daydream. The dragster in the Auto Glen Main, driven by Leah Kellett. He was national champ as well recently, wasn't she? Taken to bracket racing like a duck to water. Watched her brother do it for years. That's Joe out front, directing her back in the Auto Glen Lane. They've actually got 2 cars, almost identical looking dragsters, both capable of pretty much the same numbers as well. Taking on Steve Field with the Black Pig. Another beautifully turned out dragster of the nostalgia variety. When's the Nostalgia Nationals? Couple of weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Second
Oh
weekend
no,
in May?
it's after
Spring Speed, is it?
Yeah.
So it'll be 3 weeks away then, won't it? Or thereabouts, I think. Everything tends to come thick and fast in May, doesn't it, when it starts? Yeah, that
no,
would be...
Nostalgia's 3rd to 5th of June. Sorry,
Oh,
it's
it's June?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's the weekend after the main event.
It has been in May, isn't it? It's not my imagination. I didn't think so.
Well, I think Steve's going to get there first and break out by a country mile. Yeah, 8:48.
He still tried to slow down. Look, 125 miles an hour. Nicely done. 8:92 for Leah.
I think the reaction time tells the story of that race.
Yeah, he just thought, oh, well,
Yeah.
let's have some fun.
Last pair.
Jinx.
Stereo. Does that mean we both get an Easter egg then?
I didn't.
Yeah, happy Easter, everybody.
Yeah, happy 5:30 Easter kids who want to get up and go Easter egg hunting around the house at 5:30. Anyway, clear reaction time advantage for Steve Hudson. However, you've got to take the strike first as well. I think Darryl Howes might do that if he doesn't break out, and he does. Actually, there was no way Darryl Howes could win that one. Steve Hudson was over the line first by 0.4. He was 0.4 on the tree, went 8.95, and there was no way Darryl Howes could get there first after a 0.19 reaction time. Still a really good effort, and still really, really cool to see the Wild Bunch Nostalgia cars.
Oh, yeah.
Having fun with this in Super Comp. So, next we have...
Super Street Bike. Ooh.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, that's on my run order anyway.
Well, I think they're there, as are, looks like Sportsman ET as well, round 1. We got lots of big fields to be whittling down.
Yeah, it is Super Street Bike. That's just come up on the monitor. You've got Sportsman ET as well, VW Sportsman, and then ET Bike. And then the big show stuff, Fuel Funny Car. Got Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus. We got Fire Force 5 versus Split Second. And then, of course, you've got Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Top Fuel Bike, Top Fuel Dragster, Nostalgia Funny Car. It just doesn't get any better than that.
Not on Easter Sunday in the UK.
No,
it doesn't,
not at
definitely
all.
not. Well, it's so nice as well that we hopefully going to be kicking off what should be a proper European season this year. Everybody going back to Tierp in a couple of months. Hockenheim in August. And back here in September. Well done to Steve Field's team. It's so cool to see that car out again in Supercom. Thank you for bringing it out. It really is a work of art. I'm sure it looks really, really fun to drive. More homework?
Yeah, more ladders. VW Sportsman this time.
That's why it goes quiet. Anyway, just to let you know, folks, obviously, if you've been here for the last few days, you'll know how this works. Unfortunately, my eyes are so bad, I can't read most of that. So, from about 11 to 11:30, we do, like Colin said, Fuel Funny Cars, Pro Mod, and everything else as well. Yeah, I can't read that. First live action show, first live action arena show today is due at 11:30. We've got all sorts of other stuff as well. My kids came yesterday and they were absolutely overjoyed with. I don't know if you know, there's a kids area up there where the other pod shop is, up behind the main spectator bank. A chap up there made them balloon animals, right? Which they'd all popped by the time they got home. However, it was the first thing they said to me when they got up this morning was they brought them over and said, "Dad, can you blow these up again?" I said, "No." They've definitely had it. But anyway, yeah. Go check them out. That's really, really cool. Obviously, you've got the Monster Truck rides. You've got the entertainment marquee over there as well with all the acts in there too. So it is a fun-packed day for everybody. And talking of fun-packed, Super Street Bike up now. 8-bike field. Very stout 8-bike field as well. And we're going to have some terrific racing here. These are Super Street Bike conditions. Well, out first is going to be Steve Wood.
Oh.
Now, he's in as an alternate for whoever was number 5.
Mark Dainty.
Okay. Shame Mark can't make it out. Good news for Steve Wood. Steve went 8:34 in qualifying in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on the inimitable Al Morrison Jr. Whoa! Al Morrison going up instead of forwards. Now Steve Wood, season opening, can he get there?
I think he can.
He's done it. Steve Wood takes the round wing, goes through, comes in as an alternate. He's going to the semi-finals. Well done, Al Morrison. I must admit, probably like you, as soon as the bike started going up and he brought it down, I thought I was just going to nail it and that'll be the end of that. But, well, that's why you race him on the track. Okay, Ross Morrison in Kestrel Lane. He was number 7 with a 7:28. Can you believe 7:28 only gets you number 7? Taking on the number 2 qualifier, Steve Venables, who had all sorts of issues in qualifying. That is one incredibly quick and fast bike in the Autoglim Lane. Running some big speeds, but the ET's not quite there. It just didn't behave itself every time. Pulling some monster 60 foots, but unfortunately the front wheel was going up and he had to back off every single time.
Ross is actually pushing back a bit.
Is Ross out as well? Oh, it's a bad day at the office for the Morrisons when Super Street. Anyway, here you go, Steve. A rather pedestrian 127.60 for him. It's doing me a good run.
Look at the speed!
Oh my word. 222 miles an hour. Just when you think you've seen everything. 691 at 222. Daniel Lensar will take your 220 and here's my 222.
Wow.
That shows that bike really is a monster. It's just a case of taming it. If he gets back to 1.20 60 foots, well, yeah, there we go. We know how this works. Okay, bye run for Dave Smith. No Jake Michelle either in round 1, unfortunately.
Oh, dear. And no Margot Schmidt to fill as an alternate either.
Oh, no. $7.50 at 188 for Dave Smith. So good to see him back. I think Dave, he was out for a long while, wasn't he? Because he had a big wheelie and he broke his wrists when it came down, didn't he? Is that right? Am I remembering that right?
He
had a big wheelie, didn't he?
We got another solo.
No, Steve Mead.
No.
Well, we had 2 alternates. One of them's in and through to the semis. So Daniel Lentz has just seen Steve Venables take Nick, potentially, part of his speed record. This is Europe's quickest, and up until 2 minutes ago was the fastest. He went 6:77 in qualifying. Yeah,
well, a 130 is not going to make an ET record, but what we got speed-wise, 206.714.
Sounded like it was missing a little bit on the way down there. One thing as well that I had a quick catch-up with Steve Moxley last night as well, and he was talking to the bike racers. One of the things that they all wanted to say, while I remember, was a huge thank you to Santipod Raceway and the whole team for repaving the shutdown area, because one of the reasons that we're seeing a lot of the great runs from the bikes is because they're not nervous or apprehensive about nailing it all the way through. He said to me yesterday that some of them were still on it past the finish line because it was just so much fun. They're not worried about having to back off it at the top end anymore. So, end of May, bring it on. Here we go. So, Sportsman ET, round 1. Is this an all-run field? I think
yes, it is, yep. Right, first pair, Clive Dandridge with the truck, taking on Chris Creswell with the Fiesta ST. This is Hutchinson and Dibley, Sportsman ET. Dial-ins, 1293 plays 1540 is the little Fiesta that's going to be going first.
We do have to be careful what we say as well, obviously, because
some have radios and they know.
The majority are streetcars, so they are tuned into Nitro FM, and it is pretty much instant. Oh, you can hear Clive backing off, and you can see Clive taking the win. Chris Creswell was a little bit further. Chris Creswell was a little bit further off his dial with a 15.74 win margin of 0.1. Clive Dandridge, first race for the truck, first round win.
Chris Redshaw with the Mustang taking on Dominic Hensham.
So Dominic Hensham will be around about half a second off the line first with the Golf.
Both the pre-stage. Who's going to flinch? Oh, I can see Dominic's car moving. No, it's Chris who's gone in. Well, that's pretty much the same, to be honest.
That didn't seem like half a second, but it was. They're going to be pretty even all the way down the track. Everyone watching at home on the live stream will get a good view of them going through the finish line almost even. Looks like Chris Redshaw's in front, and he is, and he takes the win. Yeah, that's a vantage point we don't normally get up here. You can see him disappearing into the distance. Can't really tell who's in front. When you've got the cameras at the top end, right on the finish line, you can. Jamie McCready and Felicity Gibbs. Jamie McCready's going to be waiting on the start line for roughly a second and a half. Felicity will be going first with the Mustang.
Well, Felicity Gibbs, don't forget, a former national champion in Sportsman ET. Won quite a few events over the years. Off she goes. Jane waiting patiently. Off she goes in pursuit.
So Felicity's out in front by quite some margin still at the stripe. As long as she doesn't break out, which she doesn't, it will be Felicity Gibbs through to round 2. That'll go down as a whole shot win, 0.31 to a 0.84 for Jane. So the Hulk. Hulk's grown a ponytail. That's interesting.
And a badge.
And a boogie. Oh, it's not a badge.
Oh no, that's the event, isn't
yeah,
it?
that's the that's how the Hulk gets his bulk. So that's Steve Mellors in the MX-5 from down there in Brighton, going to be going first. Chris Loram going to be chasing him down with the Falcon. That's really close moving through. I think Chris Loram's going to catch him. He does just, and he breaks in time to take the win as well. Steve Mellors with a 15.90. And the Hulk looks miffed. Never mind. Well, you should have just crushed the opposition before they staged. There we go. Steph Pateman, Georgina Smith. The Hulk's going to look deflated after that. Steph Pateman, 13.86 with the BMW. Oh dear, I didn't think that'd get you, but never mind. It's against Georgina Smith with the Supra. We lost Colin for a little while. For something that wasn't even remotely funny, frankly, but there we go.
It's what we call tipping point, isn't it?
Oh dear, yeah. Never mind. We can only think of so many rubbish puns. We'll have used them up by the time we get to May. Or what, or not.
Well, we still got we've got to worry about Dragster again, haven't we? Oh dear. Right, Steph Pateman and Georgina Smith then.
Oh, Steph goes red. We can say that out loud because she's gone red and she's second off the line. That was an 0-1-6 red. Very, very close indeed for Steph. Also a shame after...
well, the key issue, that was
that's a horrible thing to have happen. That's terrible. Georgina Smith, takes the win, 16.04 on a 15.85. Jill Medley and... Who have we got in the other lane?
Should be Troy. There he is.
Troy Attree. One of the Outlaw Street Group. So Troy's going to be going first by near as damn it 2 seconds. Do at 0-1 if you want to be really pedantic. Jill Medley is going to be running him down in the family grocery getter. I think Jill's already caught him actually by 1,000 foot. It's just a case of not breaking out. Oh, very, very well done, I think.
Well, she had a tenth to make up due to reaction time, but yeah.
Half a second win margin. Troy was actually out the throttle a long way before the finish line. Steve West.
He gets a bye for being number one qualifier, so that is correct if there is anybody in the other lane.
Looking for 17.51, gets a quick tune-up run. What we're doing today, folks, if you've been here the last couple of days, these are eliminations, tournament-style eliminations. So, as per a tennis tournament, 16 goes into 8, goes into 4, 2, and whoever wins the final wins the event. We've got numerous classes. This is Sportsman ET, which is effectively entry-level for 4 wheels, as you can tell by the pair on the start line, which is a very, very quick E500 Mercedes, piloted by Kirsty Tram in the Kestrel lane. Her predicted time is 14.15. We set the stagger based on that. Holly Walters in the Autoglim lane, 15.52 for Holly. She will get the green light first. Whether she leaves first is another thing. I'm sure she will. So Mercedes running down a Mustang. Mustang still quite a way in front at the moment. Here comes the Merc. It's Kirsty. 14.22 on a 15. Beats a breakout. Actually, Holly was over the finish line first by 0.2. Yeah, very, very close. But broke out by that much. Reaction time advantage was to Kirsty, 0.05 of a second. Debbie Taylor and Gary Lake, your next pair.
Just 3 pairs to go in Sportsman ET, and then it will be VW Sportsman, their first round.
I think they're waiting down there.
14.10 plays 15, so it's a 0.9 head start for Debbie Taylor.
There's a lot we could say about reaction times, but can't. In about 5 seconds we can. Well, Gary's way out in front. and doesn't break out. There we go. They were both dead even on reaction time. 0.18 a pair. That can only be Ash. Ashley Simmons with the Skyline. Just down the road in Hitchin. 13.74 against Mr. Brian Huxley, Mr. Bracket Racing himself. In the Auto Glim Lane. The slowest dial we've seen so far. Doesn't really matter about slow or quick. It's all about reaction time and being right on your dial-in, as you're about to see, quite possibly. So Brian Huxley is going to go first by 5 and a bit seconds. It's going to seem like an eternity for Ashley Simmons. See, there we go. So Brian's nearly at half track and Ashley's trying to chase him down. He's not going to get there. And Brian's savvy enough to know he can back out of it and not break out. Oh, dearie me, it's very, very close to breaking out as well, actually. Considering the issues Ash had, he did a really good job of trying to run him down. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he had a second reaction time as well, which won't help in the slightest. So Brian moves on. So Al Medley, again, coming up against Ashley Clark, I think.
Yep, the last pair. Just a reminder, actually, they're all racing this weekend for the very first awards of the new Victory Trophy.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Is that every event now?
Every event, yeah.
I did think those... I thought those were the UN trophies. No. I didn't realise they were...
yeah.
Oh, awesome.
The new SPRC trophies will be awarded to the winners of our sportsman categories throughout the season, and this is the first one. And everybody's rather keen to get hold of one of those.
They look awesome. They're really good. Well, in Australia, you get gold Christmas trees. In the States, you get a Wally, which is a model of Wally Clark with Wally Park, excuse me, with a tyre, and these
based on the gantry. Yeah.
Yeah. How cool is that? Just like my birthday cake was.
So Al Medley and Ashley Clark, 13.62 plays 12 flat, 1.62 seconds difference on the tree. Oh, Al crept forward and broke the beams too soon. So, well, actually went even deeper. Oh, no, not quite, but yeah, she went red as well. But Al did it first, so automatic win for Ashley. 14.04, 12.20, they don't matter. Ashley Clark through to round 2.
So VW DRC at the ready line with round 1 of VW Sportsman.
That's the Loco Polo of young Dan Brioche.
It's not his name.
Yeah, but we all know him as that. Going alongside Phil Jones. I had a chat with Dan this morning, actually. He does actually quite like it. He does. It's weird.
Yeah, but Boucher is actually probably more difficult to say than brioche.
Yeah.
Do you not think? I would almost understand if you changed it to butcher.
Oh, well, we're not going to call him around again, unfortunately. Dan goes red, so Phil Jones is going to be going through to round 2. We broke out as well. Did everything he could to not take part in further proceedings today, did young Dan, but nice lad. Not only does he run the VW, he's got, I think it's a Mazda MX-5 he does some drifting and stuff like that with, so yeah, does quite a few things.
Excellent.
Right, this is interesting. These two weren't supposed to meet in eliminations, but they do. Emma Sadler and Jerry Sadler. Just the way it worked out. We had it in Junior Dragster with the Bartlett girls. They raced each other.
Yeah.
And now we got Emma and Jerry taking on each other. Well, one of them from Milton Hall will be going into round 2, but which one?
And one of them...
identical dial-ins. Oh, Emma's gone into stage. Ian's saying go back a bit. We'll start again.
Yeah. Both have to be pre-staged before they go in.
Yeah.
No double bulbing, as we call it. Well, the tree ran at the same time. However, they did not leave at the same time. I think I can say that out loud. Jerry is not out in front. That's because Emma broke out by over a second. Unbelievable. Well, there's me thinking Jerry might be going slow, but it is Jerry that takes the win. Emma breaks out. That's got to be the biggest breakout of the year so far, that one.
Yeah.
That 1.1 seconds, virtually.
Morgan Wilson with the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle taking on Darren Walsh with that lovely Mark 1 Golf GTI.
Now, even though Morgan had a horrible time in qualifying, it doesn't mean come race day that everything's going to go right. Did I just say that out loud? I did. I think. Yeah, unfortunately, Morgan with a 0.12 red. The car just not as consistent as the Wilson family would like. You're going to take it on through anyway. See if it ran 18, which I probably will now. Oh, 17.95. Darren Walsh moves on to round 2. Definitely one of those weekends for the Wilson family, unfortunately. Still smiling. Hazel Carter in Patricia the Passat. I don't even remember Passats looking like that, but never mind.
Oh yeah, they did in the 70s.
John Gallant goes first with the Scirocco. He's way out in front. He takes the stripe and he takes the win.
Well done, John.
As well. Yeah. Unfortunately for Hazel Carter, over half a second off of her dialing. That was the big difference there. Actually, apologies to Brian Huxley. It is Connor Jones with the first 20-second dial-in of the day. It's Steve Metcalf with the Blue Steel Baja Bug in the Autoglim lane. 3.3 seconds will be the stagger on the tree.
Oh, Connor goes red. What a shame. $16.84 takes the win to lose at 20.56, but that was already decided on the start line. The red light in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Polly Judge and Martin Ayton up next. The son of Homer's Revenge, the VW Polo. Not his normal race car, and fair to say that Polly Judge with the Audi TT, not her normal race car. But maybe for this season. 1 second between them on the dial-ins, 16.85, 15.85, but
Martin's still long way out in front, actually.
The brakes go on rather heavily.
And he breaks out. It's Polly moving on through with a nice and safe 16.38. I'm not going to say the reaction time difference. It was about 0.3 of a second. Martin Ayton did have a lot to play with that time, but went too quick. By nearly 0.2 of a second, Polly moves on. John Crawford with the Dennis Pridle tribute car in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Reese Finney. Anybody that wins in these classes really earns it as well. 32 car field, 5 rounds of racing to get a trophy. Well, 4 rounds to get a trophy, 5 rounds to get a big one. Reese with a 16.90, John with a 15.99. the inimitable sound of John Crawford's car chasing down Reese. I think he's caught him already. They are side by side through the finish line. John Crawford's just nudges in front, and John Crawford takes the win. 1/10 of a second different in reaction time, a 0.4 to a 0.5. Over the stripe by only 0.006. John took the win like there.
Tight finish there.
Yeah, very much so. Had a lot more to play with than that. So, Lowry Ainslow with the Lady Baja, which has been swapped to a Skoda in the Kestrel Lane. Going up against Lawrence Clark. Lawrence with Thunderbug. 15.60 plays a 13.58. 2 seconds advantage, or stagger advantage, on the tree for Lowry. And she's off with the green light, as is Lawrence. I think Lawrence is actually already out in front. And Lawrence does indeed take the win. Larry had the quicker reaction time by 0.2 of a second, but unfortunately Nigel was closer to his dial. Jake Fonda, excuse me, not Fonda. I think we've only got a couple more pairs to go. Then we've got jet cars lining up around the back of the tower. And we've got ET Bike coming soon as well, Colin. Just to check.
Yeah, ET Bike is our next race class.
Okay, and then we're on to jets and everything else as well,
you got it.
So it won't be far away at all.
Yeah, 2 pairs and a solo in VW Sportsman.
Well, will Nigel Gregson's motor make it to the end of the quarter mile? Looks like we've got a bit of a bonfire going on down there here in the Autoglim Lane. So Jake Fonda with an 18.53, 2.5 seconds almost. He will be going first. They're both away with green lights. And by far the safest run as well was Jake's. Moving on through to round 2. So like you said, one more pair and a bye run. And then we've got ET Bike round 1. And then we've got jets and funny cars and all sorts of other good stuff as well. So if you're not in a viewing area at the moment, now's a good time to make your way back.
So Justin Foley and Bruce Harvey, your next pair. Justin in the Audi TT, Bruce Harvey in the Golf.
Wow, I bet some kids are going to be seriously disappointed in the Easter Bunny's let himself go like that, look.
Oh dear. It's the white beard that goes with the white floppy ears, isn't it? It's
like
the whole lot.
As long as it's just the ears that are floppy. Oh no, probably a good thing if everything's floppy. So, Justin Foley and Bruce Harvey off and running. Yeah, my kids would be terrified if that's what brought all the eggs this morning.
Be asked to take them back.
No, I don't want to take them away. Oh, well, they both break out, and it's the least or lesser of the breakouts is Justin in the Kestrel Lane. Yeah, when they both go too quick, it's whoever goes too quick by the least. Oh, that made sense.
Oh, I do apologise, it's not a solo. Yeah, Ian Dance and Paul Robinson. Yeah, so I actually just didn't write his name in there. Apologies for Ian.
Yeah, but he's not there.
Oh, he's not?
No, he's not actually going to be taking the green. It's going to be Paul Robinson on a bye run, 14.63. Doesn't matter what he runs. It all works out the same.
Well, bizarrely, he's got a bye in round 2 officially. So Dubai's in these into round 3.
ET Bike round number 1. Excellently sporty class again. All very tight in qualifying.
There's 16 bikes entered, no alternates, so
Wow.
all run field.
So it looks like Michael Gooding taking on Gary Hester for the first matchup. Gary Hester will take limb side of the racetrack. Michael Gooding in the Kestrel Lane. Basically, this is the same thing, dial in, but with bikes. So you see all different size, shapes of machines. Mike Gooding's going to be going first by 0.22 of a second. Well, he's going to get the green light first anyway. Gary Hester nailing it down the wall. That's very close. Gary Hester backs off just at the finish line, goes 8.94 for the win. They were pretty even, only 100th in it on the start line.
Next pair, Matt Jones and Paul Adams. Matt Jones qualified in the number 16 spot. Paul Adams qualified number 8. Doesn't really matter anymore. It's all about what the runs in front of them turn out to be. Only 0.05 of a second difference between them on dialing.
A lot of the times people qualify last as well, so keep breaking out.
Yes,
true.
true.
It's not necessarily because they don't go quick enough. 0-1. I nearly said it out loud then. Brilliant reaction time for Paul Adams. And he didn't break out. My goodness me, came close though. 8.97 and 95. Superb package as well. 0-1 on the tree. 97 and a 95 means 300ths in total. Not much wriggle room. Okay, Will Pickering. 11.80 against Anna Sasiak on the Rensko Racing Hayabusa in the Autoglym Lane. 2 seconds again, or thereabouts on the tree. Looks like Anna's going to close that gap pretty damn quick. She's already done it by half track. So now she has the luxury of being able to back off, which she doesn't. 10.68 though will be the win for Anna Sasiak. Lose out for Will Pickering, 16 seconds. Pete Harrison and Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. Pete was number 1 qualifier in the Kestrel Lane with 10.75. Robbie was number 9. This is the way that ladders used to work, wasn't it? 1 against 9, 2 against 10,
that's right.
and so on. It wasn't until recently the pro ladders changed to 1 to 16, 2 15, and so on and so on. Pete Harrison gets the green first. But Robbie Dobby's nearly caught him already. Robbie Dobby has caught him already. Robbie Dobby takes the win, takes out number 1 qualifier. Robbie had an 0.2 reaction time to 0.28 for Pete Harrison. Pete Harrison was much closer to his dial-in, but kind of did himself a mischief on the start line.
Jake Bowden and Carl Hester, your next pair. 12.42, plays 11 flat, easy one to work out on the difference on the tree, 1.42 seconds. So the bike in the Autoglym Lane leaves first, but puts a red on the tree.
Oh, that's a horrible red. Don't shake that one. That would be a long trip home to Duke Street. 005, as close to being perfect, pretty much as you can get. And his opponent breaks out as well.
You just don't want to read that timing slip at all.
No, you just want to know that you lost, that's it. Phil Pratt taking on Dave Grundy. Dave's going to be going first with a 10.55. I can see a nitro cloud up there, which is always,
I can see that, yes.
Always a sign of a good day. Well, the start of a good day, at least. We've also got Fuel Funny Cars and Jet Funny Cars in the lanes, folks. So, on the bank.
Oh, problems for Dave Grundy.
I'm sure Phil saw that out the corner of his eye. He also knows Dave Grundy should be in front of him. He's going to back off shortly, which he does, to a 9.27. Well, Dave Grundy was better in reaction time, but Phil had already seen what had happened to him off the start line, so Phil moving into round 2. Three-quarters of the Collier family in the Auto Gloom lane. Scott on the bike, sister Sky on the camera, dad Jerry helping out down there. Morning Sharon, if you're watching in. 9.80 is Scott's dial-in for this round 1 match-up with Alan Davis. 12.04 for Alan. Should have been racing here, always wanted to race with his Top Fuel bike, but thought, I know what I'll do. It's not ready.
Keep the front wheel down this time, Alan.
He goes red. Scott Collier will be going to round 2. I think he saw it. So he took it easy on the tree. Sits up just before the finish line, goes 9.74. 130. Yeah, it was a big red light for Al as well, 0.18. So right after this we have Jets, folks. This is the last pair of racing machines before we go to Jets. Then we've got Nitro Funny Cars right behind them.
Blade King and Jack Hartley are your last pair then. Blade looking for 13 flat. 10.49 is the number for Jack Hartley. 2.51 second difference between them.
Oh, that was nearly straight up for Blade.
Well, both of them.
And Tack as well.
Yeah, that was going to be...
wow.
Look at the breakouts there. 10.35 on a 49. 74 on a 13 flat. Bar the lesser of the two. Jack Hartley takes the win.
So, we're on to a very quick show portion of our programme here today. Once again, if you're in the pit area or not on the banking, now is a very good time to get there. Especially if you're the Easter Bunny, but you're already in place on the VIP balcony, which is a bit of luck. So, Perry Watkins with the immaculate Oklahoma Willie. Now, the only thing is that the people on VIP only get surprised once, because obviously everything after this is going to be, well, if they see a jet in it, they know what's going to happen. So, keep your eyes peeled if you've seen this before on the people on VIP that are all hanging over with their phones that are about to get scorched, I think. Just having a quick tree reset and everything else as well. So, Perry, master engineer. He may or may not have a degree in it, but he should do. Now, there's a few folks up there on VIP that have looked like they've seen it before, but they haven't. So this VW was retrieved from a farmer's field in Oklahoma, and the farmer's name was, you guessed it, Willie. Expertly restored by the man at the wheel, and then he thought, you know what, I've got a show quality machine, it needs a show quality jet on the back of it. I wonder if the Easter Bunny's having his eggs melted. To be honest, he should have delivered them all by now anyway, so it wouldn't make much difference. So Perry normally trucks on through, no pun intended, around about 140 miles an hour in the quarter mile. You know, this is, I've realised, this is one of the things that warms the tower up too much. Two seconds to 60 foot, 794 at 103 to the right, and through the top end, 1154, 139, close to 140 as you can get. Yeah, it is actually. It's not just the sun that warms it, it's that. Right, we've also got Julian Webb coming round. And Martin Hill as well with Firefalls number 5. Going to be side by side over 1,000 foot. Please show your appreciation for the Oklahoma Woolly team as they head off up the top end to get Perry. Not sure they need to, actually, because that little VW has a fully working engine and everything in it. He could actually drive it back if he wanted to, I think. But there you go. Put your hands together for the folks in the transit van. We hope you enjoyed that. We've got 2 of them coming your way now with the more traditional long skinny dragster version. So, on the Kestrel side of the racetrack, we have Mr. Julian Webb with split second. Auto Glimlow. Talking of rock and roll. Mostly rocking.
Rocking, yeah.
The tower is about to shift again. Let's see if Richie abuses the competition again during the pre-flight routine. Our lovely camera assistant going to get caught in the wrong place again, or the right place, depending on your point of view.
As well.
Yeah.
You don't wave, otherwise the camera's going to joggle.
Everybody watching at home, there is a young lady holding that camera for your viewing pleasure right in the middle of 2 of Europe's quickest jet cars. And warmest at the moment as well. I must say as well, what Julian lacks in ET sometimes, he certainly makes up for in Flames though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So, winding the jets up. Big afterburner pops. So the first side-by-side jet race of the day to 1,000 foot. Don't forget to give Richie and Martin a wave. Julian Webb, I didn't see what the sign was. There we go. Bang on it with reaction times, almost dead even actually. Martin way out there in front first. Goes through with... Well, to the 8th mile, 363 at 219 miles an hour for Martin Hill. It hasn't come up on the scoreboard, unfortunately. He did take the win to the 8th mile for Julian, 4.47, 179 miles an hour. I'll say that again for Martin Hill, 0.97 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 363, 219 miles an hour. I think we enjoyed that.
It's a great show, isn't it? It really is.
Well, for many years, many years, we didn't have side-by-side
No,
jets,
we didn't.
Did we?
It was always solo. Always solo.
Give them a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be back later on today, putting on more shows for you. Oh, we've got a few more jet cars as well hanging about.
Richie's lost his hat.
No, I didn't. That hat never came off, did it?
Yeah.
It's like Alice Cooper's, you know, his eyes. That's tattooed on, and it doesn't come off. I pity the poor person that's got to pick it up, though, to be honest. So, we've got Comp Eliminator on the order, Colin. Which way round does it go?
Funny Car should be next, but it could be Comp, so...
Well, they're down there ready to go. Not strapped in, though. I think Fuel Funny Car will be up next. We've got 4-car field for your viewing pleasure. The first round of... the Nitro Funny Car Championship here in the UK. Still a couple of cars to add to the mix. Hopefully as the season wears on. I'm sure Kevin Kent didn't give anything away the other day when I talked to him when he said that he's still got the other car, which they're hopefully going to run at some point. Also, we know Patrick Per's out there in Sweden. Patrick, fingers, everything, toes, eyes, legs, whatever, crossed. You can get over here to race this summer. It will be fantastic if you can. Obviously spent all that time and money and effort building it. It would be great to see you over here.
Well, the matchups in Funny Car, it's Kevin Kent and Kevin Chapman. And on the other side of the ladder, Jason Phelps against Steve Ashdown.
So you used the quickest Kevin today? If you haven't been before, what you're about to see, as opposed to the noise and the flame of the jets, you're about to see the noise and the flames of nitro-powered funny cars. Nitromethane is drag racing's magic ingredient. It's very rich in its own oxygen, and whenever you add it to anything, it makes an awful lot of horsepower. Somewhere between 10 and 11,000. If you find that quite hard to comprehend, give us a few minutes and we'll show you. We've also got Top Fuel Dragsters in the mix today. When are they due out?
Yeah, in this session, basically the run order at the moment, we've basically just seen Fire Force 5 and Split Second, and we've seen Oklahoma Willie go through. In the lanes, we'll have Fuel Funny Car, we have Comp Eliminator Pro Modified round number 1, Top Fuel Bike, Top Fuel Dragster, and Nostalgia Funny Car. So quite a session.
Quite a nice lump of loud stuff, as it should be known. The tractor out there doing a little bit of a sweep before the Fuel Funny Cars run. You can see the orange blocks have gone out, or one of them has, up there in the Kestrel lane. That is the 1,000-foot marker. And the pops and bangs you can hear this time are from another jet, but that's the Jet Peugeot over in the live action arena. So the racetrack itself is perfectly, I'm not going to say manicured, but I think that's about it really. It's prepared by our expert team with a combination of a lot of rubber and some glue to be incredibly sticky. When you're sticking 11,000 horsepower down to the racetrack, you need to make sure it sticks. That is a Peugeot, that, isn't it?
Yep. Peugeot 205.
Yeah, factory stock Peugeot.
Yeah.
With a little jet engine.
Yeah, with an additional factory option.
Additional non-factory option, I think that will be. So the funny cars are running around underneath the tower. First coming round is the Undertaker of Steve Ashdown, Dave Bryant and the team. I could see Gordon Smith down there on the start line as well, looking on. Gordon drove this car for a long while, well, for almost forever, till Steve took the controls a few years ago. Steve did make one really good run in qualifying. Unfortunately, the run got discounted because he rolled the lights. Didn't get any laps time. Car went well, hooked well. Also, last year, over the last couple of years, it's been a bit tough for everybody for the simple reason that, you know, we didn't know when we were going to be racing, how we were going to be racing, and everything else as well. Steve Ashdown last year, they broke the rear end on the car.
Oh, that's right, yes, I remember now.
That's a very, very heavy-duty item to replace, and especially with the world being a bit upside down, it wasn't easy to get hold of one, but they did. They fixed it, and hopefully the car will be back on form for this round 1 matchup with Mr. Jason Phelps in the Gladiator. Mark and Jackie Hawkins immaculately turned out. Toyota funny car. Before anyone says it, no, it doesn't have a Toyota Hemi in it. What was the pity, actually? Because there are lots of Toyota funny car bodies out there. They've just come out with a Supra body in the US.
Yeah, that's a bit swoopy, isn't it?
Very, very swoopy. But they spend an awful lot of time. When you say swoopy, I did actually mention this yesterday. The big difference between the modern US funny car bodies and these funny car bodies, not to say these aren't modern, they are pretty up to date, is that these cars have got big, like, whale tails on the back of them. They've got big stand-up wings on them, big deck lids, whereas the modern US funny cars, because the bodies are so aerodynamically sound, they don't need that to stick the car to the racetrack, because the body does the job for them effectively. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons they look a bit different. So these cars are beyond exotic. The basic engine in one of them is based on a Chrysler V8 Hemi. Hemi engine meaning hemispherical, and the spark plugs go in the top of the cylinders. If you just put carburetors on one of those engines without the supercharger on, nitromethane produces about 1,000 horsepower. Stick a supercharger on it, and hey presto, and methanol, probably about 4,000. Put nitro in the tank, and you end up with around about 10,000. So the starter just checking to make sure everybody's ready, and going to be given the thumbs up to spin them over and fire them up. So all 4 of these cars are from the UK. All 4 of them are going to be doing their very best, not only to win, but put on a great show for you guys out there. So Dave Bryant with the squirt ball on the Undertaker. That's the Gladiator fired up. And Dave Bryant pulls the mag wires. There we go. It's got to be one of the best feelings as a crew chief, that, when you spin the engine over and you get to be the one to pull the mag wires.
Is that what actually arms the magneto? So there's
Correct.
no current
That's right.
at all?
There's nothing until the engine is spinning over, the fuel's going in, and then when they get those things right, pull the mag wires, and that's what fires right. Well, 2 nice burnouts, both of them. Racing to 1,000 foot, you can see the orange blocks up there. Steve Ashdown with the burnout way off to the side of what we would call the groove, being down the middle of the track. I don't think they're going to put him there. I think they're going to, yeah, Marie's going to direct him down into the middle. That's Marie Mills, who you saw earlier in Pro ET.
Ah, right.
Now back to the day job. Doing the clutch on a Fuel Funny car. Also, if you notice from here, Colin, you can see that the Undertaker body is it's a slightly older body style, the Dodge Stratus, compared to the Toyota down here. You can also see the parachute mounting points are completely different as well. The thinking behind that is that when the drone chute comes out, it goes straight out into clean air either side of the car. So instead of being in the middle like Steve Ashdown's, so they fall out behind the car, it shoots the drone out into fresh air and it pulls the chutes out instantly. Both work pretty much just as well, to be honest with you. If you're going a few 100 miles an hour, if the chutes don't come out, you know you've got trouble anyway. So this is heads up, first to the finish line, drag racing. I can hear someone's leaning out. That's Jason. Oh, well, it's going to be a bye run. Yeah, it is for Steve Ashdown. I can only think that looks like the driver shut the car off. That normally can only be oil pressure. So Steve Ashdown with the freebie. Green light to the final. Well, Labour's on through to a 566 at 146. Left the line pretty well. Ran to about 330 okay. And pedalled it once as well. But they get a tune-up run. And they'll be back in a few hours' time to run the final round. Commiserations for Jason Phelps, Mark and Jackie, the whole team. The trials and tribulations of Fuel Funny car racing are never ending.
No.
Yeah, Jason's taking the car out of the way as we move on to the next pair. If you get the chance to go and see him in the pits later on, go and Go and see them. They're a very, very friendly bunch. I'm sure they'd love to see you. And obviously, and unfortunately, they won't be getting the car ready for round 2. So our next pair is the race to find out who's got the fastest Kevin. Well done to the Undertaker team. Round again in a couple of hours' time. If you haven't been to a drag strip before, you are allowed to go into the pit area, as Colin said, and you will get to see them completely dismantle the V8 Hemi in that car. Go through all of it and reassemble it, getting it ready for the final. So Kevin Chapman for Thermareg with the Mustang in the Kestrel lane. Tuned by American Wayne Dupuis, flies over for this event. Kevin was Nitro Funny Car champion in his first ever season. Had a really good fun time driving the car. It's the car he always wanted to drive. I don't know if you know this car. We actually licensed in one of Runer's top fuel cars. And it was just a chance conversation with another drag racing legend. And he said, "Are you enjoying driving the car?" I said, "Yeah, but I'd really like to drive a funny car." And he goes, "Oh, I know where there might be one." And that effectively was how he came about being a funny car racer. And taking on Kevin Kent for GSI Insurance with the brand new to him Monte Carlo down here in the Auto Glim Lane. The car itself has been run in the US a few times before. However, it's its debut weekend here, and what a debut so far. He's #1 qualifier, enjoying life, being back in his happy place. So Jason's car's just being hooked up and towed off. Steve Ashdown, the reason we're delayed, if you look up towards the top end, I don't know whether you can see it, looks like Steve Ashdown's car is stuck on the racetrack right down the top end of the shutdown area. And these cars are effectively the world's most powerful automatics. They have a clutch system which is preset by the crew chief before they run. When the driver nails the throttle, it switches a pedal under their foot, and it starts the timers which bring the clutch in sequentially as it goes down the racetrack. The smoke you see hanging, or the black smoke you see hanging behind the cars, is effectively the clutch absorbing horsepower. If you put 10,000 horsepower down straight away, it would just spin the tyres, blow the tyres off straight away. But they bring the clutch in progressively down the racetrack until around about half track it completely locks up, which means it's one-to-one with the engine, and all the power the engine is making is going to the rear tyres. The only slight problem with that is when the car gets up to the top end, it's locked up. And more than likely, that's what's happened to Steve Ashdown up there. However, they do have a couple of methods for getting the car moving. There's a coupler between the rear end and the clutch, or out the back of the clutch. They can disengage the rear end from the clutch, so that's one way they can push it off. Or these days they're supposed to have a neutral, so they can push them off of the racetrack much quicker. If you watch the NHRA racing in the States, that's how they do it. So even when the car is shut off at the finish line, if it stops on the racetrack, the little quads that go out to push them off can still get them to move, because there is a neutral on them. What can you see, Colin?
Well, there's a support vehicle going in front of the funny car at the end there. But as you say, Darren, I think because the back end, as you say, is locked up, they do have to free that first before they can actually move the vehicle. But as soon as they've done that, then I think we're pretty much good to go.
Yeah, that's the other weird thing about when you click one of these cars off at the top end, the engine is still being dragged down, or sorry, the engine is still dragging the rear end down and slowing the tyres down too. And the second you step off the throttle, it's very much like driving up to 30 miles an hour in first gear in your car. You can imagine, you get up to 30 miles an hour in first gear with the engine revving its nuts off, basically revving its nuts off. If you just slip your foot to the side of the throttle, it's exactly the same feeling. Your head nearly hits the dash, and that's why that's what happens with one of these when they step off the throttle at the top end. They still need parachutes to stop as well, but they are quite unique things, to say the least. So the helicopter's landed. Not sure whether Steve's moving yet. We're just waiting for the track to be clear at the top end. We can't send any more cars down the racetrack till it is. We've got round 1 of Pro Mod coming up too. Michel Turin's down there for his round 1 bye. behind him is everybody else.
We're now moving at the top end. Good news.
Yeah, they're actually moving. The teams swing back into action down here behind the start line. And it will be Kevin Kent and Kevin Chapman. These two raced off in the quickest and fastest Nitro Funny Cars side-by-side race ever a few years ago at this event, 2019 Easter, which Kevin Chapman actually won on a hole shot.
Right, cars disappeared around the corner.
So, give them the word to fire up. Here we go. Squirt bottle goes in. Mag wires come off. If you now said that, Colin, if you watch how they do it, look, there you go. One hand in the squirt bottle, one hand on the mag wires. There you go.
I noticed they were thrown out twice, so you only arm one mag to start it?
Some people do it differently.
Right, okay.
You can do both at the same time. Some people actually take the mag wires off before they spin it over. Some wait till it's spinning over with the bottle going in before they pull the mag wires. But by mag wires we mean it basically shorts out the mag, so there's no spark. I mean, they're mags you can weld with, they're like 44 amp, and there's two of them.
Yeah, they're pretty powerful.
You got it. So, in the Kestrel lane, the Thermareg is Kevin Chapman. He's been down into the low 4-second zone, over 1,000 foot, as has Kevin Kent. For GSI Insurance, West End Motorsport. Don't know if they're out of bed yet in Carolina, but very good morning to John Bodie Smith, who actually Kevin bought this car from. I think John was scheduled to be here this weekend. Unfortunately, couldn't make it due to his father-in-law passing away very sadly. But I'm sure John's keeping an eye on the proceeds. Or proceedings even. So heads up to 1,000 foot for a place against Steve Ashdown in the final. So Nicky makes sure everything's okay with the motor on Kevin's car, says go get him. Oh, Kevin's rolled all the way in. That's Kevin Chapman, by the way. It's Kevin Chapman with the win, 4:46 at 2:37. My goodness me, he was asleep at the tree, but not on the run. Outstanding stuff. Well done. We all thought Kevin Kent was going to take that one. He was quicker on the tree, quicker to 60 foot, but then Kevin Chapman started reeling him in. Unfortunately, something went wrong in the engine compartment for the West 10 car. Still had a really good debut weekend. They know they've got a race car to work with again, but it was Kevin Chapman went flying past him, kept his foot in it all the way through 1,000 foot. It looked like it was hurting itself a bit through the finish line. Yeah, absolutely. Only 237 miles an hour. They go way faster than that when they're running on song. But his quickest run in a long while, 4:46. Steve Ashdown, him in the final. Give the team a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Their first full run of the weekend, and it was a winning one. And they're stopped on the track again up there. We've got the same kind of issue
let's have a
going
look,
on again.
See what we got.
Okay, and also to Kevin Kent's team, they really put it all on the line this weekend. Great run in qualifying, and it looked like he was going to be moving through until the pipes went wet around about half track. So well done to everybody on that team. It must be nice to have a race car back again. Well done to all of you. They are towing the Gladiator funny car of Jason Phelps. A little bit of track prep, and then we're on with Comp Eliminator, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, both funny cars in the shutdown area yet to make a move. But yeah, so far very, very good indeed.
So the last car again, or the last team to go past again, sadly towing the car as opposed to him being up the top end. This is Mark and Jackie Hawkins' beautiful Gladiator funny car, everybody. Please do put your hands together. It takes just as much effort to unfortunately get shut off of the start line as it does to do what Kevin Chapman just did then. So trying to set a record once again for the amount of people on the back of a pickup. You're getting there. Don't worry, you are getting there. I think there's, how many is that? About 8, 9 just in the bed, including Tools and Brett as well. Well done. And Jason too. Yeah, give it up for them. Come on, they work their absolute tails off to do that, and that car is an absolute credit to the funny car scene around the world. So everybody that says you can't make a modern day funny car look nice, check this one out. That looks absolutely immaculate, and it's a terrific paint scheme as well. Next event for them is going to be in a few weeks' time back here at the main event. Please come and see them then, and hope they have a better weekend that time round. So, everyone moving at the top end. Colin, what have you got? Have you given presents?
Well, this is actually quite cool. I like this. Kev Perkins, the Soul Man, has just been up to the tower, and he's dropped off a CD. And basically, Kev has put this CD together. It's called Heart and Soul. 14 tracks, and he's got them for sale in the pits. Well, obviously in Compliminator pits, obviously he's in the pairing lanes at the moment, and it's just to basically just try and help fund the race operation and everything. So instead of
singing for his dinner,
yeah, well, I love it. Brilliant stuff. So yeah, 14-track CD. Pop into the Compliminator pits. It's obviously soul music because that's what Kev. Well, he's called the Soul Man.
Yeah.
Pop over and get hold of the CD and support another one of our racers. As I say, he's only selling them for £10 each.
I was going to say, CDs are only £2,000 each, folks.
Yeah. I'm sure we could buy more expensive versions, but no, nice thought there, Kev. Well done. And yeah, I'll feed that. Yes. Oh no, I haven't got a vehicle here tonight, have I? I just remembered.
Have you got it?
No.
Oh, you haven't got it.
I have to wait until I have to get home later on somehow. But no, I'll give that a go, certainly. And so Kev Perkins, pop round and see them in the Compliminator pit. It's the white Oldsmobile Cutlass. The CD is called Heart and Soul, 14 tracks, £10. Support our racers. Nice idea, Kev. We like that. And every time Compliminator comes around, we're going to give that a little plug. We like that idea.
We'll be round in a minute. Compliminator will be the next noise you hear. Ian just doing the very last bits of track prep before we get on with the racing again.
Right, matchups for Compliminator. Dan Williams, your #1 qualifier with the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle, has got the VW cab.
Not got a buy.
No. Alex Lesage has got Dan Williams. A good matchup between Robin Orthodoxou and Dave Smith.
Excellent.
So, a good one there.
That's a heads-up race. They're both
A-Alters. Yes, you're right, yeah. You have got Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog taking on Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. Kev Perkins, the Soul Man himself, taking on Elaine Hancock, but we didn't see Elaine at all yesterday. Hopefully she's made it down into the lanes, which leaves just 2 more cars, and it's the teammates of Spencer Tram and Nick Williams. So the 269 Camaro is going to be fighting that one out. So be interesting to see how that all progresses.
Yeah, comp is really growing and we love it, don't we?
Yeah. Well, there's extra money on the table, not only for Trackworks, who are the series sponsor, if you like, but you've got extra money coming in from the Williams Brothers Speed Shop, also BSI Transport, EDA have put some money in. So, yeah, really, really good that extra funds going in to the class.
Yeah, no prizes for guessing where it's going to get spent.
Oh yeah, it'd be race parts, race cars, you name it.
New tyres, whatever it might be, doesn't really matter. So we're not far off at all.
I like Pro Race Engineering's thought. Actually, they put 50 quid in for the winner, but £600 voucher to spend with Pro Race Engineering at the end of the season to the championship winner.
Fantastic.
That's a nice little carrot to be dangled in front of them all there. But Williams Brothers Speed Shop put in £150 for the winner. A #1 qualifier gets 50 quid. Well, Dan Williams was the #1 qualifier, so he's actually got to spend 50 quid in his own speed shop.
Wonder how he's going to do
How
that.
he's going to do it, I don't know.
Probably buy himself a morning off.
That's it, yeah. That's a good thought, actually, yeah.
Or buy himself a morning off.
Yeah. EDA, Engine Data Analysis, £80 for the winner and £40 for the runner-up. BSI Transport, Northamptonshire-based transport and logistics company. Here, Northamptonshire is one of the biggest warehousing centres in the whole of the UK. West Northamptonshire, there are so many industrial warehouses being built. It's like the hub of warehouses.
Not
now.
to mention the home of possibly rivaling Indy for the home of World Motorsport, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The amount of teams that are based here.
Oh, goodness me, yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, and not just Formula One, obviously, all the categories. There's so many teams.
I was more
all
thinking
around.
about sort of pretend street cars, that are race cars.
Yeah, well, forgot that as well.
Yeah, it's a good place to live.
That's one of the great things where I live. I'll be totally honest with you. The cul-de-sac that I'm in, I've got one guy who works for Robo Race, which
Right.
is the autonomous racing series. You know, when the cars don't have drivers, but the cars go around the track and they learn it, and then they race autonomously.
So what, by remote control, effectively? No?
No, it's robot. It's robots, and it learns the track, and then it races without any input from the outside world. It's amazing. It's called Robo Race.
Right, I'm going to sound really... Because I always wonder why people have never heard of drag racing when I explain it, and I'm going to sound like that now because explain.
Yeah.
So are they full-size cars?
Yeah,
They're not
full-size
model
cars.
Or anything? Yeah.
Full-size cars.
On regular racetracks, like
Yeah.
proper racetracks?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. I have never seen it myself. I've seen the cars, but I've never seen them run.
So when you say he works on them, what does he do? Set them up or...?
Well, they've got an engineering facility in Banbury,
Okay.
and that's where they make them. And it was the old Formula One workshops that were there. Not Pro Drive, but the
I
other
was
one.
going to say, because Pro Driver in Banbury as well, aren't
yeah,
they?
but it's incredible. Another one of our neighbours is one of the tyre supports for Dunlop tyres.
Everybody at home furiously Googling autonomous racing, I should think, that are listening to this.
Just Google Robo Race and you can see it.
Wow.
Amazing.
Okay. So how do they work out who wins?
Well, like in every motorsport.
Yeah,
first
I
pass.
get that.
Yeah.
But is it the person that programs the car in the first place, or is it... I mean, robots don't get prizes normally.
I'm going to Google it myself.
Well, fortunately for everyone listening, we're on with racing again. Comp Eliminator, round one. That sounds cool. Dan Williams with the Chevelle taking on Alex Leverich with... I hope I'm saying that right. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They look like roller skates. They're awesome.
Weird things.
Well, if you don't need a driver in it's screwing up the aero, why does it need to be that shape?
Right, first pair then is going to be Dan Williams and Alex Lysarach. Or Lysarach. We'll have to have a word with Alex
We will.
and get the
We'll get it right
correct
eventually.
pronunciation.
With the second coming single cab built by Robinson Race Cars. So going first is going to be Dan. He wants to take the wing light, but he doesn't want to go too quick, which is the kind of quirk of Comp Eliminator.
Yeah. Well, his index is 1061. Alex is 950. Dan gets 1.11 second head start.
But the difference is there aren't any breakouts.
No.
First to the finish line wins. Alex has a good chance of taking this,
does.
to be honest, if everything goes to plan. He's oh so close to his first ever 8-second run.
And a bye in round 2 for the winner.
So every VW fan in the grandstand at home going to be pulling for the cab. Every V8 fan's going to be pulling for the Chevelle. Dan's off. Well, bobble off the line for Alex. That will be more than likely the end of his day. Yeah. Dan takes it cruising with a 1098, 89 miles an hour. Alex bows out with 1198. Still had a terrific weekend though. Down in the 9 zeros. lopping masses of his personal best almost every run. And it's so good to see him in Comp Eliminator. So the man that popped up here to see a minute ago.
The soul man himself, Kev Perkins. This is the guy you want to look for in the pits. Pop round and see him. And get hold of his latest CD. Just 10 quid, 14 tracks. Good idea, Kev. I like it. So no Elaine Hancock, unfortunately, to take this round one. So it is going to be Kev Perkins on the solo. He runs to the Sumo Index, or Super Modified Index, of 7.99.
Colin, just look out the window quickly. Look at the repair job on there. Look, you'd almost not know.
Yeah, brilliant.
It really is amazing. Yeah, so Kev Perkins with the buy run. Doesn't matter what he runs, as long as he takes the green light. Just has to stage and take the green. I'm sure he'll try and run it through just to see what it will run. That'll be a yes then. 108 to 60. Went 7.5. So 781 at 168 this time. Now the one good thing about Comp Eliminator is when you get two, same as Superstock really, you get two cars of the same type. Both of these are A-Altereds, even though they look completely similar. They don't look similar at all, sorry. But they both have big block Chevys in. Both are around about the same size, 600 plus cubic inches. Believe it or not, they weigh about the same as well, because that's one of the things they have to do. So,
right.
Yeah. Well, that's how they work it out. It's kind of like a weight per cubic inch thing, if you like. So to run as an A-Altered, they have to have a certain amount of weight in there, and that's what gives them the 745 index at the top end there. And then it's down to your engineering skills, your tuning skills, to make what you've got run as quick as you possibly can. If you go Super Pro racing, for example, the idea is to build the biggest big block Chevy you can, or similar anyway, something like that, so that it's got low stress, low maintenance, and just runs nice and consistently. When it comes to this, it's often the smaller engine, big horsepower cars that do the best and go the furthest, because you think about Nick and Dan Williams cars, they could quite easily drop a nice big block in there, or like a big block in there and go quicker. That wouldn't help them. So they're both going to take the green at the same time. Based on qualifying performance, Robin Orthodoxou will be way out in front. Doesn't always work out like that, though. Good to see Dave Smith get repaired after the incident on Friday with the Jag. Whole shot for the door car. Making a good race of it, actually. It will be Robin. Oh no! Chutes come out for Robin. It's... Oh, he still gets there. 7.49. Win margin only 0.003 at the stripe. New best run ever. Blimey, it's not supposed to be that close. 7.65 for Dave Smith. Dave Smith had 0.16 in the bag off the line. He was 0.16 slower. It was almost a dead heat. Robin Orthodoxou, if he'd have pulled the chutes literally 1,000th of a second earlier, he would have been going home after that round. Takes the win. Dave Smith, though, great effort by the team, and his quickest run so far with the Jag at 7.65 at 1.78. My goodness me.
That shouldn't have been that close.
Well, Robin was off in the lead and running. Wow. Kev Jenkins, Rob Smallworth. Rob with the Dirty Dog 55. Super modified car. Taking on the double D8 Turbo. Fraudster. They've had a horrible weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, she had flex plate bolts.
Oh, and then they had to get the bolts out, didn't they?
Yeah.
I remember seeing the pictures on Facebook. It looked, I mean, I can't imagine anything worse than trying to get bolts out that, well, haven't got bolts on them. So 780 and 799 the index for Rob Smallworth. Rob's going to go first. Oh, Kev's back on form but goes red. He's also still in front. That's much better for the Fraudster. Oh, wow, 763. Nothing like a flair for the dramatic, eh? Wait till round one to run your personal best. 176 miles an hour. Rob Smaller does get the win, though, with a 761 at 177.
So last pair then, and it's a Williams Brothers racing matchup. Got to say another quick shout out, though, to Jordan Payne, who would have been racing this year, but obviously doing his dissertation for his studies. Thanks ever so much for the message as well, Jordan. Good to see that you're keeping abreast of everything that's going on. Jordan and the rest of the team, the Sticky Situation Corvette team would have been racing this year if it wasn't for pesky exams.
Well, don't tell Kev Jenkins, but if he'd have just hung on for a green light, he would have won that one. He was over the strike by 07. I don't think they're going to be that disappointed after the weekend they've had. That's a great effort. So the two Camaros, Nick Williams, Spencer Tram. Nick is not the favourite to win this run.
No, he's not. Definitely
based
not.
on qualifying times, but they're both really good racers. Spence goes first, and Nick doesn't.
Well, Nick can park it now.
Spence is way out in front. He's going to back off a little at the finish line, and he does to an 11:27 win.
Look at Spencer's reaction time, 002 off the line.
Yeah, Nick's wasn't. I'm going to wait for him to see the slip. I'm not going to say that out loud. Round 1 Motorsport UK Pro Mod. We've also got Top Fuel in the lanes, ladies and gentlemen. Traditional, very good race day morning to Mr. Dick Costa and every fan of European Pro Mod in the world. Dick will be a particular fan of this team because they are, of course, Dutch. Michel Turenne, so good to see him over here one more time with the CUDA. So glad all the travel restrictions and all the other stuff has been lifted for all of our European teams. I know a few still have issues. We hope they can get ironed out ASAP. But for now, Michel made the trip over to join us here as number one qualifier with a 5.94. With a positive, negative CUDA. Seven cars took the green in Pro Mod qualifying. We were due to have 8, but unfortunately Matt Peters couldn't make it with the Avenger. Matt, I can only guess, like the rest of the world, you're waiting on parts, mate. Fingers crossed it happens this summer. So a tune-up run for the Pro Dutch crew, replacing the semis. Oh, that wiggled a little bit. I think if he was racing, he might have kept his foot in it, but no need to on a bye.
Yeah.
One flat to 60 foot and cruises through to a 965. Who does he race the winner of?
Jean Delemont and Kev Slyfield,
who are the next pair in the water box right now. Now, well, man, sorry.
I was going to say, we didn't see Kev Slyfield on every qualifying session. He was in civvies for one of them, got towed back on another one, so it hasn't been a banner weekend for him. But nevertheless, qualified number 5 with a 6:35. Jean, 6.20 with a bad apple.
They can both go way quicker.
Oh, boy, can they.
So, Kev, with the Supercharged Thunderbird from the UK in the Auto Glim lane, is your defending UK Pro Mod champion. He's been down into the 5.9s on many occasions. Even though the weather and the track have been real good, it just doesn't mean you can unload the car and go in the fire again. There's a lot more to it than that. He's taken on Jean Delemont from Tarnos in the southwest of France. I've said this many times. Google where Tarnos is, and it's as good as being in Spain, let's put it that way. He is 3 kilometres from the border, beautiful part of the world, and he comes all the way up here to Europe's best racetrack to race with us. In the Kestrel lane, heads up, first the finish line wins. Nitrous car from France, bloke car from the UK. On qualifying form, Jean is ahead. However, this is racing. Big hole shot for Kev Slifield. And he goes 5.97 at 2:39. Qualifying means nothing on race day. Jean Doulemont was asleep on the line, but his best run of the weekend, 6 flat, 2:40. Oh my God, he's going to have a 24-hour drive home to think about that light, unfortunately. Kev was 0.98 to 60 foot, 3.92. Awesome half-track time, 1.90. Jean was 1.03 to 60 and 3.96 to the 8th mile. That's a race, if you look at the ET boards, it was pretty close. If you actually look at the win margin, it was quite
huge,
big.
yeah.
Yeah, Kev was on time. Jean wasn't. I think Annie Wallace's car down here, the Mustang has just died in the Kestrel lane. Yep, she's fired up again. Now they haven't had their normal prep work weekend either, have they, Cole? Normally the Wallace family get whichever Pro Mod they bring. Whoops. Out the trailer, that was close. And run on the numbers. I think the car may be stuck in gear by the looks of that. So yeah, Annie Wallace, the young lady from just down the road in Bedford in the Kestrel lane with the nitrous Mustang. Is going to be taken on Nick Davis with the twin turbo Hemi under the hood of the Firebird from Silverstone. Now, Nick and Rob were chasing the electrical gremlins for a couple of days. They finally got it nailed down. Went 6.12. Annie has been 6.13 with the Mustang. However, not this weekend so far.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No, it's not going to work. There's something not quite right there.
Keeps jumping into reverse, unfortunately. Yeah, Bobby's actually playing with it to see if he can get it to work out. Yeah. Unfortunately, after all the hard work, well, they're going to be a little dejected, but safe being the most important thing. So, Nick Davis on a bye run, supported by Precision Turbo, as you can tell from all the T-shirts on the start line. The car hasn't been 60 foot in at all. If it picks up the 60 foot, which it just did, hugely. 5-second run coming your way. Oh, 6.05, 2:41. Well, the 60 foot had over 1/10 of a second chopped off it that time. 104 to 64.01 at 190 to the 8th. Good speed of 2:41 at 6:05. If nothing else, I think Annie and Bobby and the team, maybe they wouldn't have had enough to get around to 6:05, but it would have been a lot better to be in the other lane trying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've had a hell of a weekend with the Mustang. They also have a Camaro at home and a Willys.
And a 4-pop.
Oh, yeah.
Still got that. Yeah, they don't part with anything. Oh, gutted for them, but they'll be back to fight another day.
Yeah, well, this is Annie's car, if you will. Bobby's car is the Camaro. They've got 3 Pro Mod cars, but only 1 crew and team. So the little Ford Focus down there, give the team a cheer. That's Nick Davis's crew. They're moving on to the semi-finals, and they're going to be up against the winner of the next pair, which is going to be Andy Robinson and Wayne Nicholson. They're both down there at the ready line. Put your hands together for Annie and Bobby and the team. That's Bobby in the golf cart, Annie in the car. Commiserations to all of them. Tried their best with just one of those weekends, unfortunately. So, 2 supercharged cars, the last pair, both from UK. One clocked his first 5-second run with this car. One, unfortunately, being Wayne, not past 60 foot yet. Wayne with a nice cruise after the burnout as well. Andy with the brake lights on, as is tradition throughout the burnout. Now, Wayne Nicholson sold his previous supercharger that took him to a 6.14 at the end of last season, and has a new Hammer Superchargers unit on the top, which presumably produces more power, but unfortunately, yeah, it looks like Andy might be stuck. Unfortunately, has changed the tune-up. Andy Robinson looks like he's come to a stop out there about 3:30. Steph is out there. Yeah, I think he's going to need a push. Is the engine still running and he can get back? Which, with all the help, I think he might be able to. Yeah, Steph's still directing, but they're going to have to hustle. Yeah. Ian telling Wayne just to hang on a moment. He's ready to go. Andy's not far away. They won't have the amount of time to do their normal pre-flight routine. They're just going to have to back Andy up and bring him into stage, I think, for this one. He's been around long enough to know and long enough to keep calm. However, it's still not the ideal thing before you go into a round one matchup. Okay, there we go. Luke, I think, is just going to have to tighten the wheelie bars and bring it into stage. No, the car's he's not running. Wayne Nicholson, past 60 foot, past 8, through 2, at 6:17 at 217 miles an hour. Do you know what? That's what drag racing's all about. The Robinson family over there just had to shut off and didn't make round one, but were busy clapping Wayne Nicholson when he went 6-1. That's what it's all about. So it will be Wayne Nicholson against Nick Davis.
Yep.
And Michelle Turenne against Kev Slyfield. Do you know what's really funny as well? That just goes to prove that they're always just one tweak or one run away from being quickest. Not quite his quickest run ever, but in the right direction.
Well, it's only 300ths off, but my goodness me, that's his first full pull.
Well, hang on
the new combination.
Hang on, first time past 60 foot.
Oh, well,
not just full pull, not just full pull. Not just full pull. The first time he got off the line. So well done to them. Look at the 60 foot as well.
0.98, very nice.
4:04 to the 8th mile at 184. The back half was probably a little off, to be honest. 2.13, taking it nice and easy up the top end. But that's their first run, like you said, Colin, all the way through. Well done to Wayne, to the Lucky Devil team, and really unlucky to Andy, Luke, and the whole team, the NGK Spark Plugs. That's why the car's called Anger Management.
Right, next up is Top Fuel Bike.
Well, I think I can only see two bikes. I know Neil Midgley unfortunately had to withdraw from competition.
They need to. Basically, Neil's struggling with the brakes and throttle.
Round of applause for Wayne's team, please. A long weekend has just got a lot better. Sorry, go on, Gun.
Yeah, because obviously that was Neil's first time on the bike. We know about the pegs. The riding position for Neil wasn't quite right to get his foot on the pegs properly, but also the sheer force involved with the way the throttle and the front brake was set up. Neil was having issues with that as well, so they've decided now the best course of action for us is to withdraw from the meeting, re-engineer and come back really strong.
So it's not something you can just sort of fix. No, it's got to be, basically parts have got to be
remanufactured, but Chris Hannum is the ideal man for it, so yeah, they'll get it sussed.
He should have been in the other lane against Steve Woollat here. But Steve Woollat only made a couple of qualifying runs, didn't he? I think he was missing for most of yesterday. Straight as I've ever seen the Top Fuel bike run. He clicks it before the finish line, goes 6:68, 171. Nicely done. Round of applause, please, for the Camaro going up there and the old Fire Up Road, and commiserations as well. I'll say it then, and I'll say it again now. That is ultimate sportsmanship. You just had to shut your car off, and they're busy cheering Wayne Nicholson going through with a 6-1. lines with the rocket on a bye run. Should have been up against Rene van der Berg, who made so many low 6-second runs, but unfortunately, crunch time being round 1, Rene couldn't make it. That's a shame. So Al went 6.12 in qualifying with the rocket. So we can do in round 1. Oh, big power off the start line. 101 to 60. Phil Bainbridge, if you're listening, if you can hear this, Phil, 3.90 to the 8th mile. 177 miles an hour. He was coasting by the time he got to the 8th. Still goes through with the Devil's next door neighbour number, 666 with a 6. Only 151 miles an hour. That is the number that will make them both pleased. 3.90 to on a top fuel bike to the 8th. That's the front half you need for a 5-second run. Up next, we have the 4-wheeled version of what you just seen. Top Fuel Dragsters rolling underneath the tower. Antti-Auto with the Eagle Racing Team from Finland. I love it when they come out with new schemes on the car. It looks immaculate.
It's beautiful.
Really, really nice indeed. Also due to see Suzanne Callin and Ida Zetterström very shortly indeed as well. Yeah, so Antti-Auto being put in place behind 3 of Rune Fjeld's Top Fuel Dragsters here this weekend. Cookies to Rich was either yesterday with, we think, I'm sure once someone, well, Rob very kindly checked for me yesterday. Thank you very much, Rob, to say that from what he could find, the guys down in Australia have been pretty close, but not quite sure anyone's matched the 3:01 to the 8th mile. Just yet, anyway. Yeah, so if you haven't been drag racing before, first of all, what you've been doing in your lives, you're in for a real treat. These things are effectively the Formula 1 of drag racing. They are landlocked missiles, 11,000 brake horsepower, 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second, and all being well on a good run, over 300 miles an hour in under 4 seconds. Yes, that's right. Over 300 miles an hour in under 4 seconds to 1,000 foot. Looks like it will be Antti-Auto on his own. I can see Ida's car sitting over there ready to go as well. They're going to spin the engine over and we're just about ready to go. So Antti-Auto rolls the car forwards. Nice strong burnout on the throttle stop. Running one of these cars is a major feat in itself. Rune runs 3. Got his workshops here at Santapod Raceway up towards the top end. That's the building you can see up there, which houses scrutineering as well. It's like an absolute Aladdin's cave up there for anyone that likes fuel racing. Blocks, cylinder heads, all sorts, all over the place. Antti's best run so far this weekend is a 4.66. He didn't make the second run yesterday. Lots of new stuff as always at the start of the season that needs to be checked out, including fuel system. Now, fuel system is one of the key ingredients in making these cars go quick and fast. They consume about 18 gallons per run, around about £60 a gallon these days. With the throttle wide open, they are using a gallon of fuel a second. The pumps flow around about 120 gallons per minute, when they're wide open. And you're just about to hear what that sounds like. So hopefully Anti-Auto, all being well, will be going to the finish line on this one. Good luck, sir. Well, not quite. Big tyre shake going past 60 foot. He got to the 60 foot in 0.82 again. Was it Anti's car that was doing 8.2s yesterday, or Ida's, or all of them?
Well, pretty much 8.2s, 8.3s all the way through.
Now, that tyre shake out there can be caused by a couple of things. More than likely, not quite enough wheel speed. And what I mean by wheel speed is they do actually need to be slipping the tyres slightly all the way down the racetrack. Because otherwise, if they do what we call dead hook, then the rubber on the tyre effectively balls up in front of it as the wheel turns inside it, and they run over the bump, if you like. Give the team a big cheer, please, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Finland for this weekend. Be back in a few weeks' time for the main event, all being well. Yeah, so that's what causes tyre shake, and it's a complete tuner's nightmare, honestly. It's never ending, where if you give it too much, you spin the tyres. If you don't give it enough, you shake the tyres. However, Rune does get it right pretty much all the time. And he got it right yesterday for the young lady from Åland with the Amstrad.AX Top Fuel car. Lining up in the Kestrel lane, that's Ida Zetterström. She went 3.83 at only 260 odd miles an hour, ran the quickest ever 8th mile ET, 3.01, quickest ever, definitely in Europe, potentially outside of America. And quite frankly, all the US cars, even when they're on the 3.6 second run in the States, they're in the round about 395, 396 range, something like that. So that was a stout run, world class. Up against for Slick Tricks Racing and Draper Tools and Santa Pod Raceway, it is Suzanne Callin with the beautifully turned out yellow and grey Top Fuel car, again owned by Rudefield in the Auto Glen lane. Suzanne melted some stuff on the first run yesterday, came back later on and ran really well. Suzanne, all being well, going to be running the full tour again this summer. And if you like what you see here, round one of the FIA European Drag Racing Championship, including Top Fuel. 5 weeks away, 6 weeks away, end of May, the main event. As the tower, yeah, just about that. Do you know what? That's why I can't wear sunglasses on the start lane, because it actually traps it behind the glasses, and you can't see a damn thing.
But no, what Darren and I are saying, because obviously you can see like raw nitro coming out of those header pipes there, it does waft into the tower when they do the burnouts, and yeah, it does make your eyes sting, but we don't mind it at all.
Like tear gas, isn't it? Well, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
There are so many videos on YouTube of either people crying or people being made to jump out of their skins in the pit area when these cars fire up. One of the best ones ever, it was from a few years ago in Hockenheim, where people are casually strolling past Anita's car, and then they all absolutely brick themselves when they whack the throttle. It's hilarious. That's really good. Anyway, Ida and Suzanne, heads up over 1,000 foot. I'm sure Rune has said to Ida, go on then, let it all hang out. If this car goes all the way through with anything like the numbers we saw yesterday, it will be European record performance. In fact, that car does hold the European record at 3.80. All you Top Fuel fans from around Europe, if you tuned in, taste of what's to come in just over a month. Anita, Stig, Urs, everybody, please come back soon. We've waited nearly 3 years for it. A couple 100 foot out and went straight for the wall. Had to lift, but he did get a number on the board. So the Venom car comes to life. The way this works, I'm not sure whether Jane's behind him or not. As I said, I did see Rob down there, but not out on the start line yet. Yeah, Rob is there. Don't think the car is though, unfortunately. This is round one of the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car Championship. I think the next round is in a few weeks' time, main event. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Can't see Tim Garlick down there, but that's actually not unusual because they normally sort of wait miles back and then just drives the car around. So this is a nostalgia version, and by that what we mean it's based on an older body style. I think it's anything pre-1980. Which is now 42 years ago. This is a 1970 and a half Camaro. They all run the same kind of spec engine. They run a little 21-gallon fuel pump. Still makes a lot of noise though. They run a small blower. However, doesn't mean they hang about at all. That's John Wright. Gives Tony the signal to move forwards. So Tony on a bye run, see how far down the racetrack he's going to take it. Yeah, wait for the blue light on the tree, I think that's what we're up for. Unfortunately, Tony gets the signal to shut it off. Very, very unusual indeed. Just need to reset the timing system, unfortunately.
What a shame.
Very, very unfortunately. It's all right, Tony will get a chance to cool down and come back round in a minute. Well, it's good to see Paul Harris down as well. He didn't get a qualifying run in, but
no, but he's basically going to tag on in the session.
Well, saying that, tagging on in the session, I can't see Tim Garlick for the first time in a while. Just discussing what to do on the start line. The system will reset itself. Remember, a similar thing happened in Finland a few years ago, where two Top Fuel cars on the start line, and they shut them off both on the start line, and then the problem, so everything went quiet, and they're both looking at each other thinking, okay, what do we do here? And they obviously got the chance to push back, and they said, you know what, don't worry about it, the issue was fixed almost straight away. So they brought the battery packs out on the start line, fired them up, no burnouts, no nothing, straight in stage, off.
Top Fuel cars?
Yeah, no problem. Well, it can be done.
Well, yeah, but you have to manually get rid of the fuel out of the heads and everything.
Yeah, they spin it over.
Yeah, wow.
They spun it over, but just put the mag wires back on. I think it was Urza Bakker and maybe even Anita's team or somebody like that. I think it was. But yeah, it was cool to see. It was certainly unusual. But yeah, the tyres were still warm. I mean, it was a good day. It was nice and warm. So no issues with things getting too cold.
Well, just to give you a bit of an update what we've got coming up. Obviously, it looks like the Venom team are going to be... well, the tow truck's coming back. But wait for confirmation. We do, as you say, have Paul Harris in the lanes. I can see Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. They are all lined up and ready to come round the corner. And the rest of eliminations to follow after that. We got Super Pro round number 2, Pro ET round number 2, Junior Dragster number 2, round number 2 for them. And then we have the first time we're going to see Outlaw Anglia, 850 bike, 950 bike, Super Gas, their first runs, and then it'd be eliminations round number 2 for Sportsman ET, and a huge amount of eliminations after that as well. Don't forget, we still got to see Firestorm versus Fire Force 3 a bit later on this afternoon, and of course we have Oklahoma Week coming back out, we have Fire Force 5 coming back out. There's so much still to come. So just a little pause at the moment whilst Venom and Tony Betts and the team just sort themselves out behind us here. But yeah, it's a full-on show here for day 3 or 4 of the Festival of Power. And I'm saying day 3 or 4, sorry, it is day 3 of 3 of the event, but some of us it's day 4 of 4 because we're here for the test day before the actual event started up. So a lot of us rolled in on Wednesday, quite a few came in on Thursday, and the event started good and proper on the Friday. Testing was so busy on the Thursday that not everybody could get booked in. That was how eager everybody was to get some test runs in. So yeah, oversubscribed, so not everybody could do the testing they wanted to do. But nevertheless, it's been a phenomenal weekend, and one ingredient that has just been amazing all the way through it, that's been the weather. Absolutely zero precipitation, been lovely warm weather. It's almost like somebody had switched summer on for us here for the Easter weekend, and we are extremely grateful for that. Now then, going forward, still plenty of things to come up this season. It's going to be immense. Next weekend, 23rd of April, it is the Best of British show. That's a new one for Santa Pod Raceway. The weekend after that, 2 weeks' time in effect, the 30th of April to the 2nd of May, that is the Spring Speed Nationals. Weekend after that, the Vauxhall Show on the 8th of May. Weekend after that, Jap Show, 15th of May. And then it all starts to get very frantic here indeed, as on the 20th of May, which is a Friday, through to Sunday, the 22nd. We've got 3 shows on site. We have VW Breakout, a chilled, laid-back event. We have Transit Mania, the new home for Transit Mania, been here a few years now. And of course, it is Door Slammers. An amazing event, lots of money up for grabs, and some of the best racing that you're ever likely to see. Weekend after that, 26th through to the 29th of May, normally on Bank Holiday, but as you know, Bank Holiday has shifted this year. The main event for 4 days of incredible action here. And then the weekend after that, 3rd to the 5th of June, that is the Jubilee weekend, Nostalgia Nationals. So Paul Harris brings the Monza, the Dennis Priddle tribute car for Paul Harris Racing. He hasn't had the best of weekends, but that's certainly his best burnout. And it'd be great to see Paul Harris get a great run in here as well. And if he does go A to B, that'll be his first full run of the whole event. Certainly not for trying. So all looking pretty good so far. Nice, strong burnout there for Paul. A very quick check underneath. Brian just latching the body. So Paul Harris then with the Monza. Here, Brian just making a final adjustment on the fuel mixture, if you like. There we go, he's into pre-stage, he's into stage. Come on, Paul. Well, straight as you like. to a 693 at 172. That is a huge sigh of relief for the team there. Gets the car from A to B under power. Well done. Their first pass of the weekend, in effect. Very pleasing to see indeed for them. Well done.
Yeah, it's just real funny. That car always noticeably sounds much lazier on idle, and then they tweak it going in stage. Sounds nice. Started laying over a little bit towards the finish line, but yeah, still in the sixes again for Paul Harris. He's been there a few times before, but it's good to see. Looks like we've just got a little bit of track work to do before we get back to Tony Bett, so we'll hand over to Nitro FM for a few moments, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
So with Tony Betts now pretty much ready to go for his run. Certainly doesn't need to put a lot more heat into the car. Maybe just a very, very short burnout. But Tony Betts with Venom, unfortunately, as we know, we had to abort the run as the timing system decided to pick that moment to have a little snooze. But yeah, as predicted, Tony literally just spinning the tyres to clean them. He's got enough heat and everything. So brings it up into pre-stage. John Wright standing behind, and he's totally off and running. Lovely looking run for Tony. 6:35 at 200 miles an hour at the stripe. Big plume of smoke as he goes through the finish line. But very nicely done indeed. And as we look down the Chardonnay area, the smoke clears. You can just see the parachutes actually just all blowing in the wind as Tony has slowed down completely at the top end and just making the left turn. No, not quite. Didn't have enough momentum to get him around the corner there. But nice run there for Venom and for Tony and the team. So we get into eliminations once again, and it is next up Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Their first round of eliminations. First up, well, we don't know which order they're going to come around the corner in, but the matchups are Andy Bond, he gets the bye, courtesy of being number one qualifier. Al Williamson with a howling hauler taking on the mortified Ford of Paul Morton. And then it's Tony Higgs with the Capri going alongside Nick Hale with the Mercedes. Ash Cooper with the Transit van taking on the Cortina Estate of James Murray. Al McSweeney with the E-Volvolution. Yeah, the Volvo taking on Elliot Day with the Willis. And then it's Mark Sheridan with the twin-turboed Hemi-Cuda taking on Nigel Hale with the enormous postcode on wheels that is the pickup truck. So that is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. After that, it will be Super Pro ET for their second round eliminations. And only one bye there, which is Joe Kellett. But every other pairing is a race. So that's what's still to come. But here they come then. Street Eliminator for Top Speed Automotive. They all went on a cruise last night. And I haven't heard anybody not coming back, but we will see as the pairings come through. First up will be Ash Cooper and James Murray. Don't be fooled by that little Cortina Estate down there. It's got an LS motor in there, so it's certainly no slouch.
Don't be fooled by the Transit van either.
No, certainly don't be fooled by that. Ash has been running in the mid-9s, and proper bit of race kit is that.
It's just amazing, isn't it? It's also still incredibly heavy as well, isn't it? Imagine what that engine would do in something smaller. But he doesn't want something smaller.
Bizarrely, he's not the biggest vehicle in the class either.
No, it's not. You think a Transit van would take it, wouldn't you?
So, heads up, no darlings. Oh, Ash, a little bit late leaving the line.
That's what you call a sporting chance. Must be rather bizarre to see a transit van go blast past you like that.
9.61 against to lose out 11.49. Nice improvement there for James. That's half a second off his qualifying number. But it is Ash Cooper that goes through.
So next up we got Paul Morton, his first race event. And by the looks of it, it might even be his first round win. No,
yeah, he should have. No, Williamson, no.
It is going to be his first round win. Qualified with a 10.78. There's lots more in that little Zodiac. Proper show quality car. In fact, it actually debuted at the show, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Autosport International on the Cirque Motorsport stand. And big afternoon to Graham and Rachel Smith. I know they're probably tuned in at home. And also Rob and Trudy Slater, I know they're here. That's two 57 Chevys that will be going into Street Eliminator in the not too distant future.
Well, 4 backs out of it. 1065 at only 98 miles an hour. They look very happy with that. Next pair should have been Nigel Howe and Mark Sheridan. Now, again, unfortunately, because, well, yeah, I was going to say Matt used to come and tell us what happened on the cruise. No Mark Sheridan, and I don't know whether that was a cruise thing or a breakage thing or what it might be, because if they don't complete the cruise, then they don't get to race on race day.
.11.42 at 120. We've seen all the photographs for Tony Higgs' enormous wheel stand.
Yeah, that I was just going to say the same thing. I think.
Have you seen the one from Kieran yet?
Yep.
Unbelievable shot that Kieran caught the Cortina wheelie with all 4 wheels off the ground. It was from behind, and it just shows the parachute pack almost acting like a rug. And that's how the parachute pack got its hole. It's because it was scraping on the ground.
Now that's off the scale on cool points, isn't it? I think Graham Smith said, yeah, that's how you steer a streetcar with a parachute, basically. So Nick Howe again heads up race against Tony Higgs. Tony Higgs knocking on the door of the 7s. This won't be anywhere near. Pretty good launch. 164. 60 foot is not what he was looking for, I'm sure. Still goes over 171 miles an hour. 869. It takes the win most importantly. Nick Howe though with a 1068.
All right, Elliot Day and Al Mack.
They're both here. Al Mack with a stonking run yesterday. 7.59. He was number 2 qualifier. That's quite a chunk off of what he's run before, actually. I mean, I know they always say that they chip away at it. That was more like a chunk than a chip. He is with the Evolution in the Kestrel lane. Elliot Day qualified with the 983. Twin turbo small block in the Willis in the Autoglin lane. Both turbo cars bumping in. Problems off the line for both of them, but it is Al Mack with more momentum. Goes 8.31 at 153. It's amazing, isn't it? Streetcar goes 8.31, and that's a disappointing run. Elliot bows out with 11.26. Issues off the line. He was way quicker on the tree. So the bye run for Andy Bond.
Yeah, pretty much the benchmark in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator these days is Andy Bond. We do certainly hope that Mark Todd can bring either the Aston or the GTO out at some stage this season.
He did say the other day that I know he was waiting on engine parts for over a year for the GTO. So what's he got for round 1? That's the one. 119 to 60 foot. And a 706 at 209 miles an hour. They look very happy with that.
It's just ridiculous how smooth and how calm and just everything about that
I
car.
think Steve Nymantis a few years ago, and I spoke to him, summed it up best. He said the turbo cars, it's just like a magic carpet. It just smoothly brings the power in and keeps pushing you in the back all the way through. So,
Right, Super Pro ET, round at number 2 for the Pete Nee Memorial Trophy.
it is indeed. JT down there with the Crew Killer Pop. Well, we got a quiet moment. Thank you very much indeed for Nikki saying birthday shout out please to Dan Dan. She's 15 today, so very happy birthday Dan Dan. I'm sure everybody knows who you are, but well, a place to be spending your birthday. So from Nikki and everyone here, happy birthday to Dan Dan, who's 15 today. Go on, Em. Yeah. That's all right. Just makes it a bigger, happier birthday, especially a 50th birthday. My goodness me. On Easter Monday, you get a day off for your birthday too. Can't be bad. Can't be bad. So, Super Pro round 2. Collins just nipped out for a moment, so I'm going to have a quick look. John Tevenham is due to be facing Pete Waters. Pete Waters is over there with Dragster. John's just waiting underneath the tower with the Union Jack Pop. Brian Pateman taking on Billy Gain. Callum Swinchat against, I can't read Collins' writing, Mark Turner, beg your pardon. Joe is going to be getting a buy run. Joe Kellett's going to be getting a buy run. We've got Bob against Scott Hauser, Barry Giles against Ashley Bell, and Ron Bartlett taking on Colin Morris will be the last race of this round. Not entirely sure what we're waiting for, folks, but it shouldn't be too long. Especially as all the drivers are ready to go. So we just had Street Eliminator. We got Super Pro round 2. Right after them is Pro ET, then Junior Dragster. Round 1 of Outlaw Wrangler. You don't want to miss that one. Then we get into all the bike classes. I say all the bike classes, all the 50 bike classes, 850 and 950 bike. We still got Super Gas Elimination round 1 to run. Sportsman ET, E2, VW Pro, Funny Bike, Comp Bike. Yeah, loads more. Junior Drag Bike as well. As we move on through the day, we whittle them down towards the finals. And a quick announcement for Pro ET as well, please. Could we have you into the lanes if you're not already there? Pro ET, please, into the pairing lanes. Okay, I think we're about to get the thumbs up. Oh my goodness me. Check out the VIP balcony. Or don't if you ever want to use your eyes again, shall we say. I'm not entirely sure whether that's actually a marriage party or what it might be. The bloke with the cross will do well to shake it at everybody standing around him, frankly. I'm not sure whether that's a hen do or what's the opposite of a hen. I'm not going to say that out loud anyway. Never mind. They were just waiting for the right moment to come out when it was quiet, weren't they? Something like that. Well, hopefully the burnout smoke from John Tevenham can obscure what my eyes don't want to see over there on the VIP balcony.
I'm feeling sorry for Barry.
He's trying to look nonplussed.
He is, isn't he? Excellent stuff.
All those dresses hanging around and he's hiding in the corner. How does that work? So JT is, or was your number 1 qualifier with the Crew Killer Pop in the Kestrel lane. Pete Walters, no slouch whatsoever, dial 751. Yeah, I did say as well that the bloke with the cross would do well to shake it at everything standing around him to keep it away, I think. So, JT rolling in stage, been deadly consistent in the 8.9s. Pete Walters been deadly consistent in the 7.5s. Round about second and a half head start for the little 4 pop. For Johnny. Pete Walters moving on with an 07 green. Still runs it out the back door to a 756. Johnny, oh no, don't look at that one. Deary me, 8.99 on a 98. Anything roughly green would have probably done the job then.
So, sorry.
No, you carry
on. Barry Giles against Ashley Bell, your next pair. But it doesn't matter how angry JT gets for that pop, it generally runs its numbers in as a very, very good car.
Behaves itself, doesn't it? Always runs just under 150 miles an hour as well, just to annoy him, I think. Sean Bow, thank you very much indeed for the message. He asked me what Pro Stocker that used to be of Ashley Bell's. I'm sure Ash will know, or someone out there will know. Just for all the world, looks like a full-on Scandinavian Pro Stocker, although it does have twin parachutes, which tends to give away it may have been even quicker than that. You never know. So, Barry Giles, Kestrel Lane, 738, 881. The short answer to that, Sean, I'm sorry, I don't know. It just looks like it was, and I know he bought it from up that way, that part of the world. 881 for Ashley Bell. Barry Giles, or the Giles Knightley team, I should say. Actually, it wasn't just him driving; it was Daniel as well. Won the Super Pro Championship. The National Championship run over many rounds throughout the summer. Two green lights. Who's the closest to the car? It is Ashley Bell.
The win margin 0.04 at the stripe.
Barry had 300s in the bank off the line, an 03 like me, and an 06 for Ashley Bell. Ashley was 400s off. Barry was 700s off. Look at the speed for Barry, though. He didn't give anything up at the finish. 171 miles an hour. He kept it nailed all the way through, and so nearly got there.
So the reigning champion in Super Pro ET goes out in round 2.
Early. So Ron Bartlett with the little Anglia, who dials an 824 this time in the Auto Glim lane. Going to be taking on the returning Colin Morris. 899 is the least you can dial in Super Pro. I do wonder why they decided to go Super Pro racing instead of stick to 90 classes. It's not a bad thing. I think it was after the Door Slammers, wasn't it? He had to go at the big bracket.
The blinky lights, yeah.
He liked the Sportsman tree. So he's going to go first. Ron's going to try and run him down. Ron is a very, very good bracket racer indeed with the Anglia. Not the sort of car that you ever think would be designed to go bracket racing. Colin goes red. Oh my goodness me, and Ron goes 0-2 on the tree. Ron moves on with an 8.23 with a 5, almost perfect for Ron Bartlett. And also an 8.99 on an 8.99 for Colin Morris. Bang on ET wise, but 500's too quick on the tree for Mr. Morris. Although neither of those was going to make it easy for the other.
Well, for Ron, it's good to get all his trials and tribulations out of the way in qualifying, because on race day, you've got a car that's working very nicely.
Yeah, but an 0-2 light and 5 thou off your dial. Okay, yeah, it wasn't the right side, but at the same time, he knew he could run it out the back door because he probably saw Colin's red light. Also in the car, you can look up and see your wind light on, can't you? It's not just seeing the red light.
Yeah. Scott
Hauser, Bob Doyle, 886 for Bob. Bit of a hit and miss weekend so far for Bob. Not really on the money when it comes to being on the dial-in. However, he's still in competition against Scott Hauser.
Scotty goes red.
That's 2 red lights in a row in Kestrel Lane. That's what I said about still being in competition. 870. Oh my goodness me. That's 2 almost perfect runs in the Kestrel Lane in a row. Wasted on red lights, unfortunately. Scott. 35 and a 34. But it was the 0-1 red. If you add the whole thing together, it's pretty much a perfect run. Doesn't work like that, though. Go on.
Oh, just thinking, Champions Graveyard eliminations round number 2. Obviously, the Giles and Hartley team, your current defending champions, Scott Hauser, multiple Super Pro champion. Obviously, the Giles and Hartley team have taken it a few times as well, but oh dear.
2 very tough door car racers. Up next, Brian Pateman. 894 in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Mr. Billy Game. Billy looking for 858. Alex brings him into stage. I think the news of that pair was Brian doesn't go red. 2 green lights.
Very good race.
Oh, look at that from Brian Pateman. 0.15 on the tree and an 8.95 on a 94. Beats an 0.5 on the tree, an 8.58. 0 on an 8.58. That is how you do. Whole shot win. Proper whole shot win that time. Win margin was 0.2.
Yeah,
Billy Game on a perfect run.
Yeah, an 0.5 light and a perfect run and still lost. Oh, tough crowd, but 2 of the best door racers out there.
Well, yeah, 0-1 light for Brian Pateman. He was 100th off, 100. So this is the bye run for Joe Kellett. Like Joe needs any help in eliminations.
Well, he's got Bob Doyle in the next round.
The thing about both Super Pro and Pro ET is the talent pool is so deep. It's not a surprise if anyone wins actually anymore, is it? If you know what I mean. It's more of a surprise when some of the big hitters lose round 1, round 2. But it happens every event, just because of the way it works.
Well, Joe's showing he's not perfect.
Almost.
Doesn't matter he pulls a red in a Byron.
81 on a 78.
All right, last pair then. Callum Swinchat and Mark Turner.
of the really good things about bracket racing, particularly Super Pro in the UK compared to the US, is it really isn't dragsters that are prevalent, is it? There's door cars, there's autos, there's all kinds of different things. In the States, I'm not going to say every car, but the vast majority are dragsters, aren't they?
Yes.
Simply because they tend to be more consistent. However, people named Ron Bartlett and Billy Gain might beg to differ. And maybe Mark Turner. In the Kestrel Lane with the Supra. And again, ironically, even though the Topolino looks older, it's not. It's newer.
A lot newer, actually.
Couple of pretty even green lights. Very close. Oh yes, Mark Turner takes the win.
009 on the right.
The win margin's absolutely killing it. Mark was second off the line by only a few thousandths of a second. He was first over the finish line by a few thou. And the win margin was 009 at the stripe. Virtually no difference whatsoever when they rolled over the line. I can only think, looking at the speed, Callum backed off slightly and just that little bit too much.
Matchups for round 3. Pete Walters taking on Brian Pateman. Mark Turner, you just saw go through there, gets the bye.
Joe in the semis.
Yeah. Joe Kellett is taking on Bob with the Datsun, and it's going to be Ash Bell taking on Ron Bartlett. Right, next up, it is the two-seater dragster. Paul Brown taking Paul Goldstein for a passenger ride here. A few messages coming through whilst the two-seaters here. Perry Edward Wilson at home. Hi, Perry. Hope you're keeping well. I know you'll be up here very, very soon. Saving his pennies for the month of May, I think, basically. Oh, first round of the 100E Challenge next weekend. Very good afternoon to Stuart. No, I'm not here next weekend. Luke's on duty to answer that question. 006 light.
Practicing for getting back in the roadster.
793, 169 miles an hour there. Paul Goldstein, hope you enjoyed that one.
Back to racing, Pro E2, round 2.
All right, Mason Griffiths and Adrian Portelli, your first pair.
So Mason, once again, doing well. One very sorted little car, that one, isn't it?
It is. Mason surprised us all when he started racing a couple of seasons ago. It sort of appeared. We thought, hello, this is someone new. We don't know who this is. And we then discovered that he'd been doing like Romney Brung days to get used to the car. Entered into competition, but started like murdering the tree and doing very, very well indeed.
Yeah, what Colin's talking about is you can bring your own car, whatever your own car might be, or bike, frankly. You can bring a race car, you can bring a street car. We have various effectively open days. All run what you run. Adrian Portelli goes first. Well, I think Mason Griffiths has caught him already, and he hasn't, doesn't break out. That was one on the start line. The reason I said that, Mason Griffiths 0.15 on the tree. Adrian Portelli 0.14. And that was pretty much difference at the finish line as well. Chloe Wilkins with support from US Automotive. Her dad Butch. He's down there on the start line. That's not the dad dance, he's just trying to unstick his trainers, I think, isn't it? Against the package, Simon Goff, the CCS Polytech, and Jester's Diner in the Autoglim lane. Si is one of those people we have in drag racing where the word character is not quite a big enough word.
No.
Not expansive enough. If you know him, you know what I mean. So, Chloe's going to go first, followed by Simon. think Simon's already caught this. It's going to be a job of staying in front but not going too quick. And he does it perfectly. 8.71.
Chloe,
hang on, look at that. Yep, I was just going to say the same. 9.22 on the 9.22. She was 0.17 on the tree, but Simon was 0.4. That was effectively a whole shot win. And as a result of that, he had a 10th over the stripe. Into round 3 for the package. Dan Holloway, Andy Garnett. Andy with the Tesla. Two of the cleanest cars you'll see anywhere. Andy looking for 11.06 in the Auto Glim lane. Kestrel side of the racetrack for Dan. He's actually slowed it down to a 9.04. This is Dan's first competition weekend with this car, not his first competition weekend ever. He was killer in Sportsman ET. And he can't it away, as is Dan. Well, you can be sure that Andy Garnett will hear him coming. He can also see him going past him.
Whoa.
He can also see the win light in the other lane. Dan Holloway takes the win, 9.07 and 9.04. Hundredths of a second on the start line. Bigger margin at the finish. And 0.2 at the stripe. So Dan Holloway going to round 3 on his first weekend in the car. He was very successful in Sportsman, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, Truck Norris took him to 2 championships, didn't it? So, doing very well. Right, a pair of nostalgia superstockers meet in round 2 of Modjestang Pro ET. Here's Stuart Thompson and Alan Medley, the old-timer taking on Kiwi.
Good to see you Kiwi racing. I think you said, didn't you, earlier, this is his first time in Pro ET, actually.
Darlings are 10.57 and 9.83.
Really even off the line too. It's Kiwi, the 9.88. Al Medley a little bit too far off his 10.57 Darling with a 10.70. Close off the tree, not great reaction times, but made for an even race. Is this a buy? Oh no, Dave Rudd is there. Apologies again. So Dave Rudd with the Cobra. Absolutely immaculately turned out.
Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
It really is. He's made such a good job of rebuilding it. 9.87 for Dave in the Kestrel lane. And Amy. 9.54 for the Latterbird. Thunderbird. Sorry, Trans Am. Wow, it looks like Amy's caught Dave already. I don't think that's an possibility. Dave breaks out as well by 100, unfortunately. Over a 10th of a second reaction time advantage for Amy Watkins again. Great to see Dave come down with that car again. Credit to him. Really, really nice piece of work. But it is Amy moving on.
Yes, 2 nostalgia superstock cars in a row going through. Next up then, Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Anglia, looking for an 8.86, and Dave Fulton.
I just want to say, don't do it, fellas. It's a trap.
Dave Fulton with the Nova, looking for a 9.53. Great debut weekend for Dave in this car. Won the Pro ET Championship last year in the hands of Lee Huxley.
I think Ronnie's alongside, and Ronnie goes through 8.92. Oh, Dave Fulton broke out.
Well, he couldn't win it.
No, reaction time difference. 0.5 for Ronnie Mercer, 0.13 for Dave Fulton. When you give up 800ths on the start line in a bracket race, yeah, the outcome does not always go your way. Andrew Clark with the Dragster. Kestrel side the racetrack, taking on Mark Huxley.
So Mark dialing in 10 flat. And Will dialing in 9.83, I think that is, isn't it?
Looks like the blocks have become displaced up the top end.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Just swapping it over. That is so quick compared to you. Honestly, it used to be stop, hang around, line things up. So 2 of the more, what's the word I'm going to look for? diminutive, I think. Petite car. Yeah, petite's actually a lot better. Mark Huxley in the Alltech Live lane.
You don't see that when you see Will Clark outside the car. He's an absolute giant.
Yeah, his legs do go all the way to the front of that car, don't they? Well, 07 red for Mark Huxley puts him out. He's still in Supergas. Or not, I don't know. 02 green for Will Clark. Nice number. And a 984. Well, Will Clark would have been tough to beat no matter what in that one.
Right, your last pair then. This is John Bean with the Shotgun Mustang taking on Brett Featherstone. Brett was your number one qualifier.
In the first session and took the money, didn't he? Is that right?
Yep.
It was, wasn't it?
We still haven't had a perfect light.
Had a lot of close ones.
Oh, yeah.
Loads of close ones. So the Shotgun Mustang of John Bean dials a 954 and a 55 for Brett Featherstone. So it shouldn't be any discernible difference on the start line between the two of them.
Look at the two team patriarchs there. Willing each other's side on, let alone their own side.
Yeah, there was a noticeable difference on the start line, and that noticeable difference plays out at the finish line. John Bean couldn't win that one after with an 0-1 light to a .10. Still a great effort for the Shotgun Racing team. I hope he had fun. I'm sure he did as well.
He definitely did.
Junior Dragster E2. 16 down to 8.
Right, it should be Daniel Weir the other side. Yep, he's there against Freddie Taylor. This is Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Eliminations around number 2. Now, they're 2 rounds for the price of 1 here. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis.
This one?
Yes, this pairing.
So, Daniel Weir. I love the pinstriping on the top of that. Fantastic. Kestrel Lane.
That's Rue Pitt from Lucas Oils in the middle there with the media. I think he's putting a show reel together.
Is that right?
For this weekend. So when you got a proper little gimbal on your phone and it's you're doing it properly, it's not just a case of just flick the phone out your pocket and do it. So yeah, what media savvy is our Rue. Oh, red for Freddie Taylor, and it was a 003 red as well. So Daniel Weir, no matter what he runs now. 801. Daniel Weir through.
So Daniel Weir is the one getting the bye into the semi, as you said, Colin. Harry Redshaw taking on the last remaining Blitzkrieg. All the Fultons are here, but he's the only Fulton with a Blitzkrieg car. There he is. So they race, obviously they qualify based on reaction times, but when it comes to racing they are the dial-in bracket class like all others. Because they have years of practice in Junior Dragster, that's what makes them so damn good when they eventually end up in Super Pro, more often than not.
Chris Redshaw just praying. He's had a good weekend. He's having fun in Sportsman ET with the Mustang as well as having the 2 juniors as well. Green light drag race.
I think Luke may have already caught him though, to be honest.
He has.
It's Luke taking the win. 8.26 and an 8.20, but the story was on the start line. An 07 for Luke, 0.22 for Harry, most uncharacteristic.
All right, the first of the Fenny Racing Junior Dragsters. Supported by Lucas Oils, one of the 2 team cars that they've got here. That's Kai Cooper. Oh, it's just the way it worked out. The other one's in the other lane. That's Jake Cooper. Round 2 eliminations and the Cooper brothers meet. Good afternoon, Saskia. Hope you're keeping well. Saskia, brilliant former Junior Dragster driver herself, and now runs low 7s in Super Pro.
Yeah, they all do move on to be Super Pro killers, don't they?
They do.
Outlaw Anglia around the back of the tower, coming next, I think.
Well, they're both in pre-stage, both going to stage together. 899 plays 890, green lights both sides.
And I think Jake's a really cool guy.
And it is Jake that takes the win with a 901 against a 902.
On a whole shot as well. He was much further off his dial-in, but much more on time on the tree. 1700s on the start line was the difference. So, Harley Coulsell, Gestrel Lane. Thomas Cook Abbott directing socks out the front. Sorry, traffic. Against Lara Bartlett. Lara in, you'll take them. They've both got exactly the same dials. So it's not just a case of, yeah, look, exactly the same. 794. So no one's playing catch up. It's effectively a heads up 794 bracket race.
Who's the bravest?
Virtually nothing in it on the tree. Hardly anything at the finish line, but it's Lara closer to a darling with a 797. Beats a note flat. Yeah, only 100th off the start line. Harley had a little bit on the bag, in the bag off the start line. 200ths at the stripe. So, Daniel Todd. Dial-in board mark, I think that's what we need.
Are we supposed to read that?
Proper comedy moment. Oh, it's in my pocket. So Daniel Todd taking on Liam McDonald. Liam was really good in his first round matchup. Right on the money on the tree and the dial-in. Like he's never missed a beat. He's probably been sitting at home like you, playing on the Eliminator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Liam's got to be quite patient, isn't he?
Very.
3.85 seconds. There goes Daniel. And there goes Liam.
Well, this is going to be a really good one. They were both absolutely on time. You could clearly see Daniel was. Daniel's in front. Daniel gets the win. 12.58 on a 50. I bet you're glad you remember the dial-in board now, Mark. 05 on the tree to a 0.10 for Liam McDonald. And he was closer to his dial-in as well. Great race, both of them. Win margin is exactly the reaction time difference, actually. 0.5. Great to see that McDonald's back over here in the UK as well. Thank you
really
very
good.
much.
It's a huge effort to get over here.
It really is. It's a long old trip. They're very dedicated. Purdy Hadfield and Jessica Bishop. Purdy with an 8.05. And Jessica with a 7.95. So 10th in it on the tree. Purdy's going to go first. Well, the tree's going to run first anyway.
Winner of this gets Daniel Todd in the next round. We just saw Daniel go through.
Purdy's out in front. They're about dead even. And at the finish line it is... Well, look at that. Closer to the dial-in. Jessica Bishop. Purdy over a tenth of a second off. She had a slight reaction time advantage. It was a couple of hundredths a second, but that was the only time she was in front.
Right, to wrap up this round then, Mackenzie Love on his solo. This is the bye that he gets. Got past Damien Redshaw in round one, and then it's just the odd-numbered field gives him the bye here in round number 2. Matchups for the next round. Jake Cooper will be taking on Lara Bartlett. Daniel Weir is the one who gets the bye, and that is the last bye in competition in Junior Dragster. Jessica Bishop has got Daniel Todd, and it is going to be Luke Fulton taking on this man, Mackenzie Love, in the next round.
Mackenzie with the red light, which does not matter. On a bye run anyway. As long as he takes the tree, it doesn't have to be green. Outlaw Anglia coming up. Colin Miller taking on Dougie McClure for the first matchup. Heads up class this weekend, one of those first to the finish line ones.
Forever the showman, Colin Miller. Forever the showman.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that if you saw his nitrous purges, would you?
Yeah.
That's not showmanship.
7:01 yesterday. Oh, so close to knocking on. Well, he was knocking on the door of the sixes, but
I'm going to say this out loud. Actually, yesterday he normally posts lovely, like really enthusiastic things on social media.
Yeah, he put one word, didn't he?
He only put one word. 7:01. Bugger. So if he can knock off a little bit of the tyre shake on the start line, you could well see a 6-second run from the Flying Fifer. He's only been trying to do it for how many years?
Quite a few.
Do you know, so I remember at Dragstalgia a few years ago, I think he went like 7:34 or something like that, which at the time was outstanding, way quicker than anyone. And now...
A little bit of concern. Oh, no, Colin Miller being told to shut off. It's going to be a solo for Dougie.
Oh, well.
Oh, what a shame.
It's not going to be a 6 this weekend. Yeah, I think Jed was concerned as well. Dougie McClure takes his berth in the semi-finals.
It's like fuel.
Just a bit of an unfortunate end to Colin Miller's weekend. Even if it's a tiny little drip, even if it's just fuel, even if it's just water, whatever it is, always better to be safe than sorry, because as soon as he nails it, that big inch, big block in there, all of a sudden, yeah, something bursts or it's about to burst. It will do under pressure. Yeah, just a little bit of cleaning to do down there after that.
Oh, big shout out to John Willard down in Australia. We know he's always tuned in when Outlaw Anglia run in the UK. A very good morning to you, John. It's afternoon here, but it's the following day down in Australia. John, best of luck next weekend. Your first proper race for quite a while. I know you had already been out this year, but with the weather curtailed event and other issues obviously going into that one as well, we were all watching what was going on. So best of luck indeed to John Willard next weekend down in Australia. And his pursuit of low numbers continues. 6 7s he's run over there. Would love to see John and his team over here one day, but so expensive to move stuff around the world these days. It really is. So Colin Miller's car has just been moved into the old Fire Up Road. Great shame for Cole, but sometimes it's just the way it happens. But he can whether congratulate himself or console himself with a 7:015 this weekend. Goes to show that all the work that's taken place over the winter, if it's his first weekend of the car with the new setup going 7:01, then that does put him in very, very good stead for the rest of the season. Not to be outdone though, John Webster, he qualified with a 7:06. He's basically reset the Outlaw Anglia UK 60-foot record this weekend, going 1:01, which is absolutely outstanding. So the rest of the matchups with Outlaw Anglia round 1 is Rob Stone taking on Ben Kennedy, John Webster taking on Wayne Power, which I think is the next pair because they're ahead of the lanes, and it'll be Mick Taylor taking on Barry Woodford. We can also see a whole host of bikes in the lanes. We can also see Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas in the lanes as well. So there's a big mix of vehicles. Give Colin Miller a big round of applause. This guy is a complete showman. He does 8th mile burnouts. He does phenomenal runs. He's a complete character. Colin Miller stood on the back of the wheelie bar of the Flying Fifer as he heads back to the pits. He's dejected when the car isn't running. But when he's out of the car, he's just Colin Miller, the showman, once again. So as he heads back to the pits, they'll have a look. They'll get it all sussed out and realise, oh, it was just that little bit, or it was just this, it was just that. But sometimes just this or just that just prevents the run from happening. Very, very frustrating indeed. But Cole will be back to fight another day, and his quest to get into the sixes will continue. And he is oh so close to getting there. So here he is then, John Webster with Fast Company 2. He's coming round into the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Wayne Power. He in the Kestrel Beer lane. So Wayne's already gone into stage, John's into pre-stage. Here we go then. 102 to 60. Arrow straight for John Webster. 708, 188 miles an hour. Very, very nice, calm, untroubled run there for Fast Company 2. Big smiles from the team. Mick Taylor with the Banshee taking on Barry Woodford. Mick Taylor qualified with a 7.79. Barry qualified with a 10.25. Big performance advantage for Mick, but as you can see, anything can happen in racing. It just happened to Colin Miller. But don't forget, this is also round one for all of our racers this weekend of the National Championship. So not only is it round wins, it's points. Well done to John Webster's team, waving to the crowd as they go to collect John from the top end. They are through to round two, the semi-finals. Oh, Barry Woodford just rolls the beams a little bit there, so Cherry comes on the tree. Mick Taylor with Banshee is through. 8.10, 167. Barry goes through with 11.07 at 123. Whee, big burnout there for Ben Kennedy. Almost drifting towards the apron there, but manages to keep it off it. Rob Stone with Head Rush. Now these two are number 4 and number 5 qualifier. These are the two closest to each other on their ETs. Rob did qualify the higher of the two, 8.43. Ben, the 9.67. Well, unfortunately, Ben not able to come back up to the start line, so it is a solo for Rob Stone. 877, 147. Yeah, Ben pushed all the way back to the barn doors. Right, so we move on now to 850 bike. And as Daryl and I have been saying all weekend long, with the field spread of just 0.37 of a second between first and 14th, whoever wins it this weekend well and truly has earned it. There's only one bye in eliminations, and that is in round 2. So first up then, Alan Morrison. He was your number 2 qualifier going alongside Critch. That's Ian Critchlow for Fossil Fuelers. .50. If you go quicker, you go under the class index and you're out, unless the other guy in the other lane goes even further under. But as close to 850 as you can. And 854 against an 863. The win margin 0.01 of a second. Ian Critchlow had the whole shot, but Alan Morrison had the performance to get round him at the strike there, and it'll be Alan Morrison going through to round number 2. Jay Rowe and Joe Elliott. We know Jay can certainly run the numbers, can go under 850 quite easily. And look at how far away he pulls ahead. Now he just has to look over his shoulder, judge it right. And he didn't this time round. 8:28. Insanely quick. But it's Joe Elliott that goes through with an 8:69. Josh Stubbins and Keith Wright. Josh in the Kestrel Beer lane. Keith is in the Autoglim lane. Josh did qualify number 4 with an 8:55. Another one of those now. Oh, but it didn't move off the line. He didn't have it in gear. Or didn't have a gear selected, I should say. So Keith Wright is going to take this one. 8:90. Keith Wright is through to round number 2. Craig Wright, your number 1 qualifier, ran 8.50 with a 7. His first competitive meeting on this bike, and he nabs the number 1. And he goes 8.50. Going alongside Andy Haley, number 8 qualifier, with an 8:58. That means nothing. It's whoever gets to the stripe first without going under. Craig goes in deep. They are side by side. The win light goes to Andy Haley. He runs 8:52. Craig runs 8:69. But Andy Haley takes out the number 1 qualifier. And not only that, he gets a bye into round number 2. No sign of Martin Hallett, so it's going to be Johnny Hines who's going to get the solo here. Drifting slightly right. Feathers of Throttle brings it back in. 9:57, 154. Two pairs to go. Gary Malone taking Dan Death, and Stacey Reed and Jasmine Cordell. Well, here's Stacey, but no sign of Jazz. We hadn't seen her for a little while. I did notice a social media post from Jazz. So it is Stacey Reed that will be taking the solo here. Certainly not going to prevent her from going for that 850. Every run is a good run if you get a load of data from it. 5:43 at 130 at the 8th. Oh, 8:49 with a 2. Doesn't matter that you're 100th under. That is great data to work from. Last pair, Gary Malone, Dan. It's going to be 950 bike after this. So Gary Malone, he was your number 5 qualifier with an 8:56. Dan, 8:71 was your number 12. Well, Dan really trying to wrestle some performance out of the bike, but it's not giving it to him, so the win goes to Gary Malone. So that's it, 850 bike done, on to 950 bike. Phil Harrison and Brett Cordell, your first pair in 950 bike. So Phil Harrison taking the win there with a 962 against a loser at 10:01. Unfortunate there for Brett. He hasn't had a banner weekend for himself, but nevertheless, still good to be in competition. But Phil Harrison goes through to round number 2. Carl Thomas and Andy Head, your next pair. Carl Thomas was your number 1 qualifier. He's in the Kestrel beer lane. Andy Head, he's in the Autoglim lane. Again, good close racing between these two. Oh, a breakout, massive breakout for Andy Head. There's also a breakout on the other side as well. But it is Carl Thomas that takes the win. Dion Hartley, Rit Sawatsky. Rit is away first. Dion's got a mountain to climb, try and close that gap. In actual fact, you can see Rick looking over his shoulder. Yeah, Rick takes it 9.75 to lose out 10.45. So Rick will be taking on Carl, the number 1 qualifier in round 2. Phil Harrison is going to take on the winner of these two, Dave Hall and Steve Jackson. Dave Hall is in the Autoglim lane. Steve Jackson is in the Kestrel beer lane. Dave Hall pulling away. And Dave Hall with a 9.54, very well judged actually, taking the win. Right, we move on to Tony Morris Carburettors Super Gas. A very good morning to Tony Morris, who is tuned in from Florida on to the live stream. I hope you're keeping well. And I'll tell you what, our weather is just as good as yours this weekend. Probably not as hot, but us Brits will settle for what we've got at the moment. Also, Dave Gibbons tuned in, the UK arm of Tony Morris Carburettors. Andy Dibley's got one of your carbs on, and he was your number 1 qualifier, and he's taking on Bob Molden. And a 9.98 takes the win from a lose-out. 9.99 win margin, 0.08, but it is Andy Dibley that is through to round number 2. Next up, John Morton and Tim Moore. O'Hare Racing Camaro taking on Tim's toy, the 55 Chevy. Two different approaches to throttle stop racing, if you like. Breakout, 987.
Tim had some wriggle room, actually. He was there first by quite some margin.
Yeah.
Although John Morton was 0-1 on the tree. So, given the signal, the next pair to fire up. Looks like Andy Harrison taking on, is it John Turner? Does that match up with...
Right, here's a good one for you listeners out there, mainly in the catering area, I should imagine, but just be careful on this one. Nitro FM 96.2, the radio station behind us here. The first 5 people that can open their race weekend programme to the Nitro FM page, which is actually page 8 in the programme, and then take that page and literally go, look, to Nitro FM, take it to the radio station, we'll get an Easter egg. But it is kids only. Oh. Kids only.
Well, I'm a kid, I've got mum and dad.
This is genuine children, not adults acting like children. But if you've got the race day programme, mums and dads, give it to your kids. Open it on page 8, where it says,
I don't want to
stay tuned with Nitro FM 96.2. Head over to the door, and Nitro FM have got 5 Easter eggs to give away to the youngsters.
I thought you were my friend. I don't want to play with you anymore. Right, Andy Harrison and John Turner. That's cheered him up. Coming up next. John Turner out already in Pro ET, still sticking around in Super Gas, although this is round 1, so he would be. Back in the 9.9s, when 9.97. He did indeed yesterday in qualifying. Super Gas. Beers will move off the line first for Andy Harrison, wide into the tree. Now all he's got to do is not break out, which he doesn't with the 10.18. Look at that for a whole shot.
Yeah.
1300s over the stripe. 07 is the win margin. John Turner bows out with a 10.05 at 135. But he's going home with the car in one piece. Good boy, Johnny. Colin Morris should be racing. Simon Fulton.
Well, Simon's there,
here,
but not coming forward. I can only assume transmission woes because that's what's been plaguing him. But it is Colin Morris that's going to take the solo.
Very, very big throttle stop in that car. Cannon does run the 8s normally. This time goes 9.89 with an 8. Slightly more for lunch, and that would have been a 9.90. Yeah, Dave Fulton being pushed out of the way.
Well, the way Simon's got the reflective visor.
John Giles and Dave Fulton. With Nicky looking on. So he's got the throttle stop in this for Super Gas, or is he guessing?
Who, Dave?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because it hasn't been a throttle stop car up till now. When Lee ran it the whole time, he never ran it in gas, did he? He only ever ran it in Pro ET. Two good friends going at it. Although you wouldn't think that. They talk to each other. Dave's ahead. Dave takes the win with a 998, only 120 miles an hour. John Giles bows out for 10.17.
Well, Nicky could finally celebrate something there, as unfortunately Simon Fulton didn't go through, but Dave did.
Oh, she celebrated Luke going through earlier on.
Yeah. Last pair for two marks. Mark White and Mark Huxley. Well, that was visible.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly like Mark Huxley was on time. He's going to get there first. Oh, dearie me, Mark White, don't ever look at that time slip. Bang on the money with a 991, but a .388 reaction time. Was never going to get the job done, unfortunately. Must have been distracted when the tree ran. So, Sportsman ET, I think, is up next.
Eliminations round number 2. Gary Lake is already down there. And he's got the bye run. And that is the last bye until we get to the semi-finals. Just the odd numbered cars. Odd number of cars, I should say. Odd numbered cars.
So what's coming up? We've got Sportsman down there now. Let's have a quick nose. I love the way you pass it, presuming I can read it. Right, Sportsman ET. We've got VW Pro coming up shortly. That's round 1 eliminations. Funny Bike round 1, Comp Bike round 1, and then VW Sportsman Junior Drag Bike Super Comp Street Eliminator, ET Bracket Bike number 2, and then sometime soonish we've got Jet Cars again, Comp Eliminator round 2, Pro Mod round 2, and Top Fuel Bike round 2 as well. I'm just going to ask Darren quickly when they're due, just to let everyone know.
So Gary Lake then for Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET. Target is 14.10. Doesn't matter if he breaks out, he's on his own, but he wants a tune-up run. 14.06. There you go. He does break out. Will he adjust it to 14.06 for his next round, or will he leave it at 14.10? Will he do something different? We'll find out. Georgina Smith and Chris Redshaw, your next pair. 15.90 plays 15.57. 0.33 of a second head start for Georgina with the Supra. Well, Chris looks like he may have pulled alongside and takes the win there. 59 on a 57. Very well judged indeed. Georgina broke out. So it is Chris through.
So just let everybody know, we're just going to run a few more crosses through before we go back into round 2 of Pro Mod and Comp Eliminator and everything else as well. Probably going to be around about 2:30 when we run all of that good stuff. We've got lots more good stuff before that though, with Kirsty Tram and Steve West. If you let me in, we'll have them. Right, so Kirsty Tram, 14.16, 17.47 for Steve West, going to be going first. So it's a green light race. Big Mercedes Hemi against the electric Nissan. He's going to be braking shortly. 17.53 and a 47 beats 14.25 and a 14.16. Also 06 on the tree, over a tenth of a second reaction time difference there. That was the main one. So Ashley Clark taking on Clive Dandridge. Clive with the pickup. Kestrel side of the racetrack. Yeah, this is your hardest homework day of the year, actually, because FIA events, we have the ladders already printed. It's only normally Pro ET and Super Pro you have to work out. Oh, and Junior Dragster, isn't it? Here, loads more.
you haven't seen us working at, well, you have, but national finals, my word.
Oh, and points and everything.
Yeah, everything. That's I love it.
All I do
great.
is spend the entire 2 days looking at Simon. Simon tells me what's happening all the time. That's all I can do.
Clive Danderidge, go! He goes red by 0-5. In actual fact, they both go red by 0-5, but Clive did it first. Ashley Clark is through. And it goes to the right side this time as well.
12.29 for Ashley Clark, moves to round 3. Jill Medley with Jeep. As we move through the day, turnaround times get a lot quicker. There's big gaps between rounds when there's lots of cars in the field, but that narrows considerably as the day wears on. So Jill Medley taking on Chris Lyram. 12.49 plays a 12.58. It's less than a tenth in it. Well, even though Jill was supposed to leave second,
Yeah.
she's in front. She doesn't even have to play catch-up. She's already out front. And she, that was close. I thought she might cut it a little less fine than that. She had a quarter of a second to play with there. Jill Medley moves through. 0.25 reaction time, which is not stellar in drag racing terms. However, Chris Lyram's 0.59 didn't help. So, Felicity Gibbs taking on Brian Huxley. Bit of an honour for everyone in Sportsman this weekend, racing against Mr. Brackett Racing himself. And almost all of them have got to run him down. Both away with green lights. And both pretty even. Felicity's right alongside, but breaks out. Actually, they both do. But Brian Huxley's the one that only goes 200s under, whereas Felicity went 700s under. It's got to be so annoying that if you just stood on the brakes a bit more, you'd be through, no matter what. VW Pro, elimination round 1. Big question of the day is, will Luke make round 1? Dave Crowhurst in the Kestrel Lane, 9.50, his quickest dial of the weekend. Taking on Top Fuel Carl. One thing Carl actually did mention on Facebook was that was his quickest ever non-nitrous run.
Yeah, he told me that this morning.
Pretty impressive.
Very pleased. And I said, does that mean you're going to put the nitrous on? And he goes, no, staying as it is this weekend. Going to save the nitrous for door slammers.
Carl Goldsmith trying to be consistent. Where is the world coming to? It's been a strange year so far, but that's the weirdest thing I've heard. Right, out in front with a 9.79. Carl, though, unfortunately loses nearly a second on that one. When I said he was being consistent, that looked like a nice strong run. But here's Dave Crowhurst moving on to round 2. Yeah, Luke's made it. Hey, Paul Jackson, James Hodgson. Great mixed cars in VW Pro. What's the dial-in bracket, Cole? Is it from 9 till 12? Maybe quicker, actually.
I think it's quicker. 8.
Maybe even down to 8. So we haven't got any cars that can run quite that quick.
12. 8.50 to 12.50, I think.
So Paul Jackson with the Little Pirate in the Kestrel Lane has already gone red because of, not sure quite where he staged. He moved when he was in stage. James Hodgson is long gone. Paul Jackson sitting down there without the car running. 10.79 is the win for James. So, a couple more coming up. 2 Seat Leons.
Oh dear, the way he plays on this side. Jonathan Newell with the Lagster. And clever number plate as well.
I can only presume that's related to turbos.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Lee Caudry was out there in front, but I do think Jonathan Newell's now caught him, and he has, and he wins with a 13.16. Quite a way off dialing. Doesn't really matter though, as long as you go through. So 9.56 dialing for the Dragster, sponsored by Hoot Recruit. That's Luke Stevenson. I know one day the idea will be to get this into comp eliminators. It's going to be one very, very quick car when they nail it down. He's in the Kestrel lane, still running in effectively. Not the full-on race spec motor just yet. Just getting everything worked out. Just waiting for the previous pair to pull off the top end. So Luke with the 9.56. Graham Fairhead with the Type 3, the Misfit. In the Auto Glim lane, looking for 11.30. Nearly 2 seconds Luke's got to sit there and wait. Well, Luke's going to have caught him by half track. It's whether he backs off. Oh, that was a little bit too close. He did back off, actually, only 128 at the stripe. But that was a really good race. Luke had a couple of tenths in the bag off the start line. That was virtually the margin of victory at the top end. The Sextoy moves to round 2. He's got to make 2 runs in a day. How's that going to work? So, Phil Blogg with the Debt Collector in the Kestrel lane against Noel Soso with the Revolt Golf. We've got one more run to go in round 1 of VW Pro, and then it is Funny Bike round 1. And Louis Davis has made it down for eliminations. After all the damage you mentioned, Cole, that's quite amazing. Well, that was one very polite reaction time from Phil Blogg. Well done to Luke's team. Take the rest of the day off. Let him sort the car out for round 2 on his own. 12.28 and a 12.10. Phil Blogg takes the win. Noel goes 13.89 on a 12.99. A little bit too far off that time. It will be Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. 150 mile an hour Jetta, which is beyond impressive. Well, maybe idle launches are the way forward. No more 2-steps. Cruising through at the top end, though, to a 10.74, only 122. Very nice looking launch. Oh, and he pulls the chute as well. Very cool indeed. So, Funny Bike is your next class. We've got Dave and Roger Moore. The real Roger Moore. With the Box of Frogs. Supercharged methanol burning Funny Bike down there behind the tower. Looking like he's going to be taking on Louis Davis with the Wicked Wench. Last time we saw Louis was 2 days ago, actually.
Yeah, he was in the dark. He was the only bike in the evening session. And when he went through the line, he went 7.25. But unfortunately, that was the last that motor will ever see live. They've had to change the block in the bike, amongst other things.
That's a lot of work. Lucy,
huge amount of work.
Thank you very much, Steve, for the message. Lucy says she's sitting up in the grandstands because got a problem with her back. Lucy, hope you're doing okay. Oh, there you are. Wow, nice to see you. Hi. Hope you feel better. You're cheering on your dad. Don't get too excited if you win. Whatever you do. However, this one's going to be fun. 7.25 was Louis' qualifying number in the Kestrel lane. Roger's best was a 7.71. getting stronger and stronger with the Boxing Frogs bike. After the Facebook post the other week, I'm still going to call it an Essex lawnmower. The proper lawnmower. Roger's actually pointing quite far to the right. I'm sure he can sort that out with a bit of left hand down. Louis won't give him a chance. He's long gone. 7:43, 1:48. And Roger just didn't look quite set when the tree ran. Trickles through to a 13-second run. Still really good to see the Moore brothers in funny bike.
Well, I've got 2 more pairs to go. Got Stu Crane against Lorcan Parnell. Hopefully we'll see one or both. And there'll be Mark Smith and Dave Peters.
Well, we're going to sort of get
so who is there and who isn't?
Well, there isn't, I don't think, because we've got Dave Peters on his own down here, and we don't have Mark Smith. We've got Stu Crane, but we don't have Lorcan. Just the way it goes sometimes. That poor Smurf on the back of that bike, can you see?
Yeah.
Halfway down the wheelie barge, absolutely splattered in burnout rubber. It's probably a great view, but not one you'd want. So this is Dave Peters with the Rigger Boot Express. Should have been taking on Mark Smith, another one of the Waterspeed Racing gang. Mark had a really good run in qualifying in 7:24, but unfortunately not making it down for round 1. Good launch for Dave Peters. Sounded like it went slightly south after that. He'll still run through with a 9:34. Number 1 qualifier up next. Stu Crane. Epic run last night. 6.40, second quickest run. Makes it the second quickest bike ever in Europe. I think Rickard Gustafsson holds the bar for funny bikes around about 6:33. Someone listening in will know. And he's not far off that at all. Should have been racing Lorcan Parnell on the very, very potent Storm compound turbo funny bike. Stu Crane just takes the green light. That's all he has to do.
That's all he has to do next round as well. He's got the buy.
He's got another buy, isn't he? I think due to turnaround time, that might be the easiest way forward.
Yeah.
Okay, moving into comp. So we've got another one of those 6-second 200 mile an hour plus bikes coming up next. So Sean Buttigieg from Malta with the Looney Tunes machine. And that's not just because of what it's like. That's because of what he calls it. Take it on, Aswin the Noble from the Netherlands. Great mix of bikes in comp. Another one of those first to the finish line classes. We also have jet cars around the back of the tower, so we're going to get even warmer again. Beautiful day today, look at that, like dusty cloud.
Glorious.
I did think there was cloud forecast for yesterday and today, but if this is it, I'll have it all season, to be honest. So Sean Buttigieg ran 6.70, excuse me, at nearly 220. Basically an outlaw super street bike, whereas Aswin's bike is pretty much pro stocker. Well, Sean does a decent thing, gives him a bit of a head start. However, that's the end of that. 7.12 at 196 for Sean. Aswin goes 9.27 at 132. Love that. 196 miles an hour. Easter Bunny walking around, and this one actually looks like an Easter Bunny. It's all right, it's over there. It is the Easter Bunny. I'm not kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Over there, look at that. Floppy ears, big teeth, the lot. Oh, and eggs as well.
Oh, talking of eggs, I think Nitro FM has still got a couple left. So if you go to Nitro FM with your race weekend programme open on page 8, I think they may have a couple left.
Find the best
Kids
looking...
only, by the way.
Yeah,
Kids.
Wow, 3. Find the best looking bloke you can find in there. It's going to take you a while to find one. But when you do, show them the programme page and you'll get an Easter egg.
So that is for the kids only, by the way.
Well, Len Padgett is down there, but he's being pushed back. Jordan Kenway on a freebie. Nice looking run. 8:54, 164. Still a lot left in there as well. That was by no means perfect. Well, Len have been on it all weekend until that point. Chris Neary taking on Mick Wynyard. These were number 4 and 5 qualifier. Closest, only a couple of tenths between them in qualifying time. Doesn't matter now, it's all about win lights. Yeah, Len's still trying to figure out what's gone wrong with the bike. Chris Neary with the 10th off the start line. That's probably the end for Mick Wynyard. Still making a good race of it. Wow, and a whole shot win. Mick Wynyard goes into the 7s with a 7.99, but a little bit of sleep on the line with 0.3. Chris Neary moves on.
Right, your last pair then, Graham Dance and Leo Lester.
In effect, 2 Super Street bikes.
Yeah.
Graham's was until recently. And Leo's could be too. Graham was number 2 with a 7.54. Leo 8.42. Nearly a second between them on qualified time. That was nearly the end for Graham Dance there. That hop and skip off the line, he recovered instantly too. A 7.89 to take the win. Best run of the weekend though for Leo Lester in a losing effort. 8.24 at 177. The crew still look quite happy with that, to be honest. That was nicely held by Graham Dance that time.
Well, eliminations round number 2 for VW Sportsman. And that is a complete memory jogger for me in the Kestrel Beer Lane Mark 1 Golf GTI. Used to have one of them many years ago. This is Darren Walsh and Steve Metcalf with the Baja Bug. The dial-ins end 16.75 for Steve, but leaving first by just 600ths. Oh, sorry, no, leaving second. Looked at the numbers wrong then. By 1400ths of a second. Darren with the Golf GTI. And Steve Metcalf takes that one, 16.79 on a 16.75. Nicely done, sir. John Crawford and John Gallant up next. It's the Golf taking on the Sirocco. It's 15.99, plays at 17.95. It's going to be the Sirocco going first. So we have green light drag racing. Looks like John Gallant out in front, but massive, massive breakout. John Crawford broke out by 0.3, but John Gallant broke out by way, way more than that. So it's John Crawford that takes the win. Phil Jones with the Audi A3. His dial-in is 15 seconds, so he's going to have to wait 1.2 seconds on the line, as it's Jerry Sadler with the Beetle, dialing in 16.20 in the Autoglim lane. Jerry will be leaving first. There he goes. And Phil Jones going to try and close that Beetle down. Try and go past it. And then just shadow it to the finish line. And that's exactly what he's done there. Takes the win with a 15.29 against a loser at 16.25. But there's a huge difference on reaction times there.
Looking at the lanes, we've got Jet Cars down there, Comp Eliminate round 2, and Promod right behind them as well. So Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf, although it's silver. They do that to confuse us, don't they? Why not call it the Silver Bullet?
Why not call it an Audi TT and says a Mark II Golf? It's just all there, isn't it?
That's probably why, because it's a
But then it's double
car.
confusing, because Jake's supposed to be in a Golf, he's in a Skoda Estate. Thing is, though, if their race cars are broken, then they bring something else from the VW family, and if they haven't got it themselves, they borrow it from somebody else.
I did that when I was licensing, you know. I had to have, let's do 4 events before I could actually get in a blown car.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I borrowed everybody's cars.
Who did you borrow? Can you remember?
Oh, I can indeed, and he's still not forgiven me.
So the win light goes to Jake Fronda, goes 18.65 on that 53 dial. Justin a bit off pace there with that 15.54, so Jake taking the win.
Yeah, I entered Easter in 2000 and whatever it was, I think it might be 2000, and I borrowed my mate's Peugeot 205. However, just to be really annoying, they stickered it up with everything they could find before it came round, so it looked like a cartoon.
Here comes the bride.
Are you sure?
Paul Robinson, he has a bye.
It's always nice to see brides with tattooed heads, isn't it? Don't you think? It's liberating. So Paul Robinson on a buy run. 14.63. We've got Junior Drag Bike round 1 as well. In just a sec. And then we got Jet Cars, Pro Mods, and Comp. So 14.75. This will be Holly Judge in the Kestrel Lane, 50.85, taking on Lawrence Clark. We have a green light race. Polly out there in front with the yellow Audi TT. Lawrence trying to run her down with the bug. He's getting close, very close. It's Polly taking the win again, 15.94 and 85. Win margin only 007. She had 700s in the bag off the line. Polly moves to round 3. She was event champ from back in 2018 as well, 4 years ago. Holly King, Meg Talbot. This is Junior Drag Bike round 1.
Many thanks to Eurodrags.com for being the class supporter this year. Thank you to Simon and the gang.
Holly off and running. Meg trying to run her down, bike running much, much better this time. I think she's going to get there. She has. But she breaks out by a big margin. That's the problem with the bike running well. It ran too well. Holly King, your number 1 qualifier. Will that be a bye in the semi?
It is, yeah.
Because that was number 1 against 6, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah. Well, 1 against 4, but as you're dead right, it's a bye into the final.
Okay, Casey Holgate. Both the Rugrats and Lyra Humber as well, side by side.
We're just waiting for Casey to inch forward into pre-stage. There she goes. Lyra goes into stage, as does Casey. The tree counts them down.
That's the longest wait we've had for a while, that 7-second wait on the start line.
Massive.
Lara can hear Casey coming. Casey goes past her, and Casey takes the win. 8:44 and 8:25. Good effort from Lara. 16:03 and a 15.4. Okay, last pair of drag bikes. We got jet cars underneath the tower again. Jet funny cars this time round. Maggie Smallman and Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands in the Autoglim lane. Anouk's number 2 qualifier, Maggie number 5. Did you pay this much attention to schoolwork?
No.
I didn't think you would, actually.
Absolutely nowhere near.
Because the attention to detail is mind-blowing. I'm sitting here watching it, and you're like, honestly, every single class, ladders out before they come round. In fact, jet cars give you a chance to sort them all out again, don't they? Because they're not competition classes. Someone's stuck on the limiter for a long time. It's Anouk Bergering who takes the win. 14.11 at 1:38 miles an hour. And a win margin of 1/10 of a second. Just kicking off with the second of our live action arena shows over there. Just as we're about to kick off with jet cars over here. Must be 2:30. It is. So, side-by-side jet funny cars this time. I need to share with you a little story from the Firefalls team. Thank you very much for all the lovely details from Donna. They went out to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for a show fairly recently. And they were doing it in a live-action arena, not on a drag strip. So the show has to be tailored to where they are. And they did get word that there was a sandstorm coming. However, not the size of the sandstorm. Just after they'd run, the whole place had to be evacuated because of the sandstorm and the rain. And she said when Martin got back to the jet car, it was in such a sorry state. When he got it home, he spent 2 weeks taking it apart and cleaning it, just because it had got sand and everything. It was just a big old mess. But as always, excellent ambassadors for UK drag racing and Santapod Raceway. I'm sure they had a great time anyway, and I'm sure they scared quite a few people too. So yeah, you heard that right. Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for a show a couple of months ago. It was before the Grand Prix. It wasn't part of the Grand Prix or anything like that. And by the sounds of it, it was a pretty good time. So they're back home again with Firefalls number 3, which is a very, very well-travelled car. Oh my goodness me, that's one way to take pictures. Or I would say get some hair burnt off, but you know. So we hear the whir of the starter motors on the jets. So Fire Force and Firestorm coming your way. These two are very, very evenly matched, actually. Sometimes it's down to who has the better reaction time. Both of these cars, Martin runs like 590s like clockwork with Fire Force 3. Roger Goring runs 6.0s like they're going out of fashion, so they are really evenly matched. Probably at school, you didn't have jet cars underneath you while you're doing your homework too, did you?
Yeah, it was pretty boring back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not quite the same. So this is a heads-up race, over 1,000 foot. Well, Martin away first and in front. That's a pretty good race again. He goes 4.99 at 2.29, beats out Roger Goring's 5.17 at 2.34. And he's knocked the monitor out up here, so we can't tell you anything other than what we see out there.
It's those afterburner pops are so violent now.
Yeah, we're going to hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of minutes while we fix everything up here. Thanks, Martin and Roger. I'll be back with you in a couple of moments. Nitro FM, seriously, only for a couple of moments. We've got comp coming up. Okay, we have the screen back. We have race cars back too. Comp Eliminator round 2, by run by the looks of it for Dan Williams. I just noticed actually, one with a bit like Gary Carr. Gary Carr wandering around the back of the town. He's not here this weekend. Neither is Ollie.
No, Ollie's away.
Okay.
Guy King is here somewhere. Guy and Gary came up today.
Yeah, like that alcoholic sitting in the pub thing again, isn't it, really? But you forgot your drink. So Dan Williams with a bye run. Interesting to see. I can't imagine him running it, nailing it all the way out the back door.
That'll be a 10-1, 10-2, something like that. Well, don't want it to be that.
Second gear, and that was all he needed to do. So he will have a race in the semi-finals against, is it one of these two?
No. It'll be Robin or Rob.
Okay.
This, Spencer Tram and Kev Perkins,
Will be for the final.
yeah, because they get a bye in the semis.
It's just due to the odd lot field, sometimes it throws up bye runs. But the good thing is we run everybody. Comp is growing nicely. Especially with the addition of the stock and super stock cars as well. So Kev has been down in the 7.5s, round about half a second below his index. However, Spence has been even further. I nearly said dials then. Shoot yourself, Darryl. 11.55 index for Spencer Tram with the F stock automatic Camaro on the Autoglym side of the racetrack. So Spencer's going to go first. Kev Perkins is going to sit there and try and run him down, and this is effectively a heads-up race. Whoever takes the stripe first will be your winner. So Spence bumps it in. Here comes Kev.
And it is Spence. Unfortunately, Kev goes red.
Just as well as Spence went green. 1-4 red. Still goes 764 at 177. He headed for the wall. Well judged, Spence. So that's going to be Spence in the final then. Is that right, Colin?
Yep.
Spencer in the final? Yep. Okay. One of these two will be taking on Dan Williams. Robin Orthodoxy with the A altered. Index of 745. He's went 690 yesterday. Quickest run ever for that car. Superb effort from them.
Don't forget when you get a chance to go and have a look around the pits once again, pop in to see Kev Perkins, although he's just been eliminated. Get hold of his CD and help fund his racing a little bit. It's only 10 quid. The Soul Man. Heart and Soul.
Taking on Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog. Sorry, Dirty Dog. I love Rob's number plate on the pickup over there. You see it? No, it's over there. The pickup sat out there, look.
Yeah.
Super modified 55 Rob. Says it all, really. Oh, perfect light for Rob Smallworth. If nothing else, that's the money for him, and he's out in front.
He's got it.
He's got the win. 758, 178, and an extra lump of money, courtesy of
Bad Habit Racing and Eurodragster.com.
What
perfect reaction time.
What a time to have a perfect light. Robin Orthodox, who actually with his worst run of the weekend.
But it was all of them. 0, 0,
Triple.
0, 0.
Sorry, quadruple zero for Rob Smallworth. Well, he could race the rest of his life and never come close to doing that again. That is almost impossible to do. Well done, Rob. Oh, he's also in the semi-finals. We keep forgetting that bit.
Yeah.
Still a great weekend for the Chaos Brothers. That 790 was good stuff. Pro Mod semis next.
Yeah, lose out 7:15 there. But takes the win.
What a race this is. 2 5-second race cars. Coming your way next. Netherlands versus the UK. 2 blown cars. Actually, we've got 3 blown cars left in it and 1 turbo car. 1 pesky turbo car. Well, Kev Slyfield suddenly hit his backside with both hands in round 1. Went 5.97 after a horrible time in qualifying. He's in the Autoglym for the UK with the blown bird. He's also the defending UK Pro Mod champion. He's going to be taking on Michel Turenne. Sponsored by RAC, which I'm pretty sure is his company, from the Netherlands. Both unfortunate and interesting story about Michel, because he's always been part owner of this car, but when unfortunately Robert passed away a few years ago, he decided to keep the team going and get into driving himself. And one of the biggest compliments I can give Michel, I think, is that you wouldn't notice the difference between him or Robert driving. So, heads up for a place in the final. Netherlands, Kestrel Lane, UK, Autoglym Lane. Here we go. Big hole shot from Michel Turenne. 5.96 at 2.42. Well, Michel was 007 on the tree. Kev Slyfield looked like he was dead late. He really wasn't. He was 0.96 to 60 foot, 391 to the 8th. Whereas Kev was 0.13, which isn't really slow. 0.98 to 60 and 4.28. He was already out of it by the 8th mile. So we have one of our finalists. They don't look too happy about that. Little more enthusiasm needed. Come on, folks. I'm kidding, of course. They look overjoyed, as they should. Well, another one that hit his backside with both hands in round 1 was Wayne Nicholson. He had a nice consistent 6-1 race car last year. However, he wanted to step it up and go even quicker, so he spent a lot of money on a new top end for that engine. And so far this weekend, until a couple of hours ago, it really wasn't going to plan. Tyre shake, didn't get past 60 foot almost every single run, and then bam, 6.17, no problem at all. Taking on the twin turbo car of Nick Davis.
Well, bearing in mind, Nick was on a solo, in effect. He was lined up against Ali Wallace. Nick still went 6.05 on his first round run.
At 2.41, yeah. Managed to lock 1/10 of a second off his 60 foot. The car just didn't really get up on boost during qualifying. And that's why I obviously mistakenly thought he was going to be in the 5s again. This car's been in the 580s. This is absolutely killer weather for Prime Modified. About 18-19 degrees, nice hazy sunshine, one of the best racetracks in the world. So Rob Lorin packs the hood of the Firebird. Supercharged car, turbo car, 2 very different staging techniques. Wayne rolls in, Nick's going to build the boost. Here we go. What a race! Even better if your name is Nick Davis. 6.15 at 2.41 takes out Wayne. 6.22 at 2.32. Win margin of 1/10 of a second. Only a few hundredths apart at the finish line. I must admit, I thought Wayne was going to be back in the 6.1s again then. But still, so good to see 2 side-by-side Pro Mods from the UK down in the low 6s. And also Wayne Nicholson making another great A to B run.
Andy Robinson down for a time trial run.
Look at the numbers. Wayne Nicholson was ahead almost till half track. He's got a little bit of a track check to do in the Kestrel lane. Congratulations to Rob Loring and the whole team. Going to get ready for final round race against that pesky blown car from the Netherlands. Have they got a little bit more in the tank to take him out? We're going to find out in a couple of hours' time.
Just noticed Paul telling Luke to say, no, stop the car, we've got to do a track check. And other crew chiefs just legged it around the front of the car, but Paul said it to Luke. Luke quickly got on the headset and told Andy to shut the car off. And that's how professional and how cool they react to situations. Very, very good indeed. And of course, as soon as Andy had the word, he shut that car off straight away.
You know what I said to you about that supercharger hat, Colin?
Yeah.
You look at the front, there's a reason there's a towel there. You can see the fuel dripping out the front.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah.
Right, the reason being is because the injectors are right at the front of that hat. You can see on a day where you get a really nice photograph of the front of those injectors. Mats Eriksson's got the same thing. When they're wide open, you can see the injectors spraying fuel right into the front of the hat, which obviously gets sucked through the supercharger and into the system. And it's another innovative way of trying to get more power out of these cars. Obviously flows better, that's why they do it. And when Andy shut the car off, instead of the methanol being sucked into the engine, obviously the pump was running and there's a certain amount of pressure. That's why it was leaking out on the top. So they're just checking the Kestrel lane through the finish line down in the shutdown area. We may be just refueling Andy slightly, just in case. The last thing you want is one of these things going lean at the top end, because it ends badly.
Well, he wasn't running for long, was he? But nevertheless, if you have a set process that you follow...
Yeah, safe and sorry type of thing, that one. You don't want it running any longer than you absolutely need to. Or maybe Luke just wanted to check, see where all the fuel was dripping down to. No, looks all right. Going to be putting the front hood back on. If you get the chance, go to Robinson Race Cars, or I think it's Anger Management, isn't it? That it's posted in. If you look, check it out on Facebook. There's a whole build thread that just makes me tired reading it, let alone building it. It goes through the entire process of how they build and engineer a pro mod car. There are so many one-off pieces built for this. It's not just basically it starts out as a pile of tubing and metal, and Andy and Luke and the gang make it into what it is there. The only things that they buy, if you like, obviously the body is comes in a crate, but then they have to cut it and build it to the way that they want it, with ride height and getting those big funny car tyres in the back, everything else as well. One of the interesting changes as well is they are allowed off-board starters now. I don't know whether you know, they used to have onboard starters, so they used to plug them in and spin them over. They can now have starter motors on the front like you would on a fuel car, basically, or any other sort of supercharged car. One of the reasons behind that as well, and I think one of the reasons that Luke and Andy went for it, is because it's another thing they don't have to have on the car. It saves weight. And they do have a weight minimum in Pro Modified. I think it's about £2,700 or thereabouts. Again, someone will correct me if I'm wrong. It's something like that. Supercharged cars, some cars have slightly different weight breaks, but it's all pretty much even these days. And it's one way. You build the car as light as you can so that you can then add weight to it in the places that you want to. So it's really sort of counterintuitive. They build it as light as they can, but then they put weight bars around the car. But that means that it behaves itself on the runs. They tend to add weight back in the front to make sure the front end stays down on launches and stuff like that. As long as it still meets the weight minimum and the car runs down the track, then they'll be happy with it. Just waiting for the word to go again. I think there is a little bit of clean-up up the top end. I don't know whether you can see with your bionic eyes, my friend.
Well, the bionic eyes need a little bit of help with binoculars, but yeah, right at the very end of the shutdown area in the lane that Wayne was running in. So yeah, there is some attention to detail down there. I think that's the best way I can describe that.
It shouldn't be that. It really is right at the end, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not the first turn off. It's right down the very end. All the racers loving the new shutdown area as well. If you're coming over here at the end of May for the main event, that's one thing a lot of the bike riders I know especially you're going to be looking forward to. And some of the feedback we got from the racers so far this weekend is obviously track improvements are always appreciated. However, that one is especially appreciated by lots and lots of the bike racers. And it means they can keep it nailed all the way through without being apprehensive on the odd occasion. Although, frankly, it didn't stop a lot of them anyway, did it? It's not like a huge amount of difference, really. But yeah, it's just going to make things that little bit better. Andy's still in the car. The starter motor's still on. Yeah, we can do. Hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments. As soon as we hear Andy's car fire up again, we'll be right back with you. Once again, track crew doing excellent work at the top end of the racetrack. Thank you very much indeed. You can still see the sweeper up the top end. However, they have radioed down to say this is the last pass with it, so Andy can get on with the burnout in the anger management 2.0. And I was reliably informed earlier that the issue with Andy was the reverse lever.
Oh, right.
Literally a minute to fix.
Normally is something pesky like that.
Yeah, it will now be welded on. So Andy and Luke and the team overjoyed yesterday with that 5.97 run. The speed wasn't too shabby either. 245 miles an hour. Is that good?
That's perfect. I was thinking the same thing myself.
That's right. There's a bit of air moving around in here, doesn't it? So Andy not in eliminations, tagging on the back of that semi-final, those two semi-final Pro Mod pairings. Let's put in the test run. Hope he'll be back in just over a month's time at the Door Slammers, and then the main event. Door Slammers shaping up to be good again this year. Always handy because a number of teams come over a little early for the main event, put in a load of passes before, and then by the time we do actually get to the FIA race weekend, they're all sorted. However, there is a small matter of 10 grand to be won in Pro Door Slammer. Talking to Luke and Andy, I'm sure they don't sound like they're too adverse to taking all the weight out of the car and just going for it. So Bowser brings Andy into stage. There we go. So, no tyre shake, hopefully. The bane of a Pro Mod car. Absolutely flawless, Randy. This one will be huge. 590 at 245. Thought that was going to be quicker actually, because the back half was actually slightly slower than yesterday's. 5.907, 245. That drove off the start line like an automatic, didn't it? It was gorgeous. The 60 foot, if you can hear us down there on the start line, 60 foot, 0.947. That is epic. 8th mile, 3.88, 192, and out the back door to a 590 at 245. What I was talking about, Cole, is his back up yesterday was quicker than that. Anyway, so much for Luke's. Well, it will take forever to sort that car out. Yeah, one weekend.
Brilliant.
Well, congratulations to the Robinson family. Well done. Steph, tell your dad that was a 0.947, 60 foot. That is his quickest ever. Well done to the whole family. Well done, Luke. And it's a clutch car.
So jet time once again, it's Oklahoma Willie. Doing some great 135 to 145 mile an hour runs this weekend. A lovely flame show as well. Here we go again. Oh, got blinded by smoke.
Oh no, look. It's all leaking. That's what makes it stink in here. It's all leaking through the windows, look. Thanks, Perry. That's him off the Christmas card list.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be doing stars in your eyes, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll just walk out the door on the microphone and go. So, Perry Watkins with Oklahoma Willie. Entertaining as ever. Also smelly as ever if you're sat up here. What? tower more than the other jets. I think that may be because it's placed higher. It's more directed at us. All the way through the finish line too, at 11:50, 141 miles an hour.
Blimey,
Whiffs.
that really did fill the tower up with smoke, that one.
Yeah, you can see where all the gaps are, can't you, when he does that?
Yeah.
My goodness me.
Felt like being in some demented nightclub with all the dry ice coming out the wrong
Yeah, but it
places.
doesn't smell like that. So Martin Hill, one more time with Fire Force number 5 this time, Jet Dragster. So give the team a cheer once again, the Oklahoma Willie gang. Off up the other end to collect Perry. It's all right, they're not slowing down for more applause, they're slowing down to talk to Andy. Street Eliminator, round 2 coming up also. See John Webster down there with Fast Company 2. Supercharged Outlaw Wrangler, which is still for sale. You're right. Yeah, it is a bit, definitely a bit of that on it. So Martin and Richie, it's going to be a full quarter-mile run with Jet Dragster. They only shorten the distance slightly when they're match racing. So Europe's quickest jet car for your viewing pleasure. I'm just enjoying the lack of diesel smell for one more moment. So Martin in his 39th year of running jets. Started running when he was 2.
So Martin is in pre-stage. Richie waves to the crowd. Wave back at him before you wave. Faster Martin generally goes.
.934 to 60 foot. Collects it before the finish line. Still goes 540 at 238 miles an hour to the 8th mile in 3.60 at 221. Outstanding as always. So, Richie and the team, they've still got another run later on today. Quick Track Street, we're on with the second round of Street Eliminator.
So the matchups then for Street Eliminator round number 2. Andy Bond will be against Paul Morton, Tony Higgs and Ash Cooper.
That's the first pair.
And there'll be Al Mack with Nigel Hale.
Who gets the potential bye?
Yep. Well, Al and Nige, the winner of that one,
will be
in the final.
Also, round 2 Outlaw Anglia, that means that's going to set up the final, doesn't it? Because
Yep.
it's round 2. That's the way it goes as we trot on through race day. Also got VW Pro now, by the looks of it, James Hodgson.
Oh, that's...
Well, it might be a rerun. Possibly.
Yes, it is. Elimination round number 1, so yes, it is a rerun.
Well, they checked it out. I'm not quite sure what happened with Paul Jackson's Little Pirate. The turning circle on that car is huge.
Yeah.
I've just noticed him trying to get around the corner. He had to reverse twice.
Yeah, so this will be Paul Jackson, James Hodgson then.
It is
a rerun.
Well, race director deemed that obviously something was afoot with the timing system, hence they're given another go. Only fair way to do it. So 10:55 plays 9:71. This is just one run, and then we're on to Street Eliminator. Oh, beg your pardon, 2-seater, then Street Eliminator. Need to run the tree. Oh, not again. James Hodgson's out in front. I think the result is going to be the same. It is 11:81. Paul Jackson bows out with a 12:24, unfortunately.
Right, next up then, it is the 2-seater dragster. The passenger this time is David Reed from Milton Keynes, and the 4 words that follow in the next sentence with the laughing emojis are spending his divorce money. One way to do it.
Yeah.
Also,
you don't need to get divorced to go in this car, by the way.
No, but that's what he's doing. Dave Rudd is in the grandstands. Good afternoon, Dave. Hope you're keeping well. Thanks ever so much, indeed, for the message for Darren and myself. He basically just says thank you ever so much for all the comments about the Banzai Cobra.
It's well worth it.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Elaine Hancock, did hear from her earlier on. Basically, the Zephyr is poorly, so no racing for us today. So they're spending the whole day on the banking. Proper racers through and through. If they can't be competing, then they'll go and watch it, so well done to them.
Support from one end to the other.
Good afternoon to Jack Petley. I think he's on the grandstand somewhere. Where are you, Jack?
It's hard to make. Oh, hang on, over there.
Just right at the
to the left of the Swedish flag.
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, we noticed your shiny head. That was all. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Don't come and find me.
I'm trying. Okay.
Actually, that may have been the chap sitting next to you that had the shiny head, not you. Sorry.
Yeah. So Jack Petley, I'm hatching a plan, and he knows what that means. So I'll keep in touch, Jack.
Looks happy about it.
Yeah, he would be.
Street Eliminator, round 2.
He'll be very happy when he gets his race car to the track. Look forward to seeing that.
Tony Higgs, Ash Cooper. Tony Higgs started out with a skyward launch.
Without a doubt, wheelie of the weekend.
Yeah, well, when you as somebody said, when you steer with the parachute, you know it's not gone really to plan.
Especially when the parachute hasn't come out the pack. Whoa, Tony disappearing.
Good looking run. Best 8 of 8.12 so far. Goes 8.21 this time. 170 moving through to the semi-finals. Ash Cooper. 9.61 at 1.43. Tried his very best. So this replacing the final, even though it's round 2, the winner of this one gets a bye. Nigel Hale with Redneck Racing in the Kestrel Lane. There are still lots and lots of Street Eliminator cars waiting in the wings, aren't there?
Oh, goodness me, are there?
Davey Murdoch's not far off. Obviously, Graham Smith's new car.
Rob Slater, Mark Todd,
To name a few.
etc., etc.
Yeah, and on and on. So Nigel Hale and Al McSweeney. Al down into the 7.5. It's the first time ever in qualifying.
Joe Stevens, of course.
119 to 60 foot for Al Mac. This will be another 7. Actually, looks like he's slowing at the top end. Indeed, he is. Only 141 miles an hour at the stripe. He was 495 at 143 at the 8th. So the last car, which should be Paul
Should
Morton.
be alongside Paul Morton, but
Paul Morton not made it down for round 2. Oh, it's another bye run for Andy. Happily chipping away at the new tyre size combination. Got off the start line in good fashion last time. Went well over 200 miles an hour again. $118 to 60 this time for Andy Bond. It'll be another low 7. Oh no, it won't. 6.99 into the 60s already. 207 mile an hour. They rightly look overjoyed with that.
on the small tyre, don't forget.
That's good. That's what you call knowing your race car.
Smaller footprint, smaller tyre, smaller contact patch. Still going in the 60s. Outstanding.
So Mick Taylor, who's lost fire down here in the Banshee. There we go. Back running in the Kestrel Lane. Going against John Webster for a place in the final. Against either Dougie McClure or Rob Stone. Sorry.
So John Webster bringing Fast Company 2 up to the line, and it's Mick Taylor with the Banshee. Going to see who's going to take that first spot in the final of Outlaw Anglia here at the Festival of Power. John is in to stage. Mick Taylor is not that far away. Here we go. 101, 60 foot again for John Webster. Mick Taylor, good, dunks the blocks. But it's a 7.06, 188 miles an hour for John Webster. He books his spot in the final. What performances Webber has given us this weekend. Absolutely phenomenal. Mick Taylor, well, he eventually went through at 10.09, but 1,000-foot blocks just been knocked over there.
Outlaw Anglia version of knocking his block off. Well over. John Webster again with a 101 60 foot. Outstanding. Thank you very much indeed to Mr. Race Director for telling us that we're still planning to run the Fuel Funny Car final, Top Fuel Dragster and everything else around about 4 o'clock, maybe 4:15, something like that.
Excellent.
So that's still on the schedule for them. We're a little bit behind where we should be, but not too far. We whittle everybody down. It's easier to catch up. Rob Stone in the Kestrel Lane. Didn't have a great time in qualifying. Got in on his last run. Against Dougie McClure. Rob Stone now looks for all the world like he'll be going to the final. With an 8.51 at 1.55. Nice and consistent.
So that's another final set.
11.42. Dougie bows out in the semis. So it will be Rob Stone and John Webster for the big trophy in Outlaw Anglia. Up next will be either Pro or Super Pro. Looks like Super Pro, actually. I only say that because I see Holly walking around. And Pete starting the car. So this is for replacing the semis, isn't it? I think someone's going to have a buy in this somewhere.
No, yeah, sorry.
It's round 3.
Mark Turner gets the buy here.
Ah, okay. So whittling it down to the final 4. Pete Walters has actually been in the 5s in a methanol car. Well, actually, technically not a methanol car, an A-fuel car. Licensed in Dave Wilson's car a few years back. Still a deadly good bracket racer. Also, some of his designs are world famous, aren't they?
Oh, most definitely,
so.
Especially on pro mods and door cars.
A lot of pro mods in the US actually run Pete Walters race designs. Bear in mind, there's probably more than a few American designers. Pete,
very talented young man.
one of those selling ice to the Eskimo type things, that. So Pete Dole's 751 taking on Brian Pateman, who absolutely killed it the round before. 100th off and 100th off on the tree as well. I think he took out Billy Gane if I'm not wrong. So Brian this time round looking for 8.94. He's going to be going first by nearly a second and a half. Yeah, we can't have the windows open, can we? Sorry. Pete had a perfect light there. He nearly did. It was a 00. It was a 008 red. Bateman will be moving on. Pete broke out as well. Bad on both ends, which as Colin just found out, could be me as well. One of Ashley Bell's crew guys got one of the best t-shirts on I've seen in a long while. It says, a lot of people I know can relate to this. It says, why have abs? Why have abs when you can have kebabs? Because basically you can't have both, really. So Ron Bartlett looking to join Brian Pateman in the semi-finals. Ron Dial's an 8.24. He was 0-2 on the 3 the round before. Ashley Bell been very, very consistent here on race day, looking for 8.81. Bad luck to the Walters team. He was 008 red, unfortunately. Oh, so close. Yeah, that basically.
That much. Yep.
So Ashley Bell's going to go first by about 0.6. Well, Ron's already caught him. He's taking the strike. Ashley Bell takes it. The lesser of the two breakouts. Well, Ron Bartlett was uncharacteristically late with the 0.12. Ashley Bell also had a 0.12. Ashley Bell broke out by 0.09. Ron Bartlett broke out by 300ths. He was actually 200ths over the stripe first, but went to a block. I can't read. Yeah, so Mark Turner with a solo into the semi-finals. His best day at the racetrack. Using it as a test run to see what the car will run. Very nice indeed. 8.43. His brother. Giving him a round of applause. We have one more pair to go. In Super Pro, and it's going to be Bob Doyle with the Z-Case Datsun. Taking on Joe Kellett. Round about a second difference in ET. Door car's going to be going first. 785. Joe Kellett with a bit in reserve actually, because it can run quicker, quite a bit quicker actually than 780. So this is the last pair of Super Pro. Right behind them is Pro ET. Well, Bob was on the two-step for quite a long time. Joe's going to run him down, and Joe takes the win. A big breakout by Bob Moulden, and he was still over the line second. A 0.6 light for Joe Kellett. A 0.28 for Bob Moulden. That was the difference at the finish line. So it will be Joe Kellett against Ashley Bell in the one half of the semis. Mark Turner against Brian Pateman. So, up next we have Pro ET. I can pretend to be Colin for a little while because I can screw up all his homework and draw all over it. I hope he can hear this and he's listening. He'll come back in a panic in a minute. It's his own fault for leaving me with it. So, Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia and Stu Thompson, or Kiwi as he's effectively known, in the Duster. Stu goes first, followed by Brett. I think they're already dead even. Absolute pick and race this one. Brett's in front. Brett takes the win with a 9.56 to a 9.88. 300ths of a second over the finish line was the win margin. Slightly better reaction time as well. Brett moving on to the semis. Next up, we've got Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the little Anglia, going to be taking on the package himself, Mr. Simon Goff. Side aisles 868, 885 for Ronnie Mercer. A couple of tenths difference on the tree. Both these two seasoned bracket racers. Mr. Goff, previous champ as well. Well, even though it's supposed to be a stagger, problems for Ronnie Mercer. All Simon Goff has to do is not break out. And he, oh, blimey, that was close. And he doesn't with a 872 on an 868. He also had an 0.2 light, did Simon. That's the first time I can ever remember Ronnie Mercer having any sort of issue at all. Just unfortunately, it happened to happen then. Just waiting to see whether Ronnie can fire the car and drive it off the racetrack, or he's going to have to be pushed back. So the next pair in the water box, excuse me, will be Mason Griffiths with the appliance dragster and Amy Watkins, who's just been backed up. No, Ronnie Mercer has got the car fired. He's going to drive it forward and off the end of the racetrack. Okay, given the big thumbs up, literally by the front man. So, Amy Watkins with the the orange Pontiac. And Mason Griffiths with the little dragster. 9:19 is the predicted time for Mason. 9:54 for Amy. Amy's going to have a few tents on the tree. But that's about getting there first. Both in pre-stage. Who is going to be in the semi-final against Brett Featherstone? Nova Scotia waits the winner of these two. Somebody had a very polite reaction time that time. Mason Griffiths, I think, has already caught Amy and shadowing her. And Mason takes the win with the lesser of the breakouts. Amy goes a 10th. Too quick. She was also 0.4 on the tree. Mason was 0.2. So Mason Griffiths with a well-deserved trip to the semi-finals here at the Festival of Power. Who will be on the other side? Simon Goff awaits the winner of Dan Holloway. Dan has gone deep in eliminations and won championships in Sportsman ET before. This is his first race event with the Rattler. Comported in the Autoglev, an immaculately turned out car. Taking on Will Clark, who's been late rounds and won events many times before. Well, Dan's got a bit of a bounce on. Doesn't seem to make a difference though. He's catching Will at the top end. But it is Will Clark with a 9.86 on an 83. Dan goes 9.23. Obviously that bouncing was slowing him down a bit. Also Will, deadly on the tree as always with an 0.5. Really pretty good 0.8 for Dan. But it will be Will Clark taking on Simon Goff. Brett Featherstone against Mason Griffiths. Now, two teammates, Brett and Si, on opposite sides of the ladder. Potentially, anyway. So, just wait to see what class we've got coming next on the list. We're down to Pro ET round 3. We've had Super Pro round 3 as well. Should actually be on the list Sportsman ET. VW Pro, VW Sportsman. We're not far away from running the Fuel Funny Car final, Comp Eliminator semis, Pro Mod final, Top Fuel Bike and Top Fuel Dragster as well. Really not far away at all. So just for a couple of moments while we collect race cars, which is what it looks like we're doing, hand back to Nitro FM. As soon as we hear engines, I'll be right back with you.
The one my heart has gone to me, not gone to wait. This Tico Tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Thank you very much indeed. So we're on to round 3 of Sportsman ET. And Colin, if you notice, I haven't completely failed your homework. It's right there.
Oh, it's really kind of you, mate. Thank you very much indeed.
No problem. I lift one half of a little finger. It's the only thing I'm going to do all day, to be honest. Chris Redshaw taking on Jill Medley. Chris with the Mustang. Kestrel Lane. Jill with that big old Jeep. Jill Medley goes red by 0.80004 reaction time. For Chris Redshaw, well, even though the boys are out in Junior Dragster, Dad's moving on in Sportsman ET. Well, he breaks out. It doesn't really matter, though. That was a 0.004 light in Sportsman ET. Pretty good effort. Money's already gone. Oh, wow. No, you're not going to want me to devalue it, are you? You're joking. Really? Who's this for? Someone you don't like?
Just sign it.
Just sign it, all right, no problem. There you go.
Well, mate, nice one.
Just wipe it off quick. Right. Steve West, Ashley Clark. That wasn't a check hiding underneath that, was it, or something?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Oh.
Now, Steve West is long gone with the Leaf. Ashley's going to be trying to run him down with the Audi. Making pretty good inroads so far. I think she's going to get there if she doesn't break out. Oh, my word! Ashley breaks out by about half an hour or half a second. That's the quickest time I've ever seen in Sportsman ET. 11:63. She was over the finish line first by 0.54. Steve West broke out too. Going to do what I was just yabbering about with Colin. One of my old racing models, Colin just got me to sign. Okay, Brian Huxley against Gary Lake. Brian in the Autoglym lane. VW Sportsman not far off. Oh, actually, second round of Junior Drag Bikes next, Colin. That's probably not what you've got in order. That's what I'm telling you now.
I'll find it. Thank you.
Unless this is a rerun. Pass. Anyway, so, yeah, Gary Lake and Brian Huxley. Brian's going to go first. No, they're all here. This must be the semis. Gary Lake closing in at the finish line. Brian looking over his shoulder. Brian takes the win. Look at that. 18.94 and an 86. 14.02 breakout. Gary Lake was actually there first, but it was an ill-gotten gain. So yeah, it's Junior Drag Bike round 2 to set up the final round. Coming up next.
Just realised Chris, with that win against Jill, gets a solo into the final.
I wonder why they were so happy. Pulling a 004 light probably didn't hurt either. So Casey Holgate, Kestrel Lane, with an 8:30 against Anouk Bergering in the Autoglym lane. Over 5.5 seconds. Casey is going to spot Anouk on the start line. So they're both nudging into stage. Anouk will go first. There she goes. Yep. There goes Casey. But Casey misses a shift. So as long as Anouk doesn't break out, which she does, unbelievably, Casey Holgate, the win light comes on in her lane. Well, Anouk went way too quick, couple of tenths too quick almost. She had that one in the bag. Live and learn in bracket racing, unfortunately. So Casey Holgate will be in the final. Ollie King with the bye. The world's greatest model car dealer in action again. Ollie King goes 11.67 on 45. Well done to everybody in junior drag bike. Looks like we've got 850 bike round there and 950. And also, right now, I think VW Sportsman. Casey. So apologies for radio silence for a moment. We're just waiting to find out what the next class will be. More than likely it will be Sportsman ET. We're not far away from the Fuel Funny Car Finals, both Nostalgia and Modern Day, if you will. And Pro Mod Final 2, all being well. It is VW Sportsman next, by the look of it. We'll just hand it back to Nitro FM again for a couple of moments while we collect cars, drivers, bikes and everything else as well. We'll be back in just a moment. It should be VW Sportsman, yeah.
So it is time to continue with eliminations, and this is VW Sportsman. Steve Metcalf taking on Jake Fronda. It's the Baja Bug taking on the Skoda. The Darlings End 1675 for the Beetle and 1853 for the Skoda. This for a spot in the semi-finals, and in this particular pairing, a bye into the final. So 2 round wins for the price of 1. Looks like Steve could have drawn alongside Jake already, so he's got the bravest at the stripe. Oh, it's a breakout for Steve Metcalf. He got there too quick. Jake Fronda takes the win with an 1860. Next up, Phil Jones and Paul Robinson. Paul hasn't had a race yet. This is his first race, even though this is to go into the semi-final. He's had 2 bye runs so far. It's just the way it's worked out. But this time he's got Phil Jones with a Dragon Wagon A3 to contend with. 15 flat, place 14.73. Paul Robinson already got his nose out in front. So just shadowing as they head towards the stripe. And indeed, whoa, that was tight. 14.73 on an 8 on a 14.73 Darling. But basically, Phil Jones broke out by nearly 0.2 of a second. So it is Paul that is through. The last pair in VW Sportsman to book a spot in the semi-finals, Polly Judge and John Crawford. Old rivalries rejuvenated once again. 1585 plays 1579. If John Crawford leaves first without pulling a red, then he is certainly in the pound seats, but 600ths of a difference, 600ths of a second difference between them on the tree. It is the Crawdog, 16-16, takes the win from a lose-out 16-11. John Crawford is through. Right, 850 bike. What a class this has been this weekend. Round 2 eliminations. First up, Andy Haley. He gets the bye into the semis. Put away Craig Wright, number 1 qualifier in round 1. Just takes the green, that'll do. Saves bike, saves doing all the work. Job done. All he needed to do was take the green under power. Next up then, Alan Morrison taking on Gary Malone. No quicker than 850 unless your opponent goes even quicker than that. Oh, Gary just rolls it through. Game over. Gets the red. Alan Morrison gets the win. .846 breakout, doesn't matter. Already had the win light on in his lane. Jonathan Hines and Keith Wright, your next pair. Winner of this takes on Alan Morrison. Oh, Jonathan Hines got some issues there. Lost power, lost drive. Pulling over to the side. Keith Wright takes the win with an 875.
He looked shoe-in for that one, didn't he?
Yeah, well.
Slightly better reaction.
Same thing happened in the previous round. Keith Wright took on Josh Stubbins. And again, Keith came out on top.
So, Josh, hang on, he's stopped over by the finish line. Sorry, that's why I just stopped like that. He's rolled to a stop right about a quarter mile. He's going to need to take that off the first exit. I don't think he'll be able to do that as quickly as these pair need, to be honest with you. Stacey Reid and Joe Elliott, yep, going to be pushed back. They'll get a chance to run in just a second.
Well, it's about 150 yards to that gate. Usain Bolt could do that in about 15 seconds, but when you're pushing a super street bike, it's going to take a little bit longer.
On the subject of pushing bikes, I'm sure you've seen the video that everyone has.
Oh,
Yeah, you know
I think it's the one, it's the Australian one.
Yeah, the one from Perth, Pro Stock Bike Final, I think it was, where both bikes quit on the start line, and it was a foot race pushing for the two of them to get over the finish line. I can't remember how many minutes it took, but it was a while. It was a long, long old push. Especially when you're on a sticky racetrack with a bike that doesn't really want to move and a rider that's suited up to be hanging onto it, not pushing it. So I think he's just going round the corner now. So Stacey Reid and Joe Elliott will be given a chance to run. Right now. So the last pair of 850 bikes before we move into ET bracket bike. So Joe Elliott's back out there, ready to go. Stays warm in the tyre again. Stacey's dad voice guides are in stage. 850 is the name of the game. Who they got next round, depending on.
Andy Haley
For a place in the semis. Oh, Joe Elliott backs out. It's going to be Stacey. 8:67, 1:41. Joe Elliott was quicker on the tree, but Stacey takes the win line.
Alright, ET bike up next. This to set semi-finals.
Just a quick tree reset before we get there. Well, it's timing system reset, I should say. The tree doesn't generally need resetting. That's Robbie W with the Super Penguin down there in the Autoglim lane. I think he's taking on Anna.
It is, yep.
It is. Anna Sasiak. 970 for her, 10.1 for Robbie. So I think almost all classes we're at semi-finals and finals now, aren't we? There's not many. I think Pro ET Super Pro is semi-finals. All the big fields anyway, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, to set, you know, they're coming around to set semis basically, yeah.
So, timing system reset. Robbie Dobby's going to get 0.4 of a second on the tree. Robbie actually rolled out of stage. He shakes his head as he lets the clutch out. Started wrong and almost as the tree ran. It will be Anna into the semi-finals.
Alright, Paul Adams and Phil Pratt up next.
Phil, your perennial #1 man in ET Bike. His partner Sue does an awful lot of the organising and everything behind the scenes. It's pretty even, actually, because Paul Adams has caught him. But still with the win line. Big breakout for Paul Adams. Nearly a tenth of a second, actually. There was no way he was going to win that one. Actually, 004 at the stripe, but a 0.23 to a 0.9 wasn't going to work out. Scott Collier with his sister Sky holding up the dialing board for 980. On the bike is Dad Bill. Going to be taking on Gary Hester. Gary's going to be sitting there for about a second after Scott leaves. Well, there goes Scott. They're not too far different in reaction time. Scott's bike can run way quicker than 980. It just depends if he decides to. There we go. He sits up. And he does it! Bang on, young Scotty. Well done. 982 and a 980. Congratulations. Win margin of 0.8. He was a couple of hundreds quicker on the tree as well. He's learning bracket racing. I told you. He's learning. He is. Carl Hester, Jack Hartley. Carl Hester's going to go first in the Kestrel lane. Oh, Jack Hartley goes red by 0.8. Didn't have his visor down coming into stage. Maybe that distracted him slightly. So that's semi-final set up in ET Bracket Bike. Okay, 950 bike, semis. Carl Thomas, Kestrel Lane, this replacing the final. Shot at a trophy against Rick Sawatsky, who has been down this track more than anyone, I think. Is that
he
right?
has.
Didn't you work that out?
Yep.
Who worked that out? He's been in 950 bike for as long as it's been around. They were both 06 on the tree. They're going to be looking at each other going over the finish line. It's Rick because he doesn't break out. He knows his own bike. He knew that Carl was going too quick, so he just let him take the stripe. That was that. Okay. Last pair of bikes before we get to split second. Julian Webb with the dragster one more time.
So Dave Hall qualified number 8 of 8 bikes. Phil Harrison number 2, but it's all about getting to the stripe first without going under 850.
Whatever you do, Colin, don't look right.
Okay.
I'm reading it. That's left.
I know.
Boy.
You told me not to look right.
Get going. So, the winner on that one in the Autoglim lane, Phil Harrison. There was room in the tower before you guys came in. Deary me.
Goodness me. They do build them big, don't they?
Yeah, that's. So I said, any bride that's got tattoos on her head, you know, it's going to be a good day out.
So, Julian with split second.
We're collecting semi-finalists. I think that's going to be Top Fuel Dragster as well, ladies and gentlemen, right behind them. So don't go anywhere at all. Ida Zetterstrom with Runefeld's Top Fuel car down for one more run. Final run of the weekend. Racetrack's in perfect condition. So it's very rare we actually see Julian on his own. This is the first time all weekend, is it? I think he's just been match racing, hasn't he? Most of the time. So the support vehicle backs out of the way. Parks out of Flames Way. Kind of like Harm's Way, but warmer. One thing I'm very appreciative of is he's running in the left-hand lane, which means we don't get...
It makes a change.
So, Julian Webb going for a full quarter-mile run this time. Already down in the sixes, well over 200 miles an hour for the split-second car. Off running through the finish line too is 674, 236 miles an hour. Nicely done, sir. Okay, Edith Edstrom with the M-Strand.AX Top Fuel car, getting suited up, ready to go. I don't know whether you know, Colin. I'll explain this at points throughout the year, but one of her sponsors is called Cinderella. Do you know what Cinderella make? Caravan toilets.
Really? Oh, well.
Exactly that. Give the split-second team a cheer. Now this could be tricky. Honestly, this is going to be a difficult moment.
Thank you, James. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
Don't be. It's all right. It's all good. So yeah, no, Cinderella are portable toilets.
Right.
So yeah, interesting. Lots of interesting scenarios to do with riding a super street bike and needing the toilet, or driving a top fuel car and needing the toilet. I'll ask her one day how she managed to pick up that sponsor. Still, all help is good help. And M-Strand.AX, I think, are house builders on the island of Åland. I'm sure someone will tell me. Lawrence is listening in, so he'll probably be straight on it. But I'm pretty sure that's what they are. That's the business they're in. And thank you very much indeed for supporting Ida and her Top Fuel ventures. Suzanne Callan down there with the Slick Trick Racing Top Fuel car as well. We've got a couple of moments before we get into our next set of runs. We won't be far away at all. So Nitro FM, just for a couple of moments, we're collecting cars, and Top Fuel is not far away, so don't move.
Well, our track crew once again doing a sterling job in getting everything ready for Top Fuel Dragster. Just been pushed into position right now. Ida Zetterstrom will be coming into the Auto Glim lane, and going alongside will be Suzanne Callin in the Kestrel Beer lane. Outstanding performances this weekend from Top Fuel. The short numbers record setting. I mean, 3:01 for the 8th mile was just staggeringly fast.
Very much so. We're hoping for full pulls on both of these runs as well. No Anti-Horto this time round. I think Anti's weekend must be done. He's still ready, well prepared for the main event in just over a month's time back here at Santa Pod Raceway. We have the two ladies racing for Runa. Runa has had a number of ladies driving his cars over the year. I'm just going to try and name them off the top of my head. The first one, Liv Burster.
I didn't realise that.
What, Liv drove?
I didn't realise Liv drove for Runa. No, I didn't realise that. Wow.
You're kidding. What? Don't remember the Mobil 1 car?
I remember the
Runa's
car, but I didn't know it was Runa's.
It was Liv's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Runa's responsible for Liv. Anyway, or Liv driving the car anyway. So Liv Burstack was the first driver, and then I'm really going to have to think, because there's loads of other people. Linda Thun-Tonsteth has driven his cars, one of his cars, I beg your pardon. Gabby McDonald.
Yes, yeah.
Drove one of his cars. Oive Jakobsen drove one of his cars. I'm just trying to think of the lady.
Are you trying to think of them in chronological order?
No, because that's all over the place.
I've got a few then, I'll throw in the mix.
Go on then.
Shelley Pearson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, Maya Utian. Then I'm running out of ideas.
I think we're about there, to be honest with you. Someone else will point someone else out that we did forget, but the latest in a line.
Well, we got the two latest ladies piloting these two cars. Ida Zetterstrom and Suzanne Callin.
A bit of music queued up. I'll cue you when, if that's okay, please. Thank you. Yeah, so Suzanne Callin for Slick Tricks Draper Tools, Santa Pod Raceway on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Ida Zetterstrom from Mstrand.ax, Cinderella, and Rudyfield Motorsports in the Auto Glim lane. They're getting the thumbs up to go, so we're ready. Flawless. I didn't even move my arms. So you can see me, don't lie. It's on my elbow. I just went out to you. Anyway, still forward. Thank you. So, fired and ready. Last pair of Top Fuel Dragsters of the weekend. Now they're fired up. What Laurie's doing in Suzanne's car, he's looking at the gauges to set the fuel pressure. They try and do everything the same every single run. They try and do everything the same every single run to make sure that any changes that Runa has made to the setup of the car actually work as they're supposed to. Because if they run the engine for a bit longer, so it's a bit hotter, a longer burnout, whatever it might be, things like the clutch dragging, things like that, subtle changes like that can really screw the tune-up up, frankly. So Suzanne's best run of the weekend was a 4:22 yesterday. Ida's was a near record-setting 3.83. The car that Ida's driving does actually hold the European record at a 3.80. Set in 2019 with Maya Utian driving. Both of these ladies have been in the threes before. They wouldn't mind doing it side by side here. We've got the Nitro Funny Car Final, towing round just behind the tower. So if Nitro is your thing, stay put. Frankly, why wouldn't it be your thing?
Yeah.
Only one place I'd rather be. And you know where that is.
Which one?
I don't care. I'll swap. So Suzanne Callan, Kestrel Lane, Ida Zetterstrom, Auto Glim Lane. What do we got? Almost a full run for Suzanne, 4:07 at 2:41. Big tyre shake again for Ida going past the Christmas tree. She was still 60 foot in .836. However, that was the end of that. Suzanne, .855 to 60 foot, 317 at 271 to the 8th. And at 4:07 at 2:41, she was clicking it off a little bit before the finish line. Suzanne's numbers as well, that's quite unbelievable. 0.16 slower than Ida went yesterday to half track, and that was a storming run.
But still, 271 miles an hour at the 8th mile.
That's pretty hauling.
Ooh.
I know. Well, they worked their absolute tails off this weekend to entertain you lot, and I think they deserve a very big round of applause from absolutely everybody. That's Suzanne's crew going to get her. She'll be a one happy young lady again up the top end. Ida's team as well. They leave with the quickest run of the weekend and the quickest ever half-track run in Europe. Well done. All set for the main event in just about 6 weeks' time.
Well, it could be a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel beer lane. There's a little bit of attention being given by our spotters, just double-checking everything.
I did think Ida was going to make it, actually, because the car got over the start line fine, but it just started shaking that bit too much going past the Christmas tree. I can also tell you from personal experience, it blooming hurts. What happens is it turns the rear tyres into 10,000 horsepower rubber balls, and the only way I can possibly describe it is it's like someone putting a white sheet of paper in front of your face. You can't see a damn thing, and the only way to stop the pain is to lift. It also knocked my wisdom tooth out. That's why I'm not very wise anymore. So yeah, we've got a little bit of cleaning to do, bit of sweeping. It looks like it's only the tractor though, nothing else in the Kestrel lane, so hopefully it won't be too long. We have our Nitro Funny Car finalists coming round. Already there. He's keen. It's Mr. Kevin Chapman with the Thermareg car. Wayne Dupree tuning, doing a good job on his first weekend. He's got Kevin into the final. And he's going to be taking on Steve Ashdown.
Yeah, I think they'll leave Steve there for a little while. Obviously, you need to get the tractor back on station, so he needs a bit of space. So, obviously, not going to block his path.
Yeah, there isn't any actual cleaning going on. It's just like sweeping and dragging over there in the Kestrel lane. So, it shouldn't be too long. So, these two got here. I think Steve Ashdown took out Jason Phelps. And Kevin Chapman was the best Kevin of the semi-final matchup with Kevin Kent. They'll all be back for round two. This is round one of the Funny Car Championship. They'll be back for round two in 6 weeks' time at the main event, where hopefully they will be joined by maybe even as many as 2 more cars, which makes qualifying more fun for a 4-car field.
Does it, if you have 6 cars, is it a 4-car field or is it an 8? I don't know how
Entirely
that works.
depends on how it works out. I mean, we've had 6 cars before. One of the main events, I think, like 2013-14, something like that, if you remember. Back then, when John Spufford was still running this car, funny enough, as the Showtime car. Yeah, we had 6 cars that weekend. Henrik Christensen was licensing in the Danish. Do you remember that? Yeah. Licensing in his car. And, yeah, someone was a DNQ that weekend. We had 4 cars for that show.
So if you're going back that far, then Gordie Smith would have been in Shockwave. Perhaps
Correct.
Thomas was in the Batmobile. Was he that?
No, it wasn't.
That
He wasn't there.
no?
No, he was out by about 2010, I think. It was Jason, probably, in maybe the Marshall car at the time. Gordie in Shockwave. We had
Spuff in Showtime.
Spuff in Showtime. Oh, don't do this to me. Spuff in Showtime.
Sorry.
That's all right, no problem, because everyone's going at home going,
Oh, would have been Patrick. Oh, no, Leif Hollander in the
That's
Starcotta.
exactly
Yes.
right, yeah. Patrick, not Patrick Pez, you're right. Leif Hollander in the Starcotta, and there were two others. Henrik Christensen with a Mustang, and I'm going to get there eventually because he qualified, whoever he was. So I said, don't do it to me, don't ask.
Sorry.
Because it's going to be painful trying to remember now. Yep. Hang on, let me pick up my phone because I'm sure the answers will come in a second. Oh, there we go. Actually, thank you very much indeed, Chris. Yes, you are dead right. We did miss the lovely Siv Neustadt driving Runa's car.
Ah.
So we got. So basically, what I'm taking from that, Chris, is we got the rest of them. Thank you very much. That's not too bad.
Is that, Chris, not for me to say?
Something like that.
Yeah. Afternoon, Chris. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Look forward to seeing you at the main event. And
Hopefully back up here to help us
Yeah.
with Super Pro if you can, sir. That'd be
oh,
great.
that Chris, right.
That Chris, yeah.
Well,
I
not for
think
me
it
to
was.
say about the other Chris, but he knows who I mean.
Yeah, that Chris.
Well, the track crew just doing their thing in the Kestrel beer lane.
Might have even been Kevin Kent, actually, the other one. Might have been. He's been around Funny Car for a while, hasn't he? Could have well have been the last man.
Could be,
Yeah, because we
yeah.
didn't mention him in that.
Well, tractor looks like it's coming back this way, which is a good sign.
Yeah, those, for me, those tyre track marks down there, Avidas, look blasted painful. Honestly, that hurts like you can't imagine. It's like being repeatedly smacked in the face by Mike Tyson. It's just, it's a horrible feeling. And every driver I've spoken to, I've spoken to everybody, literally. Barry, Thomas, Steve Ashton, all of them. And we all say the same, and Liam, who was the other one I was thinking of as well. And we've all said the same thing, is like, we all said the same. We drove through tyre shaking an alcohol car and thought, yeah, I'll be fine in a fuel car. It really isn't. It really isn't. Even with the moulded seats and the padding around your head and everything else as well, it's just darn right painful.
So basically, to summarise a top fuel dragster in a very loose term, a really good fast run is the easiest run.
By far.
Because if everything's going right, it's not giving you tyre shake. You're not having to
You
wrestle
just
the
plant
car.
it.
You
Yep.
just plant it and it goes. And, you know, there's no... Well, do you still... what's your vision like? I know we've
Nothing.
seen on-board videos of these things, but what is your vision like when you're really going for it down there?
Best way to describe it.
Without shake, by the way.
No. It's fine. The best way to describe it is, you know, if you watch Star Trek
Yeah.
and they're on the bridge and they hit warp drive and all the stars go pew, past your face.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's
Right.
like. Exactly what it's like. It's like driving in a tunnel because you can't see anything other than what is straight in front of you. Everything in your peripheral vision is moving way too fast past you, so all you can see is what's straight in front of you. The other thing that's quite amazing too is that you because you're strapped into the car and you're sat in the middle of it, unlike a road car.
Yeah.
So when the car makes a move one way, you instinctively steer it the other because it's you do it without
Natural
even
yeah,
thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, somebody showed me what I did and I went, oh wow. How did I didn't know I'd done it, if you see what I mean. It was a run where a header came off on one side, it pushed the car one way and the car just went, you can see from the tyre tracks it went to the right and then came back again, and I didn't even notice that I'd done it, to be honest with you, without even thinking about it, and that's just how it works. And it's like playing a really fast video game, a lot more brutal, obviously, but with about 7 Gs pinning you in the seat. I think that's the big difference. The other main difference with a top fuel car compared to an alcohol car is with alcohol cars leave like a bandit as well. So do pro mod cars. There's so many cars that launch really, really hard. But the big difference with a fuel car is that the way that they make power and the clutch comes in, it's like it launches 7, 8, 9 times down the racetrack because it just keeps. You just think it can't accelerate any harder, and it keeps going.
Yeah.
And if you look at the short numbers, like I said, for alcohol cars, to 330, they're not too dissimilar. Even to the 8th mile, they're not that far off. It's the last bit. That's where they take off, you know.
Incredible.
There are a proper fine piece of engineering, and when they work, they are outstanding too. Oh, is that someone losing an awning? Did you not see that?
No,
Never
I
mind,
didn't.
in the pits, it's all right.
All right.
Okay, so...
Well, I can see that the track crew have pretty much done their thing out there. Well done to them.
Yeah, the other thing that happens as well, it puts your body through a lot. I used to be 7 foot tall. Anyone that knows me now knows I'm not 7 foot tall anymore. In all seriousness, the worst part of any run, it's not the going, it's the stopping, because everything in the car is built to plant you and keep you in place when you're accelerating. It's when you let off, the tyres become sort of big, fluffy, floppy rubber balls. You're trying to let the chutes out. That's the bit that takes the most out of you, if you like, because you go from a 3G. If you're planted on the 300 miles an hour run, you go from a 3G acceleration through the finish line. You hit both. If you drive into the chutes and hit both chutes, you go from a 3G acceleration to a 5G deceleration. So that's an 8G swing on your body from one to the other. And it's like, honestly, you see people in slow-mos and stuff, even though they're strapped in, they can't really move. It's still like your head hits the dash because it's such a violent deceleration. That's the bit that hurts more than anybody. And in days gone by, before we had hands devices and everything else as well, I mean, I've had it. You get bruised shoulders from the belts and things like that where you hit the belt so hard. It's not a, you know, hands devices are great things. It's not a pleasant experience, let's put it that way.
And yet,
everyone does
all
it.
come back for more.
And and would do again many times over. Yeah, but there's one little phrase: while you're alive, you've got to live, and you will never be more alive than when you're driving one of those things. And even now, look at that.
Yeah,
Goosebumps thinking about it. It's exceptionally cool. So, enough waffle. On with the racing. Steve Ashdown and Kevin Chapman going to be spinning over the big supercharged 10,000 horsepower Hemis in their Fuel Funny cars. Dave Ryan pulls the Magwires on the Shockwave. Lovely burnout for Kevin Chapman. Nice short controlled burnout from Steve. So one of these two is going to be getting a big trophy at the end of today, and one of them is going to be walking away with a points lead as well. Kevin Chapman still comparatively new to Fuel Funny car. Actually, saying that, they both started roughly the same time, didn't they, I think? Steve Ashdown been driving this for a few seasons now. We've also got Jason Phelps coming around to put in a pass after this. Looking to get one more run in before coming back to the end of next month. Well, lined up quite a way out the groove, actually, Steve Ashdown, but in his own burnout tracks. Lee tells him to stop as he picks up the body. Dave looks under there. Make sure everything's running right. Takes the little computer out. Oh wow, we got both of the other Fuel Funny cars behind him as well. Kevin Kent's around here too. However, this is the final. Dave Wright says, go get them. So Steve Ashdown, there's 3 and 4 qualifiers, these two. And they're in the final. Steve Ashdown. Steve Ashdown with a hole shot, but the pipes go wet before 3:30. Cruising, it will be Kevin Chapman taking the win with a 494 at 159. And Steve Ashdown actually left him for dead that time. If you look at the numbers, I think something went skewy with the timing system. He didn't. That wasn't a +1.4 reaction time at all. It was a lot quicker than that. But they were both absolutely loaded up and trying. Kevin Chapman was on it till just before half track, as we say, when the pipes went wet, which means the car isn't under load anymore. And he just coasted through the finish line. Still takes the win, though. Still takes the trophy from this weekend. An awful lot of hard work from him, Wayne, and the whole Thermareg team. Well, we've still got 2 more fuel cars to come.
Well, that was added bonus. I was not expecting to see the other pair come round, but as you say, Daryl, lined up behind the tower.
And yeah, we've got jet cars coming. We've got semi-finals to come. Give them a cheer, everybody. Work their tails off this weekend, as they always do. Steve certainly did his job on the tree. However, it is Kevin Chapman. Raise the roof for the folks in the Audi. They took it. The other thing as well to explain, you can hear the starter motors going down here. They're spinning them over to get oil pressure. The last thing you want is low oil pressure in one of these, because they tend to undo themselves quite quickly. Also good to see on the Gladiator team, Stuart Lowe's actually helping out for the weekend down there. He looks absolutely covered, so he's obviously been right in it. So, more than likely, Steve Ashdown has locked up there at the top end again. Stuart's got the red braces on.
Oh, right, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, Stuart Lowe's been around UK drag racing for a long time. He used to race with his brother Craig. They've been given the signal to fire up. Yeah, they used to race in Alcar Dragster, and funnily enough, actually, the car they used to race was the one I got my licence in, of all things. So it's good to see Stu back at the racetrack. Obviously, well, I was going to say, he must be enjoying himself, because, like I said, he's covered. So, both teams given the thumbs up. These are only going to be test runs, but they're still going to be going for it. Fingers crossed for the Hawk Racing team, Mark and Jackie Hawkins. If anyone deserves a good full pull, it's them. Smoke wasn't burnout smoke for Kevin again. There was a little bit of burnout smoke, I should think. Now the silly thing is with the burnouts is big smoky burnouts aren't always the best thing. A couple of things. First of all, they rev the engine a little too hard in the burnout. The second thing is the tyre footprint isn't nearly as wide if you spin the tyres harder. So that's why a lot of the time they keep the revs down to give them a wider footprint to launch from. Although on a real good racetrack like this, actually launching from your burnout track doesn't make a massive amount of difference. So Kevin Kemp was #1 qualifier, got taken out in round 1 by Kevin Chapman. Still had a pretty good debut weekend with this car. He still holds low ET, actually. And Jason Phelps with the Gladiator in your tickling lane. That is car owner Mark Hawkins guiding him into stage. Keep your fingers crossed for Jason as well. So Mark pats the engine on the head and says, go get them. Same for Kevin Kent. That was beautiful for both of them, actually. Well, that wasn't a 302. Yeah, we got something funky going on with the lights in the left-hand lane, or the timing system anyway, because Kevin's reaction time of plus 2.1 wasn't 2.1. The 60 foot wasn't 1.56, and the 330 definitely wasn't 0.59. I think they might be in the wrong order some way. Anyway, still pretty storming run for Kevin Kent until the chutes shook out. That was also Jason Phelps' best run in a long while. 9.23 to 60 foot. 241 to 330. He was off it by the 8th mile, but still went 376 at 159. That is the run that the Hawkins family have been waiting for. Absolutely that. Yeah, Mark, Jackie, the whole team, all that stress, grief, hard work, elbow grease, beard growing, tummy growing, hair growing, whatever else it might be, all of a sudden it all goes away, doesn't it? Sorry, record-setting pickup, people in the pickup as well. Sorry, I forgot that bit. Well done. Thank you very much indeed, Brett. Love you too.
There's got to be at least 10 in there, isn't there? There's 6 on the bed, probably 4
like
inside.
Yeah, but no, that was absolute. That's what they've been trying to do for ages. So well done, everybody, on that pickup truck. Congratulations. They finally have a race car again.
Yeah, they're all happy. That's great to see.
And same as well for Kevin Kent's team. He absolutely gave it his all on that run. That was a real flying run. Unfortunately, the clocks malfunctioned slightly, so we didn't get the full ET, but still a great show nonetheless.
All right, next up, it's time for the afterburner pops and the flames and goodness knows what. And it is a Firestorm with Roger. And tell you what, Martin's brought Fire Force down as well. What?
So
yeah, go on, sorry, mate.
No, sorry. My apologies, I thought you done. Yeah, also, we've got a few semi-finals to run, then it's all finals all the time, I think, isn't it, actually?
Well, we've still got
back up there.
A little bit up there to squeeze in. But, yeah, we're doing really well.
The weather certainly helps.
And not only that, it's Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow. So we can recover.
And sleep. You got the Monday off?
Yep. Well, I'm back up here tomorrow morning first thing just to
sort the things out. Why don't you just stay here?
I haven't got any vehicle. I haven't got a vehicle here, so I'm getting a lift home, and I'm not going to come back up tonight too much. So yeah, come back up in the morning, sort it all out.
Tomorrow I've got the day off. I'm going to kick the kids out the garden as soon as I'm allowed to. Sleep, I think. Yeah, we're tired just standing here talking or sitting here talking. All those people working on the race cars must feel quite
bizarrely, I was quite happy when Spencer Tran won his second round race to go into the final. That means Williams Brothers Racing are here for the final.
Which means
I get a lift home.
Well, hang on, you've still got to do prize giving. They've got to hang around for.
Yeah.
Oh, that means they'll be picking up a trophy. So they've got to stay for. Oh, yeah. I get your reasoning.
And their clear off will take longer than mine. So.
I had the same experience probably 20 years ago in Finland, and my ride home was with a team from Sweden, and I was flying back from Sweden, but we had to get the boat back from Finland to Sweden. If anyone has been on that trip, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The last boat on the Sunday, the overnight boat, leaves at 8 p.m. and it was just down the road from Alastaro, probably about 45 minutes. The trouble is, if you made the final, you had to stay till Monday because you missed the boat.
Oh, right, yeah.
And my ride home got knocked out in the semi-finals, and I was sort of unhappy, but at the same time happy, because it meant I wasn't sticking around till Monday morning. One of the greatest stories, everyone's good friend, Mr. Derek Flynn, he won in Finland probably 9 years ago, I think, something like that now. And he celebrated so much. Not only did he miss the boat the next morning, he missed the boat the next evening as well. Because he was still too worse for wear to go home. But then, if you work so hard for something, you've got to celebrate it when you get the chance, haven't you? So, quick sweep of the racetrack. Any lingering clutch dust out there is going to be moved. We've got Jet Dragster and Jet Funny Car lined up underneath the tower. I think they've left the 1,000-foot blocks out so they know where to run to.
Yep.
You must have stayed over here after race day a number of times before, have you?
Only once, actually,
Is that right?
to go home the following morning. I'll be doing the same at Door Slammers. I'll be going home on the
Okay.
Monday morning, but then I'll be back Wednesday morning because obviously it's test day.
On Wednesday?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this year,
What,
isn't
Door
it?
Slammers?
No, main event the following
yes,
week.
yeah, sorry. Sorry, staying up. Sorry, idiot. Yeah, staying
Yeah,
up.
so I'll be staying over on the Sunday night at Door Slammers, going home sort of midday Monday, and then I could even come back Tuesday night, actually. I'm not working that week, so we'll see how it goes. And then home on the Sunday night
right.
after main event, and then back up on the Thursday night for the Nostalgia Nationals.
Why'd you have a house? Oh, so Claire has somewhere to live.
Yeah.
And you
I
have
need
somewhere
to-
to store your car
Well,
collection.
exactly
Yeah, I
that.
was getting
Yeah,
to
you
that.
got it,
don't
you
worry.
got it.
Oh, and the car, of course. Blimey. Yeah, it's a weird old experience staying until the day after because it's everything. Obviously, the whole place is empty. We did get a message from security. I do apologise. I forgot to mention it. We do need to clear the site tonight, actually. So, anyone camping? So 10 to 5 in the evening, got a few finals to set up, got a few finals to run as well. We've already sorted out a few winners. So, Dragster against Funny Car. That's what the YouTube event used to be all about, wasn't it? Remember? Not yet, necessarily.
So the pops and bangs will start to get a little bit louder now as they bring the two cars forward. So they're pretty much there. Ashtray Martin is in pre-stage already. Here we go, the last pair of jets on the Festival of Power.
Well, Richie's lost his hat again, and Roger takes the win. 520 at 238, 2,000 foot. I did honestly think that hat was stuck on. I can't believe it's been removed.
Well, it just goes to show that the dreads aren't attached to the hat. There we go.
I've got one of those. I go snowboarding in. Yeah.
So well done to Roger Martin. Let's have a look at the short numbers. 110 to 60 foot for Rog, but that tells a story. Martin, the afterburner didn't like straight away. Actually, went 130 to 60.
They're overjoyed because they won.
Yay! Well done to Helen and, of course, Rog and the whole of the Firestorm team. And there goes Richie and the rest of the Fire Force team.
We got Pro Mod final just around the back of the tower, as well as semi-finals for Comp Eliminated. Don't go anywhere at all. I think, yeah, we've had Comp Eliminator, got Nostalgia Funny Car final as well, Top Fuel Bike final too. Then we've got a bunch of semis and finals. It could actually work, actually. We're not going to be far off that, I don't think. Yeah, all sportsman finals at 5:30. That might happen.
So the orange markers are being put away, or put down, I should say. Just a little bit of sledding as the tractor goes up and down, just to tidy up after the jets. What a weekend it's been. Capped off by amazing crowd and amazing weather to bring that crowd here as well. Thank you all so much for coming to see us this weekend.
Best looking crowd in motorsport.
It is, by a huge margin.
Oh yeah, none of these circuit racing lookalikes. Just kidding. We like every form of motorsport. We just really love this one.
But we said it before, Darren, we're going to say it again, but just so good to be back.
At Easter.
At Easter.
In the middle of April, with the weather. It's almost like we planned it, isn't it, really?
And as near as damn it, normal. Unbelievable. Fantastic. Waited a long time for this weekend. And to be blessed with the weather and the entry. My goodness me, the entry this weekend. Over 300 teams booking in. I take my hat off to everybody involved. I really do. Thank you.
Lots of classes coming through as well, notably. Comp Eliminate has been really good. 850 bike.
Yeah, that's been outstanding.
16 bike ladder for them. Huge entry in the VWs.
Oversubscribed in Pro ET, which is still good to see, considering there's a lot of new cars. And wait until the others come back that haven't got all their bits at the moment. So
yeah, that's the fun part. Is it's only going to get more fun.
Yeah.
We really started the season yet. There's quite a few classes yet to kick their seasons off, like Nostalgia Superstock and lots of the others.
Oh, the lifestyle events. Oh, goodness me, yeah. Imagine the first meeting for the Wild Bunch. How massive that's going to be.
I bet.
Next weekend, on the 23rd of April, one-day event, it is the Best of British. Weekend after that, 30th of April to the 2nd of May, is the STP Spring Speed Nationals. 8th of May, it's the Vauxhall Show. Jap Show is on the 15th of May. Then it starts to get very, very loud and very, very busy indeed. VW Breakout, 20th to the 22nd of May, which incorporates Transit Mania, and it also incorporates Door Slammers. We cannot wait for that weekend. 4 days later, 26th through to the 29th of May, the main event, the first round of all of the European Championships, and we really do look forward to that one. 3rd to the 5th of June, the weekend after the main event. That is the Jubilee weekend, and that is the Nostalgia Nationals, a very cool laid-back event, and that's where you're going to see Nostalgia Superstock, Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch, that sort of thing, with monstrous fields, and a really cool laid-back event as well. After that, 12th of June is the BMW show. Weekend after that, 19th of June, the Retro show. And then the Fast Show Reloaded. The Summer Nationals, the next round of the National Championships, is on the 12th and 3rd of July. And then Dragstalgia 11 11 years of Dragstalgia. Well, the 11th Dragstalgia, I should say. 8th to the 10th of July. For all of the information on all of the future Santapod events, please visit www.santapod.com. Get your tickets booked, get your accommodation sorted, be it a local Airbnb, be it a hotel, tent, caravan, you name it, whatever. Just make sure you get yourselves up here for a summer and a season of great events here at Santapod Raceway.
How could Dragstalgia be a classic event when I remember the first one?
True. Bug Jam 35. How about that? 22nd to the 24th of July. And then the weekend after that, Mopar Nationals. Absolutely brilliant. I think Bug Jam's actually got Pro Mod running this year.
It has, cool. Yeah. Not at the Mopars.
Yeah.
At Bug Jam.
It's a very simple reason, because you've got other race cars at Bug Jam.
Okay.
So
it's an MSA event, is that right?
Motorsports UK event.
So.
But the weekend after, it would only be Pro Mod, because it's the Mopar Nationals. So take everything back. So that's why the switch around. And not only that, the Bug Jam crowd get to see Pro Mod. They'll enjoy that.
I think they get to see Fuel Funny Car as well, do they?
They have done.
Yeah, they have done before. I don't know whether it is a Fuel Funny Car round that weekend. I think it is.
Right, I'm not 100% certain what's coming round the corner next, but we can see Comp Emulator around there. We can see our VW classes round there.
Looks like Comp, I think, to be
I think it'll be Comp, but we'll wait for the update.
Yeah, the tracks are just doing, after the gluing, just doing a little bit of sledging. Looks like the track's ready to go. Water's going down in the burnout box. That's Steve Mayer down there. Got to, again, shout out to the marshals, all the guys and girls that give up their free time to come up here. Steve actually works, he's the burnout box guy, his caravan's up next to mine, at the top end, right? And there's quite a few mornings, standing there in my underpants with a cup of tea, I have a chat with Steve. And he works on the London Underground.
Oh, right.
And he actually schedules his time off around being able to do this. How cool
That's
is that?
cool.
Oh, well, a lot of them do that sort of thing. You know, and it's so greatly appreciated. It really, really is. Without them volunteering, giving up their free time, and in Steve's case, and I'm sure a lot of the others, their holiday time, we won't be able to do what we love. One of the cars coming round to take its place in the Comp Eliminator final. Spencer
a
Tran.
bye for Spencer.
Next up is Dan Williams and
Rob Smallworth.
you got it.
Well, the new coat of arms, if you like, the new coat of paint for Spencer Tram, that Quantum Leap Camaro, looking absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Well done to OCS Paint, and of course the man stood behind the car. Just coasting through with 1180 at 81 mile an hour. Well done, Spencer. So, is it going to be an all Williams Brothers final? We'll soon find out. Or is Rob Smallworth going to sneak in there with a dirty dog? Well, Dan Williams was your #1 qualifier with the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle. Of all of the cars that they've got, this is the winningest car. Even though it is, that's the car that won Door Slammers in 2019. That's the car that took Nick to the Pro ET Championship for the Santapod Racers Club.
And could it be on its way to another final round? We're about to find out. Incredibly competitive.
Dan wanted to change his car to a stick shift, but no, it's still an auto.
That would be fun to drive, wouldn't it? Well, he's been a long way under his index. The Stagger in Comp is based on their index, 1061 for Dan, 799 for Rob Smallworth. Rob's going to do all he can to run him down.
Oh,
Won't matter.
Rob's gone red.
001 red. It's an all Williams boys final. Well, team final anyway. Rob's going to go way past. Goes 772 at 165. 001. He was so close, actually, to a perfect light.
Yeah. So it's an all Williams Brothers Racing comp eliminator final. The winner will get 150 quid extra from the speed shop, 80 quid from Engine Data Analysis, 150 quid from BSI Transport, and Pro Race Engineering adding 50 quid to the pot. 430 quid extra. Wow.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Motorsport UK Pro Modified Final. UK versus the Netherlands. Coming your way next. So Michel Turenne in the fives a couple of times this weekend has the performance advantage over the Turbo Firebird of Nick Davis in the Kestrel lane. Now, you'd think that Nick and Rob might try and step it up for the final. However, Rob's been around a long time. That's Rob Loring I'm talking about, just backing his driver up. Rob doesn't tend to touch anything at all on the race car unless he has to. He's a very, very smart racer. He's a championship winning racer. And he's one of those ice to the Eskimo type guys. When they wanted top nitrous tuning in the US, it was Rob Loring that they came to. Nick's runner quickest in the 6.0s this weekend. 5.9s for Michel. Who's it going to be? UK in the Kestrel lane for US Automotive, VUA Motorsport and ICE Automotive as well. That's Rob and Nick's company based in Silverstone in the Kestrel lane, with Nick Davis doing the driving. And Michel Turenne hoping to make the long boat trip from the Netherlands worthwhile with a big trophy in Pro Mod. It's a close race. It looks like Michel's got the edge. 6.06 takes out a 6.03 on a whole shot win margin. 007 at the stripe. That was a drag race.
Both of them with 0 lights as well. You cannot deny that was everything on the table for them both.
Well, funnily enough, Michel's car actually fell off. I'm not sure whether the pop was him at the top end because it was laying over at the top end. 230 is a good 10 mile an hour down on speed. I don't think they give him monkeys at the moment. He was 0.5 on the tree to Nick's 0.9. He was 0.97 in 60 foot to Nick's 101. 8th mile, he was a tenth of a second ahead. That car was on a pass, 388th to the 8th mile, but then it really laid over on the top end of the racetrack to a 6.06 at 2.30. He did just enough to hold on because Nick Davis was trying to run him down at 237 miles an hour. What a final.
One of the closest Pro Mod finals I think I've seen for a long time.
Well, this should be the Top Fuel Bike final, but unfortunately, after the stout numbers Al Smith laid down in the semi, it is Steve Willett. Give him a cheer, Pro Dutch team. I have a feeling they might have some engine work to do after that, though, because that was eating itself on the back half, but they don't care.
Well worth the trip.
Oh, they don't care. So, Steve Willett, the last man standing in Top Fuel Bike. Comparatively soft launch for Steve. Takes it all the way to a 6.44 at 192, his quickest run of the weekend. Bit of a victory lap, that was. Okay, Junior Dragster round 3.
It is, yeah.
At, isn't it? Yes, we've still got a couple of rounds to go for juniors.
Right, Junior Dragster eliminations round number 3. First up, Daniel Weir. He gets a bye run. It's just the way the ladder worked out. This is the last bye in Junior Dragster eliminations. Oh, 002 light. Nicely done, Daniel. That would have been number 1 qualifier if you did that. Saved it for eliminations. 798 breaks out, but wow, what a fantastic package that one was. Well done, Daniel Weir. He's through to the semi-finals,
which probably won't be far away.
Well, we've now got 3 races coming up. Lara Bartlett taking on Jake Cooper.
Here comes Jake.
Now the winner of this will be taking on Daniel Weir. So for Slick Trick Racing, Draper Tools and Santapod, it's the Junior Dragster of Lara Bartlett going alongside the Fenny Racing Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils. Also has Jake Cooper. Really good to see Rue Pitt here from Lucas Oils today, and of course being the title sponsor of the class, he's doing all the filming, and I believe he's doing a little show reel for this as well. So well done to Rue and to Lucas Oils for the continued support of Junior Dragster.
So about second difference on the tree. Well, when the tree runs, it'll be about second difference. Does actually look like Lara's caught Jake already, and it's Lara. Bang! Oh, they were both bang on. Look at that.
Yeah, were.
Both lanes. 8.91 for Jake. It was the 0.16 reaction time to a 0.07 for Lara that made the difference that time.
Next up then, Luke Fulton and Mackenzie Love. 2 very, very good racers. Luke Fulton, the winner of the COVID Cup in 2020. Sort of a shortened season, if you like. Going alongside Mackenzie Love, your number 1 qualifier.
I just noticed a for sale sign on Luke's car, actually. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are they moving another one of the family cars on?
Oh, Luke goes red. Ooh, 003 red. So it's Mackenzie. I think Luke is on the verge of growing out of the car, so he needs a bigger one.
Well, 003 red isn't. Who's just really trying. And an 02 for Mackenzie.
Last pair?
Yeah. Daniel Todd, 12.55. That's now the first job that Dad remembers when they come round. Let's hold up the dialing board. Taking on Jessica Bishop.
Really like the crew shirts for Jessica, actually. Really smart. So the winner of this one races Mackenzie Love for a place in the final. And it's going to be Jessica Bishop as Daniel Todd unfortunately goes red.
That was an 09 red as well, unfortunately for Daniel. Still a good day out though. Not bad. His dad's still smiling. Don't give him any tea.
7.99 on a 96. Very well judged run indeed. So Jessica will be taking on Mackenzie, and it's going to be Daniel Weir taking on Lima Bartlett. Right, we move on to VW Pro Eliminations round number 2. This will set the semis.
Yeah, Top Fuel Mummy on the quad up to go and get. Still in fire suit as well, Suzanne. Nice to see. So VW Pro replacing the semis.
It is, yeah.
So round 2.
James Hodson taking on Phil Blogg. The Caddy dialing in 11.99. The Golf dialing in 10.7. Well, there was a
Definite green light.
James Hodson's gone sailing past Phil.
Backing off.
Backing off.
Nicely.
11.33 to a lose at 12.32.
That still goes down as a whole shot win, actually. Look, he took the strike by 2 tenths, but he had nearly 5 tenths in the bag off the line.
Right, no sign of Jonathan Newell with the Lagster, so the Cupra is out. It's going to be Dave Crowhurst.
Pushed out the way behind you, mate. He's over in front of the barn. He's out the car looking a bit miffed, I think is the
I bet
phrase.
he is, because it's 2 round wins in one here.
Oh, no.
Dave Crowhurst going through here, and he gets a bye in the semis.
Into the final.
God, 9.59 breaks out on that 63. Thing is, though, he doesn't have to push the car hard at all. He can save it for the final. I'll be looking forward to this race. Luke Stevenson taking on Jacob Bailey.
Oh, whoever loses this is not going to live it down for years, I don't think.
Serious amount of bragging rights. 2 9-second cars, but it'll be Jacob that'll be leaving first.
Yeah, I can hear the sounds of my Jetta is faster than your dragster, mate, ringing in my ears at the moment.
They are very, very good friends indeed. But at the moment, they are enemies. Oh, Luke goes red. It's Jacob that takes the win.
It was an 0-2 red as well. He was pretty close. Jacob wasn't exactly on time, to be honest. 9.51 for Luke. 1.38. Jacob goes 10.11. Nice run.
Right, Super Gas. But, oh yeah, sorry, this is to set semi-finals. For Tony Morris Carburettors, big shout out once again for Tony. And of course Dave Gibbons, the UK side of the operation. Andy Dibley and Andy Harrison, numbers 1 and 4 in qualifying. That doesn't matter anymore. Andy Dibley's been on phenomenal form this weekend. But then Andy Harrison, he's not the champion from last season for nothing.
We both do the same thing. As soon as they leave, we look left. You know that? Andy Dibley. 9.95's a pair, but it was Dibs off the line first by 200ths, and that was the difference at the finish line. Congratulations to Andy Dibley.
Gets a bye in the semis.
Whoa.
So Dibs is in the final. So there's a Tony Morris Carburettor in the final already. Congratulations to Andy Dibley.
That was big.
Oh, so the banter between these two on social media is insane these days. Colin Morris and Dave Fulton. Great entertainment though. It really, really is.
They're looking at each other.
Oh,
On a whole
old
shot.
shot.
Dave Fulton, win margin is 0.002 at the stripe. Hardly anything at all. 0.73 to an 0.83. He had a 100th on the start line. There was a 100th between him on the finish line. That was a pick and race, almost as close to the Pro Mod final.
What a debut for the new car for Dave Fulton. Fantastic. Right, your other semi-final coming up then. Mark Huxley taking on John Morton. Another green light drag race.
Difference being, Paul Martin's got throttle stop in there. Mark Huxley doesn't. It's all motor, all the way to the finish line.
Oof. With margin 0-3, and it's John Morton that takes that one, but both of them razor sharp off the line again. Super Street bike. Semi-finals. First up then, Dave Smith taking on Venn.
Now Venn went 222. I didn't make that up, did I?
No, 222.31.
In the first round. Dave Smith in the 7.2s this weekend, over 200 miles an hour as well. Venn with a 125 foot, not quite as stellar as we're used to, but a storming 697 at 213. Dave Smith wasn't far behind with the 738 at 203. Steve Wood in the semi-finals. How cool is that?
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
In the Auto Glim Lane, Jake Michelle coming down to check out how Steve's doing. Other side of the racetrack. New record holder for ET and speed in the ACU and the quickest in Europe. Daniel Lentz from Hungary in the Kestrel lane. To set up the final against Steve Venn. A rather ploddy 128.60 foot for Daniel, but still goes 688 to 219. Did I say ploddy? I said ploddy, didn't I? And he went 688.
But well done to Steve Wood. Fair to say he is the elder statesman of the class, but my goodness me, to come into the semi-finals having been an alternate, well done.
In it to win it, I think, to play.
Yep. So, funny bike, eliminations. Round number 2, this is to make the finals.
Louis Davis on the wicket bench in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Dave Peters with a Rigger Boot Express. Dave's had a few issues this weekend. The bike is a low 7-second performer when everything goes to plan.
Oh, someone's lost their passes. They're
again?
falling out like confetti.
Oops. No.
Yeah, they're yours.
Yeah, whoops.
You just realised.
Oh, they're actually this weekend's as well, because that's emptied the wallet. Oh, Louis with a massive hole shot. That boy's good.
Dave's not going to catch him.
Nope. And Louis backs off as well. Look, 733, only 151. Dave Peters goes 781, but 0.38.
Well, Stu Crane, all he needs to do is break the beams. The burnout tells us that's all he's going to do.
No, he did actually do a burnout though.
Yeah,
so
but it wasn't
a big one.
The big burnout that I would have expected.
Street Eliminator semis, ET bike semis over there as well. Comp bike semis up next, actually.
Thank you.
Right.
So I don't know what order they're coming in now.
Yeah, you're right there. Stu Crane just breaks the beams again. That's all he needs to do. He has earned it though. 640 is stout. Yeah. He's saving it all for the final against Louis. So Stu Crane pushes back. We have Sean Buckgate from Malta. I bet everybody in Malta, they're nice, shy, retiring, quiet people at the best of times. I bet they're going mental at the moment with the performance of that bike. We've had a number of Maltese racers come over here through the years, and they are just one outstanding bunch.
We hope to get an influx of them at the Door Slammers actually when they bring all their Mark 1 escorts
Is that
over.
right?
That would be really cool.
That would be awesome. Happened before.
It has, yeah.
The good news, Stu Crane though, hasn't got much maintenance or checking or anything to do for the final. Probably just go and let the bike cool down. back for the final shortly. Oh, just doing a reset on the timing system. It's loading back up. So Sean Butsky in the Kestrel lane.
And that's Chris Neary, his opponent in the Autoglim lane.
It's just on the way to restarting. There we go, just coming back to life. And as soon as we got the bikes in, what Sharon's just doing now, we're going to be going like now. There we are. So Sean in the Kestrel lane, 670 this bike qualifying yesterday. Oh, that's a lot more hopped up than before. 115 to 60 foot.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be. Oh, the win margin 0.6. It's Chris Neary that takes the win.
That was a shame because that was by far Sean's quickest 60 foot of the weekend. But out before the final, Chris Neary will be taking on is Graham Dunst down there? I don't think he is. Just Jordan Kenway on a bike. No Graham Dunst. Well, saying goes as always, you've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah. Well, number 4 and number 6 qualifier are going to be in the final of Combike.
I'm just waiting for Jordan to get a clean run because that bike will be towards the 7s when he does. Still goes 861 at 166. Looking like 850 semi-finals. Yeah, this is when Colin goes really quiet because the gaps between stuff are so minute.
Well, I
bits
can
of
actually
paper
fan the
flying
ladders
everywhere.
out now, so it's not too bad.
Good. Okay, Al Morrison, senior in the Kestrel lane. Keith Wright, Autoglim lane. For a place in the final of 850 bike. Almost dead even on the tree. Al Morrison's already out in front.
Oh, it's
But-
Keith Wright that takes it.
By a tenth at the finish line. Well, Alan Morrison had a lot to play with there. He was well out in front, but the bike tailed off at the end. Look, only 123 miles an hour the stripe.
Keith Wright, the number 11 qualifier, has made it all the way through to the final.
Against, will it be Andy Haley or Boyce Jr.? Stacey Reid.
Stacey qualified 6, Andy qualified 8. I told you, whoever wins 850 bike will have earned it this weekend. Stacey away first.
Visibly. All she's really got to do is not break out and just stay in front. Which she does perfectly. 867, Stacey Reid going to the final. Takes out an 874 for Andy Haley. Andy was nearly half a second on the tree. Well, this is going to be an awesome race, this one. Young Scott Collier doing a great job. Bracket racing. It's Dad's Machine in the Kestrel lane. Actually, it might be Scott's these days, I don't know. Don't clip me around the ear, Jerry.
Toughest customer yet, though.
Yep, you
Phil
bet.
Pratt.
Well, this is just tough race all round.
Yeah.
Scott is really, he was always good in junior drag bike. He's always been good in anything he's ridden. So has Phil Pratt.
Oh, game over for
Oh,
Scott.
Scott, 001 red as well. Oh, he's just going to keep it nailed all the way through, I should think. Yeah, it does. 974. No harm. Right. Don't be too upset with him, Jerry. It was 001 red. 001. Like, that much. Yeah. Phil Pratt in the final. Against Ina.
Again, yeah. Gets the winner of this pair.
Anna Sasiak, the Rensko Racing. Machine in the Kestrel Lane, Carl Hester. Autoglim side of the racetrack, 10.95 for Carl, 9.70 for Anna. After this, we got Street Eliminator semis. We've also got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car behind them. Two very, very green lights, I think, there. Well, at least they're even.
Yeah.
Carl Hester's looking over his shoulder. Carl Hester will take the stripe, and Carl Hester takes the win. It's going to be Carl taking on Phil Pratt in the final. Well, the story of this pair is Andy Bond's got a race. And he's got a race against an ever-improving Tony Hicks with the Capri. So, heads-up class. First to the finish line wins Tony Hicks. Best this weekend of an 8.12, but he is creeping up on it. He's been over 170 miles an hour a number of times now, hasn't he?
Yeah, got Elliot Day helping Tony now. There's Elliot Day obviously out already. But
Andy Bond,
tough one.
into the sixes on the last run, 6.99. Still all that smoke in the car for Andy Bond. Oh, this is going to be a proper race. Andy Bond's got to run him down. Oh my God, he's done it by half track. 6.96 to Tony Higgs's personal best, 8.10. Well, he spotted him half a second on the start line, but Andy Bond was past him by the 8th mile. Unreal.
Awesome.
6.96 at 2.10. He needed every bit of that, actually, Andy Bond. That was a good race. And good news from that one is Tony Higgs is nudging towards the 7s.
He certainly is. Terminal velocity seems to be 170 mile an hour. But it's the short numbers that are doing him all the favours at the moment.
He's
8,
picking
10.
it up, yeah. So Al McSweeney will be Andy Bond's opponent with the Evolution. Tried something, obviously. Didn't quite pan out. That's always the limitation of street tyres. But it's still Al McSweeney in the final. Take it on, Mr. 6 again, Andy Bond. Sportsman ET semis, I think.
Yep, Brian Huxley going to be taking on Steve West.
Almost all of our finals are set now, actually.
Yeah, well, we've only
Couple
got
more.
7 classes to go to set finals. Every other class is set.
We've got VW Sportsman right behind. They won't be far away. Yeah, we are at the finals in quite a few, aren't we? I think.
Yeah, that lot.
That lot. Oh, okay, everything wedged under there. See, that's how you know. You need someone to do the paperwork in your office. Get Colin. So 17.45 is Dove Steve West in the little Nissan Leaf. Brian Huxley with the family Focus. Mr. Bracket Racing himself. He's the sort of guy. I mean, I know a lot of people that have done this, that bracket race their high cars when they go abroad. You know that?
Oh, yeah.
Like in Florida,
John
Orlando
Hackney is a
Speedworld.
perfect example of that.
With lots of people that have done it. And Brian goes to the final, 18.95 and a 91. That's exceptional. He was off the line first, and that will actually go down as a whole shot as well, because the start line margin was bigger than the win margin. Brian Huxley by 0.04 of a second moves to Sportsman ET finals, where he will be against
Chris Redshaw. Just needs to take the bye. And one of these two guys is going to be going home with a victory. Yep, that's the name of the new trophy, which they'll all be extremely eager to receive once racing is completed here at the Festival of Power.
So what do runners-up get?
That's just normal trophy.
Oh,
Yeah, they don't get a victory, that's for sure.
that's harsh, but fair. You got to win it. 15.70 for Chris. Sets himself up for a final round. John Crawford with the Tribute Golf in the Kestrel Lane.
Yeah, going alongside Paul Robinson. Now, Paul was your number 1 qualifier. He's had 2 buys. He then got past Phil to line up with John Crawford here in the semi-finals. The other side of the ladder, Jake has got a solo. $15.85 plays $14.73. John Crawford off first, and he's into the final as Paul Robinson pulls a cherry on the tree.
Way to go to give away that you're listening to the radio, John.
What did he do?
He went, yeah! In the car. I could see that because his hand was waving in the air when you said that. Well done, John, anyway. Well deserved, mate.
Well, you had a 0.18 light as well, did John. Well done.
He's going to be against Jake Fronda. Yeah, John's light was an 0.1 and an 0.5 red in the other lane, so John would have been tough to beat no matter what happened in the other lane. So Jake's already going to take the win light with an 18.59 and a 53. Super Pro semis next. Got Pro ET round there too, ready to go.
Well, Joe is going to get this run done and then get the car down here quickly. Good layout. He needs to run it in the Super Comp. Oh.
What, semis?
Yep.
Oops.
So hot lapping the Dolly Day Dream Dragster.
That's probably why they got 2 cars, because they're so successful they don't have time between rounds.
Yeah. But we know the car can handle it.
And the drivers. Ashley Bell, 881 in the Kestrel lane. First time in a while Ash has gone this deep in eliminations. And here he is with a chance at a final round berth. So Joe Kellett dials 780. Just goes to prove it doesn't matter where they qualify. These are number 10 and 14, and they're in the late rounds. That number 1 qualifiers long gone. Oh, I thought Joe had red lit then. He knows what he's doing. He's also caught Ashley Bell. And he's also taken the win. Ashley Bell goes too quick. Look at that, though. What a race. They were dead even at the stripe. Literally, 0.005 win margin. Ashley Bell took the stripe first, but he broke out by a few hundredths of a second. Joe didn't. Joe actually made him break out. So it will be Joe Kellett in the final. Scrambling to make it back down so Leah can get in the car. Leah's walking around with her crash helmet and hands device waiting for Joe already. Seriously, she's wandering around behind the tower. Mark Turner and Brian Pateman again. Brian Pateman again. The highest qualified car left in eliminations is number 9. That's Mark Turner as well.
As these cars come up to the line, the story from Aaron Fensom. The car had been running really well until we had a rod fail at the 8th mile on a strong line. Unfortunately, there isn't much left of the engine, so it's big damage. But the bright side is they did win the Super Pro Award for best reaction with a 0.002 light. So they did win the 400 quid and the big trophy. So a little bit of help.
Yeah, that's a horrible way to go out, though. It really is. That's what said the belt breaking's normally the sign of something else. Mark Turner or Brian Pateman? It's Mark Turner going to his first final ever. They both had 0.4 reaction times. Mark Turner was 8.44 and a 42. The win margin 0.008. Hardly anything. Great run.
Fantastic.
Great run for Brian Pateman as well. 8.97 on a 94 just wasn't quite enough.
Right, it's down to funny car.
Mark's up top and going, why didn't I start racing years ago? Why was I busy helping everyone else? We got Junior Dragster down there as well. Congratulations to the Turners. Well done. Terrific stuff, folks. That's what I said. What were you doing for all those years helping everyone else? Should have been doing it yourselves. Tony Betts with the Venom Nitro Funny Car went through the finish line in a cloud of smoke. On the last run went 6.30. That's actually his first pretty much full run of the year with the Venom Funny Car. A bit of a war of attrition with the funny cars. Jane Kay got a licence, didn't make round one. Paul Harris ran well, but unfortunately it wasn't in qualifying. Tim Garlick did run well in qualifying. He was the #1 qualifier, but unfortunately didn't make his round one pass. So last man standing is Tony Betts. They do have a Nitro Funny Car Championship for 2022, and it will be Tony Betts leaving with the trophy and the points lead. So, John Wright doing the tuning for Tony. John Wright's another one of those Hall of Famers that's done just about everything in drag racing, including setting me on fire. Actually, that was my fault, John, I'm just kidding. Quicker than 60 foot as well, 106. 6.16 at 2.33, just drifted slightly towards the centre line. That's the one they were looking for by the looks of that. John, as always, seems nonplussed. Yeah, the cloud of smoke, though, was actually right at the finish line this time round. Getting quicker. 106 to 60 foot, 407 at 186 to the 8th. And out the back door to a 6.16 at 2.33. Quickest and fastest of the weekend in Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. And they're not that happy about it, are they, really?
Nah.
It's always good when you run well.
Well, we can see Junior Dragster in the lanes. You can see Pro ET in the lanes. We've only got 5 classes to set finals.
Quick track check. Going for the pickup truck record. You're a bit short, fellas. Sorry about that. Got the 5th wheel hitch in there. They can't get many more people in there. So Tony's pulled off top in the racetrack. Give the Venom team a big cheer. They've worked their tails off all weekend. Bit of a false start to the weekend, but everything from there on went like clockwork. Points lead in the Nitro Funny Car Championship and a big trophy for winning the class. Well done, Tony. Well done to everybody on the team.
So I think it's Junior Dragster up next, indeed. They're coming round the corner for Lucas Oils. First pair round will be Mackenzie Love taking on Jessica Bishop. So let's have a look at the dialings then. 8.29 for Mackenzie Love, 7.98 for Jessica Bishop. So Mackenzie will be leaving the line first. He was your #1 qualifier and a 003 light. I mean, qualifying doesn't matter anymore. This is all about racing. It's running your number, and it is obviously cutting a good light as well. Both into pre-stage. Both away well. Right, let's see who's the bravest at the strike then. It's Mackenzie Love that takes it at 8.33 on a 29. It'll actually go down as a whole shot win. Jessica was closer. 7.99 on a 98, but an 0.1 light from Mackenzie has put him into the final.
Where will be racing one of these two? Daniel Weir with the multi-pinstripes dragster on the Kestrel side of the racetrack, or I think that's Laura who's left in.
It is, yeah. 792 the target number for Lara Bartlett, 797 for Daniel Weir. Only 0.05 of a second between them on the tree.
It's no surprise they grow up to be very competent bracket racers, is it? So for only 500s on the tree, like you said, Colin, virtually nothing in it.
Oh, Lara goes red. It was 007 red. Daniel Weir was a 0.15. But that's all it needed.
Snoozy by comparison.
Yeah.
Pro ET semis. Mason Griffiths and
Brett Featherstone.
indeed.
And there'll be Will Clark taking on Simon Goff.
I was going to say you said that without looking, but you did. Look at the sheet.
Well, the number one qualifier in Junior Dragster has just gone through to the final. Will number one qualifier in Pro ET do the same thing here?
That is Brett Featherstone from way back in the first qualifying session of the first class on the first day of the event. 9.54 for Brett, 9.18 for Mason. Both these two very tough customers. Mason certainly is. And Brett's turning into one. Teammate to Simon Goff, who's underneath the tower watching him.
And he is.
In the final, 002 red, oh so close for Mason. Brett Featherstone goes 9.54 with a 2 as well.
Wow.
Exclamation mark. So, will it be an all-team final? We're about to find out. Jester's Diner, Polytech Powder Coating and CCS. It is the package himself, Mr. Simon Goff in the Kestrel Lane with an 867, taking on a real tough customer in Will Clark in the Autoglym Lane. 9.80 with the little dragster. Will's going to go first and goes red. It's an all-team final. Simon went red as well by a lot more than Will did. But it was the second event. Only goes 8.69 on a 67. So, teammates, Brett and Simon, they're going to be ribbing each other for years about that one. Who wins? Well, actually, frankly, they do anyway. They're good mates.
VW Pro semi-final number one, James Hodson taking on Jacob Bailey.
Replacing the final against Dave Crowhurst. He's round behind the tower. So James Hodson's going to go first. Dials 10. Actually, that dialing's gone back quite a bit, hasn't it? 1090.
Yeah, it has actually. Oh, Jacob billowing smoke out there. That'll clear when he hits the loud pedal.
You might catch him quite quick too as well, like that. Very close. Great light for James Hodson, but he breaks out. Bang on. For Jacob Bailey, 10.01 at 142 and an 0.2 light as well. That was a very, very tough ask for James Hodson. It is Jacob Bailey in the final against the man down there in the B-ball. Only two more classes the semi-finals. Super Gas and Super Comp. We've got Super Comp round right now. So, is Dave Crowhurst going to take it easy?
Nah.
Is he hell?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He might. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, if you get a tune-up run before a final round, do you take a pass or do you do it?
Yeah, he is taking it easy.
I don't think that was deliberate. But anyway, he's moving through.
Right, Super Comp semis then. It is Steve Hudson with the Intrafinus Ford Model T taking on the Little Roadster. FixAuto.com Penzance branch supporting Martin Kirbishley with the R&M Racing Roadster. Steve Hudson qualified 2, Martin qualified 4. That don't matter anymore. It's all about getting to the final. Martin had the guest from FixAuto.com here yesterday. Liked what he saw. And is he going to like Martin getting a win here, or is it going to be Steve Hudson?
Steve with the lead. Steve on the right. He goes through the final. 891 and 06 light beats, and 892 and a 0.11
Well done,
light.
Steve.
If you look at that, look at that, 891 to 892. That's what Super Comp's supposed to be like,
Yeah.
isn't it? Big speed difference too. Thing is with the altered as well, I still maintain that an altered like that has a big advantage because of the driving position.
Yeah.
Steve can see what the other car's done, especially if he's running against the dragster.
All right, Alan Schofield taking on Leah Callett. Alan was your number 1 qualifier going way back when 890. Leah, Dolly Daydream, 893. But it's all about getting through to the final now.
Alan's car looks to be labouring quite a bit, actually. Oh, Leah, 9:15 on the brakes at the finish line as well and sideways. Alan's car didn't look well on that run.
No.
05 on the tree. Still a good day out for the Schofield family.
Oh, they've had a great time. They have had a great time.
So are the Kellets, though, to be honest.
Yeah, well, they're still going. Right, just one more class to go to set finals.
And they're there.
And they are there.
They are there at the top of the lanes, and that'll be Super Gas, I'm guessing.
It is indeed. And it's going to be John Morton taking on Dave Fulton. And on the other side of the ladder is Andy Dibley on a solo.
Then after that, it's a very simple case of collecting all of our finalists.
But we do have a bit of entertainment coming.
Oh, joy.
We have a match race, a grudge race. Call it what you like. They're going to mix it up. Kev Jenkins
Okay.
and Colin Miller.
Why not? Hang on, Colin's waited round all day just to make this run. Is that right?
Could be. But that's what's happening.
No, awesome stuff. Is that going to be before?
That's before finals.
Awesome.
Yeah, bring it on.
The thing with Colin Miller is he's got like an 8-hour tow home.
Yeah.
So if he's sat around all day just to make that one run,
Yeah.
it's going to be fun.
It doesn't take him as long to get home now because remember the days he used to have that big motorhome,
Yeah.
just guzzled fuel and everything. But now he's got the 4x4 pickup and a smaller trailer, which obviously when the car comes out
Converts
they
into
stay
a
in it. It's a
caravan,
much
yeah.
better way of doing it.
And much more economical as well.
Yeah, it's a cheaper way of doing it as
I
well.
think that's what you said before. It's just how much it's, cost over the years to sit in traffic on the M6. One of the bonuses as well about having this event on a Friday, Saturday and Sunday as opposed to including Monday is the World and his wife is not going home tonight.
Yeah.
They're all going home tomorrow. Although I might have put my foot in that when I was sitting in the traffic jam on the M25 later, but there we go.
And talk of the devil, there's the tow vehicle, and there's the Flying Fifer.
Well, you know what he's going to be trying to do.
Oh boy, do we know.
Other than beat Kev, obviously. Well, he's so close this weekend. He occasionally enters Super Pro as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
With the car, just to get some more track time in. This is one of the only a couple, I think, of Outlaw Anglia events or Outlaw Anglia points races where they actually run an MSA event or Motorsport UK events. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Some of that's in national finals as well, I think, are the other two. Okay, the next noise you'll hear will be already Super Gas semis. Dave Fulton.
Well, there's Dan Page running around, so John Morton will be following very shortly. There he is.
Just noticed the full race seat and harness in the the passenger side of that. That'd be fun. Andy Diblage around there too. Has Dibs got a bike?
Yes.
So this is the last race for a place in the final.
It is. Well, I suppose in a bizarre way it's quite fitting that it is the top three in qualifying that the high green standings.
Hardly ever happens. Especially in a class of closest Super Gas as well.
So great debut for Dave Fulton this weekend with a Nova. First time he drove it was on track on Thursday.
Is that right? My goodness me. I think he's at home.
Well, it's a well-sorted car. Lee Huxley took it to the Pro ET Championship last year.
Not running Super Gas though. Not
No,
running
no, you're
with
running
throttle
Pro
stops
ET.
or delays at all. It was running all out, wasn't it? But you are right about the well-sorted car part, definitely. Place in the final beckons for Super Gas. John Morton or Dave Fulton.
It's a green light drag race for Tony Morris Carburettors, a spot in the final.
There was a visible difference on the start line. And that visible difference is what won it for John Morton on a whole shot.
Massive hole shot.
0.3 reaction time to a 0.10. A 9.96 beats a 9.91. Dave Fulton's going to be kicking himself
He
for that one, but
is.
he still had a fab weekend.
He's brilliant weekend.
Or first ever weekend in that car. So, Andy Dibley.
So that sets up the interesting scenario. John Morton with his Camaro taking on the car that he used to race.
For a long time.
He did indeed.
I think he sold that to say, right, I'm quitting drag racing, and then bought another one.
Bought another one, yeah.
Exactly. It's kind of how it works out, isn't it? .988 with the 7 at 146. Very quickly, John Crawford just messaged me. Hi, John. Thank you very much indeed for the message. He said, just watch the video back. And he said, no, he hasn't got a radio in the car. The wind light came on the gantry when the other lane went red.
Right.
You expect us to believe that, John? Come on. I know bracket racing tricks when I see them. So Colin Miller is there. Right behind him is the fraudster. We are now collecting finalists. I'm just going to go and find out from Darren roughly how long we got. Hopefully only sort of 10-15 minutes, something like that. And we'll be back with all of the finals. Actually,
Got a lot of finalists to come down.
they've been given the thumbs up to fire up, I beg your pardon. So it's Colin Miller and the fraudster right now.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Added bonus. Extended play. Whatever you want to call it.
Or Colin Miller not getting in till 4 a.m. Or not getting home at all if he runs a 6.
Well, a pair of Fords for your entertainment.
Of slightly different vintages.
Oh, totally different vintages, yeah.
Completely different engines. These two would never race each other.
Don't think so.
Ever. Well, not in normal competition. They never would they? Outlaw Anglia or Super Pro for Colin. Rumble Eliminator or 4-cylinder at the door slammers for Kev. So this is just a match race, it's not competition. We are collecting our finalists. Hopefully only about 10 minutes till everybody is down. We've got a whole bunch of finals to run. Colin Miller oh so close this weekend to that magic 6-second run. He's been 7:01. Beautiful conditions, probably some of the best you'll see all season to try and do it.
I think that's probably why he hung around and did this, to be honest.
You don't get many chances throughout the year to run the car, but you get very few in these kind of conditions. However, it is a nitrous car, so it does make its own air to some extent, but the track is in perfect condition. A beautiful evening. Kev Jenkins as well, after that personal best down in the 7.6s in round 1 of Comp Eliminator, did get knocked out unfortunately, but thought, you know what, that was fun, I fancy having a go at that again. So, big block nitrous, Almar Anglia, turbo 4-cylinder Escort. 110 to 60 for Colin. I don't think that's going to be the one quite yet. 7:05 at 193. Trying his very hardest. Unfortunately for Kev, pulled over by the side of the racetrack.
1:14.60 for Kev.
Yeah, didn't get much further than that, unfortunately. So we're going to go quiet for a little while. We are collecting finalists, hopefully only about 10 minutes away, something like that. They're all just turning their cars around at the top end to come back down, and we'll run them through very shortly. Thank you all for sticking with us to the very end. We hope you had a very entertaining day. We have been entertained ourselves, have we not?
We certainly have. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airwaves. Back with you with finals.
I'm so
Okay, it is finals time here at the Festival of Power, the 2022 edition.
Woohoo!
They're going to be coming thick and fast. We don't know which order they're going to come round in, but all I do know is the first final is Pro ET for Mojistang. The teammates, Brett Featherstone and Simon Goff. Brett was your number one qualifier. Made it all the way through to the final. Not the qualifying positions matter anymore, but Simon Goff was the number 24 qualifier. The dial-ins then, 8.68 for Simon Goff, but leaving first, looking for that 9.54 is Brett Featherstone.
I have a sneaky suspicion as well that because these two are pitted together and they're good friends, they kind of share tips.
Until
Right
now.
about now, they probably wish they hadn't. Is this Brett's first final?
I believe so.
Could well be. Simon's been here a number of times before for the big trophy in Pro ET. Oh
Wow.
my word! They have been sharing reaction time tips as well. This is all about who's got the best car.
It's Brett.
Simon breaks out. Couple of hundreds. He was over the finish line first by 0.5, but he went that bit too quick.
Reaction times.
Brett was 0-1 on the tree and he got left on. Simon, 008. They're all happy. They don't care. Well done. Everybody in
final.
Pro ET.
Right, VW Pro, it is Jacob Bailey taking on Dave Crowhurst. The dial-ins then, 9.99 for Jacob, 9.65 for Dave.
Jacob was bang on it last time, wasn't he? 10.01.
Oh, it's going to be Dave Crowhurst.
I'm not sure that was a jump out of gear or well, as long as he doesn't break out.
Yeah.
Dave Crowhurst needs to back off.
Oh, 68 on a...
Blimey,
Wow.
he tried really hard to lose that. Jacob, commiserations, mate. You got Luke's phone in your face as well. Come on, push.
Oh, that is picture of the day, that one. I hope somebody got that.
Yeah, exactly. Luke, for once, work for your living. Come on, stop filming it and get on with it.
Right, junior drag bike final. Holly King taking on Casey Holgate. $8.30 is the dial-in for Casey. 11.55 the dial-in for Holly. The class supported by Eurodragster.com once again. Thanks ever so much indeed to Simon and everybody at Eurodragster for their continued support of the juniors. It's going to be Holly leaving first. And it is Holly that takes it there, 11.72 lose out, 8.73. Congratulations to Holly. Another number one qualifier that came through to take the win. All right, on to Funny Bike final.
And only it's a by run kind of day for Stu Crane today, unfortunately.
Oh, Louis not making the call. What a shame.
Louis standing down there looking a bit dejected in his civvies, unfortunately. Oh, mate, feel for you. He's over there, look, standing on his lonesome.
Goose.
Beer o'clock way too early. Especially after all that amount of work as well, putting a spare motor in.
Yeah.
However, he's probably about to see Stu Crane streak through the finish line, thinking, I wouldn't have much for that anyway.
Well, he's had a best of 6.40 this weekend, has Stu. How about a 6.32?
Europe's quickest funny bike, 6.32 at 213 miles an hour. Stu Crane, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the whole team. Even Dale Leaks looks excited, and we barely
Wow.
see that, to be honest with you. That is the new quickest funny bike in Europe. I'm pretty sure. I think Ricard's been 6:33. He has. It is, yeah. Ukraine with the 6:32. Wow. Just very quickly, for all you bike fans out there, especially those of you in Scandinavia, 103 to 60 foot, 406 at 174 at the 8th mile. 6:32, 2:13 across the stripe. Well done, Stu Crane, the whole. I must admit, it did take someone 8 or 9 years to beat Ricard's time, but there we go. It was Stu Crane.
Right, Super Pro ET final. Mark Turner with the Supra against Joe Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong, Goose, standing over there saying that. I wouldn't have had much of that unless he'd have left on him by a second. So Joe's got to get the car back round here for... Yeah, look, she's standing over there with the crash helmet ready to go as well. Look, Leah Kellett. So Mark Turner, his first ever final. Joe's been this far in eliminations a number of times before. Mark, though, looking for 8:42 in the Auto Glim lane. This is the pressure round, though. This is where you get the victory trophy, isn't it, Cole?
It is.
Actually, for the first ever victory trophies at
in
an
eliminations,
event, Well, it's a green light race. Joe Carl or Dragster. Joe Carl's going to get there first, but Joe Kellett on a hole shot. Oh, look at the win margin. 500ths quicker on the tree for Joe Kellett. Slower on his dialing. The win margin 002. There was nothing in that at the finish line. Absolutely nothing. Well done to Mark and the whole team for making the final. Well done to Joe Kellett on the event win. Quick tree reset again. No problem.
So 950 bike final, it's going to be Rick Stubbins taking on Phil Harrison. Sorry, not Rick Stubbins, Rick Sawatsky. Wrong Rick.
Give the Turners a cheer in the back of the Audi. Well done, and well done to the Kelletts. Off up to get Joe and bring the car back for Leah.
All right, here we go then. Phil Harrison against Rick Sawatsky. The final of 950 bike.
Couple of hundreds in it on the tree.
Rick looking over. Rick takes it, 964 to lose out, and a whole shot win, in fact, 962. So Rick.
Win margin again, Colin. Look at that.
Oh, 002.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. That's not even a bike mudguard, Rick, either, I don't think. That's one of those that they've no idea who won. You've done that at the finish line, you said. Do you actually... Well, you're looking at who you're racing.
Yeah.
But you see the win light, do you?
Well, I did, yeah.
Because the win lights come on the wall, don't they? Just past the finish line. Yeah. Not a lot of always people see them. Keith Wright, Stacey Reed. 850 bike, one of the stars of the show of the weekend. One of these two going home with the first ever victory trophy for 850 bike. Will it be Stace? Will it be Keith? Wow, Stacey's way out in front. Problems to Keith off the line. Stacey knows what's going on and she lifts. And she takes the event win. 8.74, 120. Boyce doing that dad dance again. 9.31 lose out, unfortunately, for Keith in the Kestrel lane.
Right, ET bike final.
Like he needs an excuse to get slaughtered.
Carl Hester and Phil Pratt.
think Phil Pratt's already caught him by half
Yeah.
track. Phil will be looking over his shoulder and backing off, which is exactly what he does, and takes the event win. Susie doing the winning bunny dance down there. 9:24. Phil Pratt, your winner in ET Racket Bike. Super Street Bike next. They come through thick and fast. Well, they've been swapping quickest runs in Europe through the weekend. They were 1 and 2 qualifier. They are now in the final. For the UK, Steve Venables, the fastest Super Street bike in Europe, 222 miles an hour, against the quickest, Daniel Lentz from Hungary in the Kestrel Lane, 6:77. Steve had a good run in the semis, but nowhere near a 6.7 just yet. Daniel goes red. Steve's going to take the event win, but what are the numbers going to be?
It's the speed we're looking at, Ven. Can he go near 2.22 again? No, 2.14, but 6.89 at 2.14. It's the event win. It's the victory trophy, but he was on the he had the first leg of a new European speed record, but didn't back it up, unfortunately. So it is Daniel that leaves here with the speed record, but it's Ven that leaves here with the victory trophy.
Well, considering they won, they don't look that chuffed.
I think I think they because they wanted.
0003 red light for Daniel then. Look at that. I think he saw it and backed off.
Right, the last of our bike classes. It's Comp Bike.
Still very cool indeed. Thank you very much indeed to Daniel and the team for coming over to entertain us this weekend. What entertainment it's been. I'm sure they think it was worth it.
Yes.
Yeah, just a bit. Comp Bike. Chris Neary, Kestrel Lane, Jordan Kenway, Autoglym Lane on Malicious Mandy. Now I'm just waiting for Jordan to get a clean run in. If he does, he could well surprise Chris Neary. He's normally in the mid-8s. Chris has been down in the high 7s. Heads up. And it is a whole shot for Jordan Kenway. He's still got a bit of a bounce on. He's right there. He's still right there. Oh, look at that. 8:03 beats an 8:27. Very slight reaction time advantage for Jordan. That's also his quickest run ever in a losing effort. Chris Neary takes the win in Comp Bike.
8 finals to go, and it's Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils up next. And it's Mackenzie Love and Daniel Weir. And not only this, are they racing for the victory trophy, it's obviously the points lead in the national championships as well.
Small issue of that as well.
Yeah. So the Darlings then, 8.31 for Mackenzie, 7.96 for Daniel Weir. Oh, and it is Mackenzie Love that's going to be taking home the victory. Daniel Weir goes red. It's Mackenzie Love, your number 1 qualifier, taking it to the winner's circle despite breaking out. It didn't matter. The win light is shining bright for Mackenzie Love. VW Sportsman, the Crow Dog. It is John Crawford.
With no radio.
With no radio, of course.
No radio,
not, no.
too.
Taking on Jake Fronda. The Darlings then 18.53 against 16.70. John Crawford has got to be patient.
And he was. I know what Colin's got at, but I can't say it.
No, I can't either.
Because at least one or maybe two of them have a radio in the car. Jake Fronda looks like he's out in front. John's braking. John brakes way too much.
Yeah, 17.61 lose out, but it's the win. 18.83. They almost had identical reaction times, both of them 0.33. But it is Jake Fronda that's going home with the victory.
Sportsman ET, final round. Congratulations to the Mad Max team down there on the golf cart. Well done.
Yeah, congratulations. Number 1 qualifier. the event win, the victory trophy, and the points lead.
That hardly ever happens, though, does it? No, number one qualifier winning.
Well, it's happened quite a lot today, though. Brett Featherstone.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Stu Crane. Andy Dibley. It's been quite a lot.
Chris Redshaw, Brian Huxley, your final round in Sportsman ET. Brian's going to go first with the Focus. Just goes to prove you can bracket race anything. Again, no clues as to reaction times other than they both got green lights. There we go.
Yeah, that works. So Brian Huxley looking for 18.91, 15.59 for Chris, and the win light goes to... Oh! It is Chris Redshaw that takes the win. Brian Huxley breaks out by less than 100th of a second. It was that much.
He had quarter of a second at the finish line as well. He was over the stripe, way in front. Way in front. Still good to see him out. Final Outlaw Anglia. Rob Stone and John Webster. John Webster with Fast Company number 2. His workshop is literally just over there. I can point at it and I can see it.
Webbo ran a 7.06 in qualifying. He ran a 7.06 in his semi-final alongside Mick Taylor. He does have the performance advantage here, but Rob Stone, he's a tough one to crack, to be honest. But let's see what happens then. John Webster, Rob Stone, final Outlaw Anglia.
Rather sedate run for John Webster that time. Oh, he just rolls over the line on a hole shot.
Identical.
John Webster takes it. Blimey. That was closer than he wanted it to be. And frankly, we thought it was going to be too. Yeah, 0-2 on the tree was what won that for John Webster. He was actually slower in ET. Rob Stone, quickest run of the weekend and everything he could.
All right, comp eliminator final then. I never thought I'd see the day that Dan Williams makes the final and Nick Williams is guiding the car in the other lane into stage. But there it is, it's Spencer Tram and Dan Williams. Indexes, 10.61 for Dan, 11.55 for Spencer. No breakouts here.
And the Williams boys are standing in the middle.
Plumb in the middle.
Apart from Keith.
Yeah.
Spencer's going to go first. Hopefully a nice green light race.
Oh, it's Spencer that takes the win. Dan goes red.
Yeah, they're going to back off now because they know the race is run and it is Spence picking up the big trophy at the end of the day.
Congratulations to Spence. Commiserations to Dan. It was an 0-1 red. It was an 0-5 green for Spencer. Spencer Tram knocked out both the Williams brothers during eliminations this weekend.
With a car prepared by
Dan and Nick Williams, yeah. Well, it goes to show there's no favouritism, doesn't it? God, dear.
Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Final. This is kind of the way it's supposed to work out. Numbers 1 and 2 qualify, coming out in the final. Al McSweeney with the Evolution. Just a terrific car in the Kestrel lane. Twin turbo on there. Was it single? Was it twin?
Yeah,
it
twin.
Is a twin. But only 400 cubic inches. 665 cubes for Andy Bond in the other lane with the Ugly Sister. They're going to build up the boost and they're going to take the green light. Oh, Al just gives it too much off the start line. That was a picture perfect wheels up launch till then. 6.99 at 209 miles an hour. Job, weekend, everything done for Andy Bond. Well done, team. With the new tyre to contend with as well, that was particularly impressive. Al McSweeney was 118 to 60 foot, but then unfortunately broke traction. Car went sideways. A couple more finals.
Yep, they're all here. So for Tony Morris Carburetors, this is the final of Super Gas, and it's John Morton in his 3rd gen Camaro, and it's his old car he's racing, and of course that is now Andy Dibley, the Magic Rat.
What was quite a highlight of the weekend for John, I think, was the actual Bumblebee went to meet this car.
Oh, he did, yes, we saw that, yeah. So the class index is 990, do not go below it, or you'll break out of the class. So all about reaction times at the start. Both of these guys certainly know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's very unusual again for 1 and 2 to meet, especially in a bracket class. Oh my word! John Morton on a massive hole shot.
Yeah, humongous hole shot. The win margin 0-0-1.
He kept it tight at the top end, didn't he? But an 0-1 light to Andy Dibley's 0-8. Mathematically, that was a dead heat almost, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Actually, that's one of the closest win margins. We've had plenty of
think it is.
0-2 and
Could be.
0-02, 0-03s, but the 0-01 is the closest.
That
Epic.
could be a contender for Bob's photo finish. Wow.
And it's a final again. The amount of finals that have been like that, isn't it? It's just like one after the other. Steve Hudson, Leah Kellett, your last class, I think, Colin. Is
Yep,
that right? Yeah.
last one. Nothing else in the lanes.
After this, we are wrapped for the Festival of Power 2022. So, Steve Hudson with the Model T. Leah Kellett with a car that's already won in Super Pro. Her brother's watching on the start line. He's waiting to pick up his trophy. Can his sister do the same?
Oh,
My
goodness
me. She's going to have a hard job doing it as well after that reaction time for Steve Hudson. Steve Hudson, look at that.
Oh,
my goodness me. Angie, 0003 on the tree and an 8903. Whatever he wants for tea, give it to him, right? Fantastic.
Leah goes 891 with a 5 and an 06 light, but oh dear.
That was almost unbeatable. That's as good as unbeatable, I think, as you'll
that's
ever
the
see
nearest I've seen
in a long while.
to the perfect run in the UK. I know we've had
John Grant went.
John Grant did one.
Did both, but that
And
is
I saw one in Gainesville, but I've never seen a run that good. Oh, save the best till last. Fantastic. Whoa.
We were talking about close finals just a minute ago, weren't we? Right, we're done. Everybody out there, thank you very much indeed for sticking with us to the end. We hope you had a wonderful, wonderful day, weekend, whatever you've been doing here. Best value motorsport on the planet. Best value entertainment, I think, anyway. I know we work here, but it certainly is. Pleasure as always,
it's been
Colin.
awesome. Yeah.
Awesome fun.
To the stag party. I think you've enjoyed it, haven't you? They really have.
It was a very...
Or the Easter party, whichever it is. I don't know if it's a stag. Yes, it was a stag. Of course it was.
Are you sure?
Yeah. The clues were there.
Are you sure? Okay.
To all of our spectators, have a very, very safe journey home. Don't forget, it is Bank Holiday Monday. Just be aware of the local roads around here. So...
just be careful on the way up,
just respect the speed limits and everything in the local vicinity. Thank you very much indeed. Right, it will be trophy presentations on the start line as soon as we can. So obviously all of our winners and runners-up, we'd like to see you down here for trophy presentations.
They're already bringing out the boxes.
They are indeed.
Around about 20 minutes, hopefully half an hour, something like that, will be on. If you want to come down and join us on the starting line, you're very welcome to, actually. Come and celebrate with all the people that have been putting on the show for you over the last 3 days. Terrific effort from everyone. Thank you again. And we'll be with you again in however long for the next event.
Thanks very much indeed. Nitro FM, you can take it away for the time being. And don't forget, we need all winners and runners-up. Make your way down to the start line. If you can head down to be here in about 20 minutes, and then obviously we can get things going as soon as probably will be about half an hour before we start doing presentations. But if you can make it sort of 20 minutes from now, that'd be brilliant. Nitro FM, going to take over the airwaves. We'll see you soon.